so we can get this thing recording. Okay. Now, gallery. Okay, y'all, the readers know who they are. Here we go. And let's zoom. Y'all ready? Let's get this thing going, y'all. Here we go. All right. It wasn't supposed to be Dean. I'm a grateful alcoholic. My name's Kip. Please help me. I forgot to change that. Dean's chairing the meeting on Wednesday night. Help me open this meeting with the serenity prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Everybody's muted at this time. I've asked some friends to read the tools in the following order. Wayne S., the Preamble, the 12 Steps, Sandy M., the 12 Traditions, Dick J., and the 24-hour day meditation, Tom E.Q. So if you can read them in that order, and please mute back when you get done reading. Thank you.
Alcoholics Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other that they may solve their common problem and help others to recover from alcoholism. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. There are no dues or fees for AA membership. We are self-supporting through our own contributions. AA is not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution, does not wish to engage in any controversy, neither endorses nor opposes any causes. Our primary purpose is to stay sober and to help other alcoholics to achieve sobriety. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Sandy Meixel and I'm a real alcoholic. And these are our 12 steps. 1, we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. 2, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. 4, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. 5, admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. 6, we're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. 7, humbly asked him to remove our shortcomings. 8, made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. 9, made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 10, continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. 11, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood him, praying only for knowledge of his will for us and the power to carry that out. And 12, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all our affairs. Thanks for letting me read.
My name is Dick and I'm an alcoholic. The 12 traditions. 1, our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends upon AA unity. 2, for our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving God as he may express himself in our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants, they do not govern. 3, the only requirement for AA membership is a desire to stop drinking. 4, each group should be autonomous except in matters affecting other groups or AA as a whole. 5, each group has but one primary purpose, to carry its message to the alcoholic who still suffers. 6, an AA group ought never endorse, finance, or lend the AA name to any related facility or outside enterprise, lest problems of money, property, and prestige divert us from our primary purpose. 7, every AA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. 8, Alcoholics Anonymous should not remain ever non-professional, but our service centers may employ special workers. 9, AA as such ought never be organized, but we may create service boards or committees directly responsible to those they serve. 10, Alcoholics Anonymous has no opinion on outside issues. The AA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. 11, our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, and films. 12, anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personalities. Thank you for allowing me to read.
Tom, alcoholic. And this is our thought for the day, Saturday, April 3rd. When I was drinking, I was absolutely selfish. I thought of myself first, last, and always. The universe revolved around me at the center. When I woke up in the morning with a hangover, my only thought was how terrible it felt and about what I could do to make myself feel better. And the only thing I could think of was more liquor. To quit was impossible. I couldn't see beyond myself and my own need for another drink. Can I now look out and beyond my own selfishness? Meditation for the day. Remember that the first quality of greatness is service. In a way, God is the greatest servant of all, because he is always waiting for us to call on him to help us in all good endeavor. His strength is always available to us, but we must ask it of him through our own free will. It is a free gift, but we must sincerely seek for it. A life of service is the finest life we can live. We are here on earth to serve others. That is the beginning and the end of our real worth. Prayer for the day. I pray that I may cooperate with God in all good things. I pray that I may serve God and others and so lead a useful and happy life. Thanks.
All right. Thank you for all who read and helped us open up the meeting. I did look at my calendar. It is June the 2nd. Don will be back with us at 8 p.m. on this same meeting ID and password that you have there with you that brought you into this meeting. So y'all mark that down on your calendars. Guys, I'm just over the moon ecstatic that this has been going on a year. When we started this thing, we thought, okay, we'll be here 2 or 3 weeks, a month, maybe tops. And here we are 12 months later celebrating 1 year of the AA Zoomaholic speaker meeting. And what a beautiful blessing it's been. I have heard some speakers from all over. Yes, let's give them a hand. Thank you, Joe. Guys, it's just awesome. I'm overwhelmed, guys. I've learned more. I've been sober since July the 8th, 2010. I've learned more, believe it or not, in this past year about sobriety and how to live. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, I got a double dose or something. I don't know what it is, because God, somehow or another in a struggle, he's got a way to I don't know, like Bill said, catapulted and rocketed into the 4th dimension of existence. And I'm truly grateful for that today. And I'm grateful for each and every one of you guys that's a part of my life, that help me stay sober on a daily basis. And guys, I'm not going to take much more time. Matter of fact, I'm not going to take any more time. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the speaker. Don is going to share with us his experience, strength, and hope. Again, I met him in Tampa. I met him at State Line Retreat, but it was brief then. And I was like, this time, I don't know, maybe my ears were a little bit more open this time, because he really got me. Or maybe he grew a little spiritually too. Who knows what it is? Whatever it was, guys, I was drawn to this guy and I fell in love with him instantly, man. His message, he's just got a story that just blew me away, man. And I don't know, man, y'all are in for a treat. I'm not going to tell a story. Everybody, y'all, hey, let's all unmute one time real quick and let's all welcome Don L. from Washington.
Yeah, Don.
Welcome. It's so nice to have you.
Hey, thank you for being here, Don. Glad to have you.
Okay, Don.
Hey, Don, I just muted everybody, including you. So unmute back and tell us about it, brother.
Thanks, Kip. I appreciate it. I'm Don Landis. I'm an alcoholic. It is wonderful to be here on this first anniversary of Zoomaholics. I want to thank Kip for the kind invitation to come and participate today with a sobriety date of September 16th, 1991. I'm sitting at 29 years sober, and I got to tell you, I can't take credit for any of it. I didn't see it coming. And I'd love to tell you, something right wing, something kind of AA that says, I came to Alcoholics Anonymous 29 years ago, and thanks to a loving God and the power that runs AA, I haven't found it necessary to take a drink. And that's technically true, but that gives you the illusion that I don't know anything about relapse or slipping or any of that stuff. And the truth is, I think everybody in Alcoholics Anonymous knows a great deal about that. I know that for 5 or 6 years, and this is not how long I drank a lot longer than that, but for the last 5 or 6 years, I woke up every day and it was in the room with me. You know what I mean? That thought, not today, God, please God, not today. I can't do this one more time. I knew I was dying. I knew I wasn't raised that way. I knew I had a life that had turned out full of failure and broken hearts, broken promises, and the fun was long gone. Yet every night I would find myself drunk. I know everything there is to know about powerlessness. I know everything there is to know to have all the information necessary in the world to stop drinking. Information that non-alcoholics and alcoholics would look at and go, my goodness, he's got to be done. Look at the consequence. Look at the failure. Look at the pain. Never understanding that I don't have a lack of information problem. What I have is a lack of power problem. And I'm glad that I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, not just to find out about how much trouble I was really in, but to find out where the solution was based. To understand that it was never going to be the right information. That if I just understood what was happening to me, then I could do something about my drinking. I'm as powerless today as I was the day I walked into Alcoholics Anonymous. And I know that. And one of the big differences today, as opposed to when I got here, is I'm absolutely comfortable with that. And what's happened really over the time that I've been here is I come here and I have no problem accepting that I'm powerless over alcohol and those other substances. That's easy for me. I'll give you that in a second. But everything else, well, that's up for negotiation, isn't it? And what's happened over the years is a slow process of turning over to God every single area of my life and finding out that I am powerless in all areas of my life. And I'll tell you, I'm comfortable with that today. And as I said, I'm an alcoholic. I'd like to think I know a little bit about what that means today. I did not know what that meant when I got here. That's for sure. When I got here, I thought an alcoholic was the guy on the wet end of the bar that was falling down. I would have said an alcoholic's a guy with no job. I would have said an alcoholic's a guy that deserts his family. I would have had a lot of definitions of what an alcoholic was. But, and I would have jokingly told anybody before I got to AA, if I was in the right mood, if I was drunk enough, that I was an alcoholic and you are too. So let's have another drink. It was a big joke. But I didn't really understand the grips of what I was in. And we talk about this in my home group, which is the SOS Men's Group. We meet on Monday and Wednesday nights at 7:00. And we just got back to St. James Church on Wednesdays on 14th Street in the Fairhaven district of Bellingham, Washington. And on Mondays, we're still on Zoom with our book study and will be for quite some time. And we talk about why guys leave AA. One of the things, the only topic we really discuss in our business meetings is what we can do to fulfill our obligation to carrying the message to the alcoholic that still suffers. It's our primary purpose. Now, we talk about a lot of things, and if you don't understand what's going on, it may sound like we're talking about money, or we're talking about business at the church, or we're talking about this, that, or the other thing. But underneath all that is one theme and one theme only. When the new man walks in the room in our meeting, what can we do to best serve him? Are we giving him the Alcoholics Anonymous that we were given that was so important and saved our life when we were young in recovery? And we talk about these things, and we talk about why people stay and why people go. And there's a lot of ideas. You'll hear people talk about when somebody goes out and drinks, they'll give you a lot of reasons, but it really boils down to one, doesn't it? Isn't it just a classic case of underestimation? And boy, did I underestimate what the grips I was in, the grips of what I was in for all those years. You know, everything you read about in chapter 3, brief periods of recovery followed always by a still worse relapse, a feeling I was regaining control to find out I had lost even more control, countless vain attempts to control and enjoy my drinking. This thing called alcoholism that I knew nothing of, although I suffered from it. The only disease that you can have that tells you you don't have it. And not only does it tell you you don't have it, when you admit you might have it, it tells you it's not that bad. And boy, I did not know that I had a tiger by the tail. And why would I? And I think it's because of not what alcohol did to me, but I never want to forget what alcohol did for me. You know, when I was a 17-year-old, awkward, insecure, like most 17-year-olds, but alcohol did something for me it didn't seem to do for my friends. It did something for me it doesn't do for 90% of the population. It did something for me that was miraculous. And I got drunk for the first time at 17, and I've been listening to people tell their stories in AA for a long time. And we all talk about getting drunk for the first time, and we all have a variation on the same theme, don't we? You know, I got drunk for the first time and I felt 10 feet tall and I felt better looking and I felt confident and I felt smarter and I felt, you know, and we talk about it as though it's delusion or fantasy. I'm not sure. You know, the big book promises me that every man and woman is blessed with certain skills, aptitudes, and abilities. Let's call those our gifts from God. Let's call those things about ourselves we've always been good at. We don't know why we're good at them. We didn't have to work at it. And everybody gets their own special list of these gifts. What are those gifts from God? Your birthright. Always felt, I don't know, if they were just outside of your grasp, that you suspected they were there, you could feel that they were there, but you couldn't quite connect with them. Something in AA we like to call potential. What if those things that felt that they were right around the corner, suddenly they were firmly in your grasp? Because I'll tell you what, I put a couple of drinks in me when I'm 17 years old, and it's not fantasy and it's not delusion. I am smarter and I am more confident and I am stronger. And it doesn't have to be any more complicated than this. At 17 years old, I like the version of me with a couple of drinks in me better than the version of me sober. And you don't have to really look into it any more than that. I fall in love with the effect produced by alcohol. And what alcohol does for me at 17 is it takes away all the feelings I don't want and replaces them with all the feelings I do want. And if we could have stopped the story there, I'd have never had to come to Alcoholics Anonymous. But you see, I got the physical component of alcoholism, don't I? That allergic reaction, that abnormal reaction, that phenomenon of craving, where one's too many and 1,000's not enough. And one of the strongest aspects of my alcoholism, this disease, this malady, this illness, whatever you want to call it, I got it. One of the strongest aspects of it never allowing me, the sufferer, to know the trouble I'm in or even understand that I have it is the phenomenon of craving never comes with a warning. I don't understand that I'm drinking differently than other people. You know, you may look at me drink at 17 and you may say to yourself, he does not drink like other people drink. You may see me at 25 years old and go, he doesn't drink like other people drink. I want to be very clear about this. My drinking has never been confusing and baffling to me. I have never taken a drink and felt like it was the wrong drink at the wrong time or the wrong amount or it was too much. You want to know what I find confusing and baffling? Other people's drinking. And you know what I'm talking about. You know, you get to the bar after work, it's 5:30. By 11:30 that night, you have an investment of time, money, and energy, right? And everything's perfect. You know what I mean? The music sounding great. You met some new friends. You're planning a new business venture. You know, the waitress you weren't interested in now has potential. It's just getting good. And you know it's going to be wonderful. And then that one guy stands up and he looks at his watch and he says, oh my goodness, I had no idea it was getting so late. I have to go to work tomorrow. And he goes home. I don't understand that kind of drinking. I've never understood it. Other people's drinking is confusing and baffling. In my body, in my mind, my drinking is always felt necessary, and accurate. And I don't know that I'm in the grips of something called alcoholism. And, my alcoholism's like most of ours, it's the good, the bad, and the ugly. The early part of my drinking is the good part. Then it gets bad and then it gets ugly. You know what I mean? And all the things that started to enter my story, because the early part of my drinking, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, it's basically free, not picking up any big tabs. Alcohol seems to be the catalyst that allows me to do things I feel like I couldn't do without it. I'm going up the ladder in business. I'm making an obscene amount of money. I'm dating up a storm. I'm still playing a lot of sports. Alcohol appears to the untrained eye to be an additive to an already full life. In reality, it's taking over my soul, and I don't know it because I've fallen in love with the effect. And we talk about that in the doctor's opinion. Men and women drink essentially for the effect produced by alcohol. And for me, in a word, the effect is relief. And what's it relief from? Well, what swirls around in my head in a sober state. I love the perfect relief of what drinking brings me. You see, I drink and I get transported as much as anything. I get taken to the land of I don't care. And you see, I want to live there. I want my mail delivered there. I love the feeling, as the big book describes, of ease and comfort that comes almost immediately with taking a couple of drinks. I can go through a day with the facts of my life choking me out. And at the end, the facts of my life were tough. The job's about to go, whatever the big deal is that day. Job's about to go. The IRS is about to find me. She's about to leave. She's about to come back, whatever the big deal is. And that stuff can choke me out all day. But at night, I can take a couple of drinks and almost immediately, there's a 180-degree turn. And now I'm thinking, let them fire me. I was looking for this job when I found it. And let the IRS try to get their money and let her leave, and just this attitude of, I don't care that I can't produce in a sober state. I can't produce the relief that alcohol gives me. But you put alcohol in my system of any type and I'm off to the races. And I don't know that I have abnormal drinking. It feels natural to me. And, like most of us, trouble came into my story. And trouble's not a big deal. It really is, and not for the real alcoholic. I've heard all your stories. Trouble does not stop us. Consequence does not stop us. Frothy emotional appeal, our moms, our dads, our husbands, our wives, our friends, our lovers begging us, please, please do something about it. That doesn't stop us. It's far more powerful. We are beyond human aid. And trouble came into my story like it came into yours. And if you're going to be a real alcoholic and go the distance with your alcoholism, you can't let a little thing like looking bad slow you down. And I certainly didn't. And my alcoholism appears to keep pace with the consequences of my drinking by giving me the two best friends a drinking drunk would ever have. And that's justification and rationalization. And what that looks like is I got to be able to go to jail. And when I get out of jail, to face the people that love me the most and want the best things in the world for me, I got to be able to look them in the eye with a smile on my face and laughingly say, well, everybody goes to jail once in a while. No, they don't. No, they don't. It's shocking how many people I've met in my sobriety that have never gone to jail. I've stopped asking. My alcoholic life seems the only normal one. You think I'm joking? Here, we'll play a game. How many people listening right now, just show of hands, have ever been handcuffed? Just raise your hand. Okay. Everybody's hand goes up. And not only that, when I ask the question, as members of Alcoholics Anonymous, this is what we think. Well, that's a stupid question. Of course I've been handcuffed. I'm in AA, for God's sakes. We never realize that you don't get that reaction at the Rotary Club. You know what I mean? You don't get that reaction at the church knitting circle. Our alcoholic life seems the only normal one. At the end of my drinking, I was living the type of life that if you put a normal, healthy, mature adult into my life for half a day, they'd have lost their mind and run screaming down the street in terror. But for me, it was Tuesday. You know what I mean? It was Friday night. it was Monday morning. Remember Monday morning, the oops, I did it again, you know? Like, God, I went into the weekend with such high hopes. I wasn't going to blow my paycheck. I wasn't going to get in trouble. I wasn't going to get in a fight. I wasn't going to this. And you wake up Monday, man, and the sun's out like God's own flashlight, and you did it again. And I didn't live that way for a week, a month, or a year. I mean, you can lose a decade out of your life living in that alcoholic haze with that feeling like tomorrow I'm going to turn it around. Tomorrow it's going to be different. And I'll tell you, I had enough trouble by the time I got to Alcoholics Anonymous, and that hadn't kept me sober. And I started to do the things that a lot of us do when it's an inability to look at myself. You know, it's got to be somebody else's fault. It's got to be where I'm living. It's got to be the job. It's got to be the girlfriend. It's got to be that family that I'm from. It's got to be something. And I start changing stuff in my life, trying to find some kind of equilibrium, some kind of balance. And what I'm really trying to do without knowing it is I'm defending my right to drink. And that's because it's the most valuable thing in my life. We talk about progression in Alcoholics Anonymous. When I got here, you told me it was a progressively fatal illness. But if you had asked me what's progression, I would have said, I don't know. Maybe you drink more often, or you drink harder stuff, right? And that's not the progression we're talking about. No, you know, there was a time, and I was haunted by the memory of this time when I got sober, of when I didn't have to be drunk to have a good time. I didn't have to be drunk to take a deep breath. I didn't have to be drunk to have a feeling of ease and comfort. I remembered being young. I remembered playing sports. I remembered when all I needed was a couple of friends in a green athletic field and a free afternoon, and I was joyous. I remember when I would sit and listen to music with friends, and I didn't need to be drunk, and I didn't need to be loaded. I didn't need anything in my system when that music would wash over to me. And it was like angels singing. I remember reading good literature, listening to good music, observing nature, all of these things. I had these memories of a time where I wasn't a drunk, and I was a part of the world, and I was happy. But by the time I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, I had a complete inability to experience joy when I was in a sober state. You know what alcoholics do well? We do this better than any group of people I've ever seen. We pat ourselves on the back about it, and we commend each other on it. But I think it's part of being an alcoholic because we're children of chaos. What we do better than anybody is we do wrong and trouble better than anybody. I mean, give us something, give us a bad medical diagnosis, a reversal of fortune, you know, a broken heart. We do well with that stuff. Give me something to point to why I'm screwed up. That's why I'm messed up. That's why I'm so crazy. That's why I'm depressed. You know what we don't do well? You know what makes us absolutely bonkers? When nothing's wrong, but we feel like something's wrong. And you know what I'm talking about. And this doesn't just happen when we're new in AA. I mean, I remember being 7, 8, 9 years sober and laying in bed at night and thinking, well, I've been sober a while and I'm part of a good home group and I'm respected by the people in AA. That's going pretty good. And God, I'm out of trouble. And, you know, I paid the money back and the money's doing good. And I got a good career and that's going well. And got this beautiful woman sleeping next to me. She's my wife and she says she's not going anywhere. And boy, if it was any better, I'd go in the backyard and hang myself. And I can't put my finger on what the hell is wrong with me. What do you do when you have a list in your mind of all the things that if they were true, you'd be happy, and all those things come to pass in your sobriety and you still ain't happy? You begin to suspect that maybe this thing called alcoholism goes a little bit deeper than drinking and not drinking. And I got to AA the old fashioned way, you know what I mean? Drinking and failure under the lash of alcoholism. And the reason I couldn't stay sober on my own is the same reason that a lot of us can't stay sober once we get to AA, that underestimation. But Silkworth, in the doctor's opinion, explains why a guy like me is doomed to repeat the desperate experiment of the first drink. And why is that? Well, it ain't what happens when I drink. It's what happens when I don't drink. You see, you separate a guy like me, a real alcoholic, from alcohol, and what happens to me in short order, 2 to 5 days, is I start to get irritable, restless, and discontent. And that's the biggest understatement in the big book, isn't it? I mean, because it doesn't feel that way. It sounds clinical when you read it in the book, irritable, restless, and discontent. But no, man, I'm irritable. I want to hurt you. I'm restless. Doesn't matter what I'm doing and who I'm doing it with. It's the wrong thing at the wrong place at the wrong time. And I'm discontent. I'll tell you what, do you ever hear I went back to drinking? Bet your bottom dollar that I was discontent for a long time. That is the mechanism. That is the lash. That is the muscle of alcoholism that drives guys like me back to the drink, and I cannot underestimate it. Discontentment. And what is that? An inability to experience joy in a sober state. And I come to Alcoholics Anonymous with none of this information and zero power. And I don't understand that I got something that wants to kill me. And I got lucky. And I do mean this, because guys like me die of alcoholism every day. Guys like me are out there in the streets right now, and they're dreaming of a time where they didn't have to drink. They're dreaming of a time where their family didn't cry themselves to sleep at night worrying about them. They're dreaming of a time when anything was possible. And they'll never see the inside of a room of Alcoholics Anonymous. I am blessed and I am fortunate just to be a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, to enjoy this undeserved gift on a regular basis that I almost missed, because I have nothing to do with the solution. You see, when I arrive in Alcoholics Anonymous, if the raw material that I bring to the game of recovery is going to have anything to do with a successful outcome, I am a dead man. Because what do I bring to you people to work with? Fierce resentment, a belly full of fear, misunderstanding, broken hearts, broken dreams, and old ideas. Not a lot to work with. But here's the good news about Alcoholics Anonymous. AA does not work because of the alcoholic. It works in spite of the alcoholic. In fact, what I found out is the worse you are, the more we like you. I'm telling you what, I remember meeting with my my sponsor for the first time, and he's asking me questions. He's trying to get to know me. And I start telling him the facts of my life. I'm 31 years old. I haven't worked in a year. I'm living at my sister's house. I don't have a car. I got warrants for my arrest in 2 counties because I'm an overachiever. I owe the IRS over $80,000. I'm going on and on and on. And as I'm telling him the facts of my life, he's getting excited. He's getting happy. He's like, oh, you live at your sister's? Of course you do. You don't have a car? Who needs a car? Oh, you got warrants in 2 counties? You're in over. Oh, this is beautiful. And I can't figure out why he's so excited that my life is burned to the ground. And I know today why he was excited. He was thinking, maybe he's had enough. Maybe it's produced some desperation. Maybe that produced some willingness. And we can get him to start doing some stuff he can't possibly believe in. Let me tell you, turns out to be the most valuable commodity any newcomer can have is desperation. And no newcomer in the history of Alcoholics Anonymous has ever recognized this commodity, this desperation, as valuable. And why is that? Well, it keeps us up at night, right? The main components are what? Regret, remorse, guilt, and when we're new, particularly in AA, if it don't make us feel good, it ain't got no value, does it? And it turns out that this desperation is so valuable because it's the propellant that pushes us through the steps. And I'll tell you, man, I had it in buckets. And my sponsor didn't waste any time. He didn't waste any of my desperation. He was not the kind of guy to say, well, we're going to let you get 30 days and then we're going to start working the steps. Well, you know what? You just sit here for a minute, Slick. You're pretty sick. Get your feet underneath you. Just go to a lot of meetings and then we'll get busy with the work. No, he started giving me Alcoholics Anonymous undiluted immediately. You see, I'm a product of Alcoholics Anonymous. You good people can thank yourself. You people that go to meetings, set up meetings, take commitments, do 12-step work, I thank you for my sobriety because you're the people that saved me. You see, I show up in Alcoholics Anonymous, and in my second night of recovery, I'm coming up on 48 hours without a drink, and I've got to leave AA. And I'm not leaving AA because it doesn't work or God doesn't exist or the steps aren't a miracle. You got to understand, I've lost the power of choice where alcohol is concerned. And coming up on 48 hours without a drink, every molecule in my body was screaming, let's go get drunk. And it'll cost me everything, right? It'll cost me my last place of residence. It'll cost me the love of my last relative that loves me. And more than likely, it'll cost me my life. But come on, man, that's a small price to pay if it'll make the madness in my head stop for a couple of hours. And I've always been willing to pay that price. And I was leaving AA, but I got 12-stepped. And I got 12-stepped in the most pure form. It's the most important thing that we'll ever do in AA. Sometimes we think writing that good inventory, making that good amends, these things that are about us. If God smiles, and I believe that God smiles, I believe he smiles brightest when we're loving and of service to each other. And there's nothing more loving and of service than a 12-step call. And two good men of Alcoholics Anonymous named Lou and Mark took a 30-foot journey across an AA clubhouse to cordially welcome a man who was dying from alcoholism to the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. And they did it in the most polite, kind, unassuming AA manner. Hi, my name is Lou. This is Mark. We don't think we've met you. Hey, why don't you come sit with us? Let me tell you, that stuff saves lives. Because if you're waiting for me to shake hands, introduce myself, ask for help when I'm on my second night of recovery, you're going to have a long wait. You got to understand, I got nothing in the tank. My scorecard reads 0. I can't get my eyes off of my shoes. Now, Mark and Lou understood that they're going to have to carry the message of love and hope to the alcoholic that still suffers. And I sat down with these two good men, and Lou looked at me and declared, said, this is Mark. Mark's going to be your sponsor. And then he walked away. And I got assigned my first sponsor in Alcoholics Anonymous, which, you know, I know that's not done everywhere. But in my case, that's probably a good idea because we say things to new people that are crazy. If we stopped and thought to ourselves what we're telling new people, we'd go, that's nuts. And what do we tell new people about sponsorship? Get a sponsor, get a sponsor, get a sponsor. Find somebody that has what you want. Oh, I wonder what I want my second night of recovery. Oh, I don't know, maybe a pharmaceutical representative with a spare car. You know what I mean? I'd have never asked this guy to sponsor me. He's everything I'm not, right? Clean cut, soft spoken, soft, you know, wire rim glasses, sleight of frame, and whoo, he's in love with God. You know, my first sponsor was not that guy who said, oh, I don't talk to the new man about God till he gets his feet underneath. He was talking about God the first meeting we had. You know, he told me what God did for him, what God did for you, and what God was going to do for me. And he was expecting a miracle. He was on fire with Alcoholics Anonymous. And let me tell you what he really had. He had spiritual enthusiasm. You see, spiritual enthusiasm does not have a language. It's not based on words or quoting the big book. Spiritual enthusiasm is an approach. It's when you know there's somebody standing in front of you that's experienced the hand of the Creator. You know that they were where you were, lived the way you lived, drank the way you drank, and they're not there anymore. And they're given credit to this power, and they're on fire because it's knowledge for them. It's not theory. It's not belief. It's not hope. It's not even faith. It's knowledge that this power has entered their life and it's available to me. And he gave that away to me my first night. And the thing about spiritual enthusiasm is so important. It cuts like a knife through the things that the newcomer like myself brings to AA. It cuts through my prejudice. It cuts through my religious attitude. It cuts through all of that stuff, and it gets to the heart of the matter. And I start taking actions I couldn't believe in. And my sponsor lines me out and tells me what meetings I'll be going to, without my permission, I might add. And he starts asking me this. I remember him. It's so funny. He asked me at the end of our first meeting, he goes, do you think you can go home tonight and not drink? And it struck me as rude. You know, what a rude thing to say to somebody. I mean, we're sitting in an AA clubhouse. I'm on my second night of recovery, for God's sakes. And I got mad. And I snapped at my new sponsor and I said, look, any idiot can go a day without drinking. And he lit up like Christmas. He said, oh, you're going to be perfect for our program because that's just how we do it. I'm telling you, you see these AA t-shirts. I think that should be our AA t-shirt. Any idiot can go a day without drinking, because you and I both know some days it comes down to that, doesn't it? And that ain't just when we're new. I mean, I got some time under my belt. Monday morning this week, I woke up, I was not doing well, right? It was not going to be okay. Every area of my life was wrong. You know what I mean? It's like bad head, woke up, my head's in the corner doing push-ups. Oh, you're up, good, let's talk. You're a loser. You know what I mean? Had one of those mornings. And I'll tell you, it's really good to have a relationship with God. It's really good to have a relationship with a sponsor. And it's really good to remember that even an idiot can go a day without drinking when you wake up on Monday morning with a head like that. And I'll tell you what, by 8 a.m., I had talked to my sponsor. By 8:30, prayer and meditation are done, and I'm at work doing what I do out there. By the end of the day, I'm fine. But it took me a long time to learn the basics in Alcoholics Anonymous. But you guys taught me that. And you used the ancient spiritual principle of the invitation to resurrect and save this drunk's life. You see, that's what we do in AA. We can never forget that. We do not dominate. We walk shoulder to shoulder with the new man or the new woman. Essential. Because if you try to dominate me, I can't hear you. You order me around, I can't hear you. You speak to me from a spiritual mountaintop, I can't hear you. You tell me how well you're doing and how everything in your life is in the rear view mirror, all your trouble, I can't identify. You got to meet me where I'm at. And that's what AA does, right? My first sponsor told me, he goes, listen, man, we know you. We haven't met you, but we know you. He goes, we know you took a long, long, dangerous walk into some dark, dark, dangerous woods. We get that, but here's the difference. You walked in alone, but you're walking out with us because we're AA and we know the way. So take our hand and hold on tight, because we don't want to lose you, because we lose a lot of them on the way out of the woods. You see, he knew that you met the alcoholic where he was. AA came and got me. I mean, I was a locomotive out of control, and I hit the wall of recovery. It's almost as though the AA members in my first home group laid down across the tracks and arrested my forward progress. They stopped me, they grabbed me, and they used invitation. And what my sponsor did, because he understood that everybody would rather see a sunset than listen to a sermon, is he invited me into his already vibrant AA life. And by using invitation, he left me with some dignity and some self-respect of the right kind. He never told me what to do. He invited me. Hey, Don, tomorrow night I got to set up this meeting. I could really use your help. And I would think to myself, wow, he needs my help. That's kind of cool. And I'd show up early and we'd set up a meeting together. And then my sponsor would shake my hand and he'd say, thanks, man, I really appreciate it. It made me feel good. Made me feel like I was pulling my weight. Made me feel like maybe I had a little something in the tank. Maybe there was a little strength left in me yet. Maybe I could be of some earthly good. And that wasn't anything intellectual or in words. It was a feeling I got when I did service with my sponsor in Alcoholics Anonymous. And he invited me into his friendships. You see, I didn't understand that when you're new and you get a sponsor, you inherit all your sponsor's friends. Now, I want to be clear. When you're new, this does not feel like an asset. You know what I mean? What it feels like is suddenly there's a bunch of strangers up in your business and you can't figure out why they're so damn interested in you. But think of it this way. I'm at the low point of my existence. I've burned every bridge and nobody wants anything to do with me. And suddenly this new group of people come into my life and they're kind and they're encouraging and they keep coming back. And where do you get that kind of compassion and understanding anywhere on the planet but Alcoholics Anonymous? And I started a life in AA, and my sponsor took me through all three sides of the triangle simultaneously: unity, service, and recovery. And he never told me we're going to do that. You know what I mean? It's like we're working the steps. We're in service in Alcoholics Anonymous. We're doing 12-step work. We're doing everything. And I learned about 12-step work sitting at the feet of guys that have been doing it for decades. You know what I mean? And he used to tell me the rules, like, listen, you can come, but you can't talk because you don't know nothing. but we want you to come and we want you to see. And these guys would go out in the world with their big books on a 12-step call. And we go in the neighborhoods. I knew you don't go into those neighborhoods, and they'd walk in with God. And I watched the hand of God work through these men. And I watched that hand reach into the alcoholic abyss. And I watched it grab suffering alcoholics. And I watched people try AA. And I watched drunks get sober. And it blew my hair back. Let me tell you, I can only see my life from my angle. But when I watch it happen in somebody else's, it's miraculous. You see the power at work in somebody else's life. It takes your breath away. And I fell in love with AA. And I wanted to be with you. Now, early in my recovery, my life was so bad in every area and my head was so loud that the best I ever felt was when I was in a meeting with other members of Alcoholics Anonymous. And, you know, I walked in the meetings, you know, I'm a big guy. I'm 6'5", I'm 280 pounds. I'm a reformed tough guy, you know, and I'm the guy that comes into your meetings. And, you know, I apologize and thank you for your patience. You know, I wasn't house trained when I got here. You know what I mean? It's just like, because in AA, it's dog rules. You know what I mean? It's like you don't have any of the information. I don't know how to act in society. I don't know. I'm so selfish and self-centered. I don't know how my behavior, you know, affects other people. That's why you got to get a sponsor. You got to get a sponsor that cares more about AA than he cares about your feelings, right? My first 90 days, almost every meeting I went to, after the meeting, my sponsor would pull me aside and explain to me some unwritten rule I'd broken in AA. You know what I mean? He'd go, Don, if you don't like what they're saying in the meeting, you can't go in the corner and do push-ups. Don, you can't get up and get coffee 6 times during the meeting. You're disturbing everybody. Don, you can't threaten to smack the taste out of some old timer's mouth and make amends later. Don. And the list went on and on and on. And I didn't know. It's dog rules, right? I got a dog today. I got Bo the Wonder Dog. He's 10 years old. He's the apple of my eye. If you met my dog, I'm telling you, in 5 minutes, you'd say, man, that's a remarkable dog you have there. But keep in mind, when Bo was a puppy, like all puppies, he didn't know nothing, right? And I remember we had Bo maybe a month, and I'm on the phone with a sponsee, and we're just, you know, chopping it up, talking, and I watched Bo walk into the living room, little cute puppy shaking his puppy butt. And I remember thinking, oh, there's Bo. Look at that cute guy. And then he went into a crouch, right? And I said into the phone, I said, oh, no. My sponsee goes, what is it? I go, Bo's taking a crap in the living room. He goes, do you have to go? I go, no, it's too late. You can't interrupt him. You'll traumatize the little guy. It's not how you potty train a dog. You got to kind of watch them. You got to wait for when they look like they're going to break bad. And then you got to grab them. We'll freak them out a little bit because you pick them up to take them outside and they'll be like, I'm in the air, you know, and you get them outside and you drop them on the lawn and then you kind of step back and they'll look at you with all honesty and go, what the hell was that about, man? And then they'll realize, well, I'm outside. I kind of got to go to the bathroom. And if they go to the bathroom, you better throw a party, right? Hooray, Bo, what a good boy. And they'll get it, right? They'll look at you and they'll go, oh, man, you want me to poop out here? I did not know. I could totally do that. I love you, man. My sponsor did exactly the same thing with me in AA. I came into your meetings and I crapped all over the place, man. I disrupted your meetings. You knew when I was there. And my sponsor took me out and told me we didn't do that here. And because I loved him and I loved AA, I said, hey, man, I can totally do that. But somebody cared about me or cared about AA more than they cared about my feelings. And in fact, that meant they cared more about me because they knew I wouldn't make it if I didn't learn how to be an AA member and how to move among you and how to be a part of you. The most important thing I ever learned in AA was how to be a part of. Alcoholism, a disease of loneliness, alienation, separates me from every area of my life. And in AA, I start to get return to humanity, return to the human race, return to society. But I do that first by learning how to move in a home group. And so I worked the steps. They had the desired effect. And what did the steps do for a guy like me, right? I have a relationship with the power. I go through the steps and I have a spiritual awakening. And all that means is I was spiritually asleep. To what? That there's a power that runs this thing. And it's available to me right now. And I got awoken to that fact. And now the trick is don't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep. And how many times have I gone to sleep to that fact in my sobriety? I go to sleep all the time, which is why I come back to AA. You know, we're not here sharing war stories. We're in a constant state of waking each other up. You know what I mean? How many times have you gone to a meeting, right? With the world hanging on you, your problems, everything going on, and some goofy newcomer says something in the meeting and you get woken up. You go, oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. Trust God, clean house, help others. Why didn't I think of that? You know, I'm sober almost 3 decades. I got to come back on a regular basis so people what? Wake me up. To what? The fact. There's a power that runs the world and it's available to me right now. And I forget that. I forget it all the time because I don't live right now. I don't live in this moment. I leave it all the time. My head comes with a suitcase. It's always taking trips to the past and remorse or trips into the future and worry. My head does not want to stay in the moment. And that's dangerous for me. Why? My very life depends on a conscious contact with a power greater than myself. And the only place I can meet this conscious contact, this power we talk about endlessly in AA, is in the moment. You want God's address? It's the moment. The 11th step tells you how to meet God in the moment. Pause, that's where he lives. Silence, that's how he talks. But am I creating pause and am I creating silence in my day-to-day living? Or have I fallen into the trap of prayer and meditation in the morning, evening review, self-will in between? Boy, how many years did I live like that? You know what I mean? You read some spiritual literature, you say your prayers, you feel close to God, and you're going out the front door and that spiritual guillotine comes down and goes whack and just cuts your conscious contact. Go out in the world, run on self-will, instincts, emotions, intellect, and then wonder why we're so tired at the end of the day. Go to AA, share something spiritual, you know what I mean? Do your evening review. Well, God, nobody died, you know, and you just try. Man, what if it turns out that God doesn't have business hours? Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be good news if God does not have business hours and he's available to me 24/7? What if I could restructure my life based on my relationship with God? What if that became the most important thing? Now, this is where it gets crazy. More important than my fun, my sex, my money, my dreams, my ambition. None of those things are removed. They will all stay, but they get moved. And what goes in the first place is my relationship with God. What if I started putting energy into that first before anything else? What if I believed that God was available to me at all times and I started making room for God throughout my day? How would you do that? What would that look like? And I'll tell you what I do. I get in my truck in the morning and I drive to work. When I get to work, I turn the key off. I don't get out of the truck. And I say, hey, God, we're at work now. Please come with me. There's men in there that need my help. Please get me out of the way. Give me a heart to feel and eyes to see. Let me be of some earthly good. And I close my eyes and I meditate what I would look like if I believed in God. How would I look in that office? And then I go in and I'm available to the people that I work with. Now, if I don't do that, I'm just telling you, if I don't do that, I'll walk in the door with my briefcase in my hand and they'll come at me like they do every morning. Don, 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 because God has blessed me with a position of authority where men count on me. They're not bugging me. They need my help. And I forget that. And I might say something like, God, can you guys give me a minute? Can I make it to my desk? Would that be okay? Would you mind if I got a cup of coffee? Can I put my briefcase down? And that hurts people's feelings for some reason, right? I come home at night. And if I walk in the door without praying and meditating, there's a woman in that house and she's my wife. And she's been waiting all day to talk to me about what? I don't know, but she's got something she wants to talk to me about because she always does, right? And I'll walk in the door and she'll try to talk to me and I'll say, do you mind if I get my boots off? Would that be okay? I just got home. Can you give me a minute to catch my breath? And she'll say, never mind. And that hurts her feelings for some reason. So when I get out of the truck at home, I don't get out. I shut it down and I say a prayer. God, there's a woman in the house and she's a gift from you. And I thank you every day for her. I love her like good poetry. Give me a heart to feel and eyes to see. Let me go in there and put her needs ahead of mine. And now I can go home and I can walk in and go, where are you, baby? And I can hear about her day and I can connect with her. I go to AA and I got the whole world hanging all over me. I got my money problems, my business problems, my sex problems, my marriage problems. I got the world hanging all over me and I'm not ready to go to AA. I'm not ready to get out of the truck. You know what I mean? Because I'll shut it down. And if I don't pray and meditate, I'll walk into that meeting. I'll walk right past the newcomer. I'll talk to him after I get my coffee. I'll walk right past the new guy. I'll talk to him after I check in with my friends. I've had a tough day. I'll get my coffee. I'll get my seat. And then if there's any time left, maybe I'll go talk to a new guy. And I missed the opportunity, didn't I? So I don't get out of the truck. I said, God, I got the world hanging all over me, but I'm at AA now. I'm in no shape to go in that meeting. But I'll tell you what, God, I'm going to leave my problems in the front seat of this truck, and I know you'll take good care of them. Come in there with me. Give me a heart to feel and eyes to see. Let me remember, it's just another night in AA for me, but this could be the most important night of somebody's life. Let me be ready. And now I can go to AA and I can look for the new guys and introduce myself. And hey, do you have a sponsor? Do you know where the literature is? Let me show you where the coffee's at. And I can do simply what was done for me when I'm new. And all of these things that we do are all the spiritual preparation that AA teaches us to do. They're trying to get us to live our life two ways. One, in the moment, and two, with a conscious contact. And for most of us, we will find that the moment is always okay. If we can stay in the here and now with a conscious contact with a power greater than ourselves, folks like us have more than a fighting chance. And we get to go out and we get to play that spiritual game, right? Because we work the steps for what? The privilege of asking God one question with nothing between us and the answer. What's the question? What would you have me do? And if you're spiritually fit and you get to ask that question, you'll really want the answer. And I remember being confused in AA when I was new because you told me I had to help others if I was to stay sober. And once I agreed with that and signed up for that, the confusion was, who will I help? How will I know I'm helping the right people? So I went to my sponsor and I said, it's confusing. Where do I put my energy? And he said, oh, Don, God made you and he loves you and he knows everything about you. So he knows you're not very smart. So the people you're supposed to help, he's going to put them right in front of you so you can't miss them. So if you find somebody standing in front of you, from this moment on, I want you to consider it a divine appointment. And God put them there in this space and time for one reason and one reason only, so you can help them. And I've never forgotten that. And it gets funny at times, though. You know what I mean? You find somebody standing in front of you in AA or in business or out in the world, and you think to yourself, this one too, God? Really? This one? But I'll tell you what kind of world would we live in if everybody on the planet got up in the morning and said this? You know what? Whoever I find in front of me was put there by divine appointment. My only job is to make their load lighter. What kind of world would we live in? Now, I can't speak for the world or the people in it, but God gave me free will, and I get to live in the kind of world I want to live in. So that's the way I approach my life. To the best of my ability, I try to look at the time I spend with any of God's kids, in AA or out, is nothing more, nothing less than a divine appointment and an opportunity to be of service. When I remember that, and I don't always, my default setting is selfishness and self-centeredness. I want to be clear about that. But when I remember that, you've taken a guy that couldn't go a day without taking a drink. You've taken a guy that was a failure at the game of life in every area, and you've cleaned him up. And you've given me a new purpose and a set of tools that allow me to go out into the world with some degree of dignity and be a part of the solution. But this is all fun talking to you in this format, this platform. You don't know me, but I would hope that if you met my wife, that if you met my coworkers, my employees, my neighbors, the people in the town that I live in, and you asked about me, they wouldn't say I was a great guy, but they'd say I was a good guy. I would hope they'd say I was kind. I hope to say I was patient. I hope they say I was understanding. And then you would know that they were talking about AA and not talking about me, because that's what we are. We're kind, we're patient, and we're understanding. The currency that we spend in Alcoholics Anonymous will always be love. So love each other and be kind as you've loved me and taught me. And I hope we stay sober forever. And thanks for listening. Let's have a great day.
All right, everybody, let's unmute. Give him a
Thank you.
It didn't talk about scratch.
All right, I just muted everybody back. Guys, thank you so much for participating. And Don, thank you so much for saying yes. And we just love you so much. Our next speaker in 8 minutes. If we get started a couple minutes late, we're going to try to stay on the schedule as much as possible, because the best AA meeting always heard was start on time and end on time. So thank you so much, Don. We love you. Guess who the next speaker is? The very first AA Zoomaholic speaker. I asked Holly to speak the very first AA Zoomaholic meeting on April the 1st of 2020. But at this time, Kendra's got something special for y'all for the next 8 minutes. I'm going to take a bathroom break and she'll be right with you, and take it away, and we'll start the next meeting. And she's going to introduce Holly. And Holly, again, I thank you for being here, and she'll take care of that. Thank you, Kendra. You're up.
Hey, everybody. Wow, Don, that was amazing. Y'all, I don't know about y'all, but I have a notebook in front of me and I am writing notes, because there are so many quotables that I took from him, and I know that I will get from others. But my most important one that I wrote down is, do you want God's address? It is in this moment. Thank you, Don, so much for those enlightening words. I'm excited about our very first speaker coming up, very first speaker from Zoomaholics last year this time. But right now, I'd like to know if you want to share what AA Zoomaholics or any of our Zoom meetings have done for you. I know for me, I have been introduced to speakers all over the world. So if you could just think for a second, I'd like to get some hands raised on either sharing with Don your thoughts about or thanking him personally, or what has AA Zoomaholics done for you. Can we get some hands, please? All right, let's see. Let me go to my participants list. I'm going to unmute you, Wayne Stutz. You got 1 minute. Got to unmute, Wayne. Try it again. Can you unmute, Wayne?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What does Zoomaholics mean to me? It means just about everything, Kendrick, because I went without going to a meeting for a year, and you know, before that, before I came in this place, which is a real nice nursing home, I went to a meeting. No more. I never spent more than 3 days, and so I got in here, and we got the quarantine put on us. And I couldn't say people couldn't come in to see me, and I couldn't go out. But I found out about this Zoomaholics, and thank God. That's all I can say. Because now I feel part of AA again. I reestablished all my friends, you know, and it's been wonderful. And I want to thank Don too. I thought that was a great talk he just made, Kendra. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wayne. We appreciate your share. Let's hear from Angie from Lexington. I'm going to unmute you.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. That your speech was wonderful. I spent 20 years in Oregon, so I love the Northwest. And Zoomaholics for me is it's wonderful because I get to connect with all the people I got sober with in Oregon. And you know, that means a lot to me that I can keep in touch with the people that helped get me sober. So I'm very grateful to be here. I'm grateful that I found Zoomaholics last month, and I've been tuning in every week. So thank you all for keeping me sober another day.
Thank you so much, Angie. Glad you're here with us. Prince, you're unmuted now.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Prince Alcoholic. What this has meant to me is a plethora of information from all over the world and getting to meet people that I probably would have never in my life gotten to meet. And I love one thing that Don said, like when God wants you to help somebody, he'll put them like right there in front of you. And I feel like he put all y'all like right in front of me to help me. Even though you say I'm helping you, but you know, so I love it that I have people all over the world that I can help by y'all helping me. And thank you, everybody. Have a great day. Okay. I'll be in and out.
Great share, Prince. Thank you. So glad you were here with us today. Dick J.
Oh, thank you, Kendra. My name is Dick and I'm an alcoholic. And thank you, Don. I really appreciate your talk. And my sobriety date is January 1st to 71. And to this day, if I'm not in touch with my higher power, I'm still restless, irritable, and discontent. And it's not as something that, oh, that's terrible. That's just the reality of this fatal spiritual disease, that my unconscious contact is still gone. But with this beautiful program, and I love Zoomaholics in the morning because they stick to basics and they stick to the solution, is that when I make a conscious contact, I actually look like somebody who just is naturally, normally loving people. And I'm so grateful for this program and God doing for me what I can't do for myself, is to replace my thinking with inspired thinking and intuitive thinking that comes in the moment from my higher power and the still small voice. And thank you for letting me share.
Thank you so much, Dick. Well, that's all in terms of the hands that we have right now. Kip, are you back? Do you want to say anything? Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and move on to our 210 Eastern Standard Time speaker.
I just want to say thank you, Holly, for coming. I love you so much. Very first Zoomaholic speaker lady. You go ahead, Kendra. Thank you.
Well, I think that's all the introduction that she needs. I know she's funny as I don't know what, because I've heard her several times. And Holly, your enthusiasm just radiates through the computer screen to me every time I see you before me. I'm looking forward to hearing you share. Let's unmute everyone. Kip, if you'll take care of that for me. Let's unmute everyone and welcome Holly D from Jacksonville, Florida.
Hey, Holly. Let's give her a little I muted everybody. You'll have to unmute. Thank you for coming.
Awesome. Again. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Freak me out, mute me, unmute me, mute me, unmute me. I'm not married anymore. That should have stopped. So I'm Holly. I'm an alcoholic, and I am super, super, super honored to be here. I can't believe it's been a year. Kip, what? Wow. And I didn't realize I was the very first one. What an amazing group of people you have on here now. I bet there weren't this many people on there that first time. There's probably like 10 of us going, what are we doing? Oh my God. But this is amazing what you guys have done. Absolutely amazing. This is how it works, right? This is how it works. So I'm Holly, I'm an alcoholic. My sobriety date, September 28, 1996. I have a home group. My home group is the Monday Night West Connect group, 7 p.m. in Jacksonville, Florida. We are hybrid. So if you would like to join my home group from the comfort of your living room, hit me up later. I'd be happy to give you the codes. And of course, if you're ever in Jacksonville, Florida, and you would like to attend a brick and mortar meeting with me, hit me up. We'll meet for coffee. We'll go to my home group. I just went back for the very first time last Monday in person because I am vaccinated. Yay, that's super exciting. But yeah, so I got to go back in person, very first in-person meeting last Monday. So if you come to town, be happy to take you. I do have a sponsor. My sponsor is the amazing Miss Polly P. Of course, she has a sponsor and she has a sponsor, and I sponsor women and they sponsor women. And that puts me firmly in the middle of Alcoholics Anonymous, which is exactly where I need to be. I have to tell you, as a little bit discombobulated, my daughter-in-law is going to her family's house in Tampa this week for Easter. She's leaving, but they just left. She's leaving today, and my son won't let her drive his car. I don't know, something about the fact that she totaled the last car she owned, and he has a brand new, fancy, fixed up Honda sport car, and so he won't let her drive it. So they always call me, can she use your car? And I want you to know my car is newer than my son's car. I have like 6,000 miles on my little Jetta, but of course, yes, come and get the car. So they were going to come get it last night. Then they were going to come get it this morning. And of course, they arrived 10 minutes ago. So if you saw my video off, on, off, you know, they're pulling in, don't bring in the dogs. Oh my God, this is chaos. And don't you know, I need to meditate and pray, and I'm paying attention to Dawn, and oh, well, so they're off on the road now, and life is good. And I have my son's sporty Honda, and she has my Jetta. So I think I kind of made out in this deal. I don't know. We'll see. I get it for a whole week. That'll be nice, although I get better gas mileage. So the reason that I share that with you, as stupid and silly as it is because isn't that amazing? My son and daughter-in-law came over to my house. They asked me for a favor. They borrowed my car, but they left in return a brand new Honda sports car in my driveway. You know, that's a miracle, an absolute miracle. And especially when you hear my story, because people's cars used to disappear, and I did truly total every car I ever drove back in the day because I like to race, and I didn't often win. Usually trees or bridges or, you know, embankments generally won. My life is amazing, and I want to talk a little bit about that right now, because I think the most important thing to me is love. And you know, people that know me know I say that all the time. Love is the most important thing to me in the world, and that's really what I'm describing, isn't it? When I say that my son left his car in my driveway, I'm describing love. I'm describing trust. I'm describing a connection that I never thought I would have ever in this world. I never thought it. I'm looking at faces on my screen of people that I love, that I absolutely love. And it's an honor and a privilege to have them in my life. You know, Sarah, Tally, although she's way in the background in her kitchen fixing something to drink, probably. Absolutely amazing. Kip, the relationships that we have the honor to develop with other people. And I'm a girl that, you know, I have 100 forms of fear: self-delusion, self-seeking, self-pity. I step on the toes of my fellows and they retaliate. I make decisions based on self that later place me in a position to be harmed, which basically means I do what I want. When it doesn't work out, I blame you, right? I have an inability to form a true partnership with another human being. That's me in my natural state. There we are. And then they pat me on the butt and they send me out into the world and they say, the cure for what ails you, girl, is a conscious connection to God and the people about you. And there's your skill set. How in the world am I so blessed to have so many people to love? And the thing that stands out to me the most are the mistakes that I have made in this program, the miscommunications, that the way that I took, like Larcino, he says, I take the message and from nowhere and I put it into my brain and I make it a truth. You know, and what I thought Alcoholics Anonymous was designed to do was to make me lovable, make me lovable. You know, in the early days, people would say things like, and I still hear it on occasion, they say things like, welcome to Alcoholics Anonymous. We're so glad you're here. And we're just going to love you till you learn to love yourself. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, I'm going to learn to love myself. That's what I need to do. See, I need to be lovable, right? Because if I'm lovable, then people will love me. And if you love me, I'll be okay. Because what's wrong with me is nobody loves me. Nobody loves me right. You know, mommy didn't love me right. Daddy number 1, daddy number 2, daddy number 3, daddy number 4. Nope. You know, I ran around this world looking for somebody to wrap their arms around me and tell me everything's going to be okay. And I tried that a lot. And trust me, it didn't work. You know, it's please love me right. And I get to Alcoholics Anonymous and finally, I found the solution. You're going to fix me. You're going to teach me to be a real girl. You're going to teach me to be lovable. And then when everybody loves me, I'm going to be okay. And when I very first came to Alcoholics Anonymous, that's the adventure I thought I was on. Absolutely believe that with every fiber of my being, that if I listened to what you said and I did what you told me to do and I followed the instructions you gave, I would be lovable, you would love me, and I'd be okay. Because that's what you told me. You're going to love me till I learn to love myself. And I am here to tell you I found something completely different. And I found it by accident. Absolutely by accident. I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about myself, which is like, you know, what I like to spend most of my time doing. And I was sitting in a meeting and I was a couple of years sober and I was listening to my own head and I was contemplating what I was going to share in the meeting and I was waiting for somebody to notice me and call on me so I could share this pontification I'd so creatively come up with. And some girl raised her hand, like, who does that? You know, she raised her hand and she started sharing. And I didn't know her from Adam. I knew nothing about this girl. And she was sad and she was crying and she was sharing on whatever. And I didn't relate to it. Whatever was going on with her had never gone on with me. But as I listened to her, I started, I don't know, she got my attention some kind of way. And all of a sudden a tear ran down my cheek. And that tear was for her. I was thinking to myself, wow, what was her name again? You know, maybe I should like talk to her at the end of the meeting. She seems really sweet. And in that moment, when that tear ran down my cheek for her, I felt love for the first time. I loved her. Now don't get excited. It didn't last long. It was a fleeting moment, but it was amazing. What? That was the feeling that I was hoping you were going to give to me. See, you were going to love me and make me feel like that. And what happened in that instant is my whole world turned around. My whole world. And I realized in an instant that when that book says, seems like every other page, work with others, work with others, work with others, which really sounded like, I don't know, work, right? Yeah, sign me up for that. Geez, I want to spend the rest of my life working with others. All of a sudden, in that instant, I got it. Work with others just means love others. Love others. When all else fails, love others. Money problems? Go love somebody. Too much money? Go love somebody. Don't have enough? Go love somebody. Not getting any sex? Go love somebody, like in a different way. Getting too much? Well, stay home and enjoy it. No, I'm just kidding. Go love somebody. You know, whatever your problem is, the book has an answer and it says, go love somebody. And I missed it. I absolutely missed it for a very long time in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm a Chuck C fan. People that know me know that. I'm a major Chuck C fan. Don't know who, if you don't know who he is, drunk guy from California, just one of us, regular Joe. Died in 1984, so he's been gone a while. But he was amazingly eloquent yet simplistic in the way that he talked about his disease in a way that I could understand it. He gave a talk at a men's retreat one weekend. They recorded it like you do, you know, and then later on they took that recording, they put it word for word down on paper, and we'll call that a book. And that book is called A New Pair of Glasses. And that book sits on my nightstand with highlighters. Matter of fact, my sponsees and I are just started reading that book. Last week we do a sponsee meeting every Thursday, and I'm super excited because we're going to read that book. And I'm just fired up. But what Chuck says about me is I have one problem, and it encompasses all my other problems. And basically it is a conscious separation from God and mankind. And there is one solution, just one, and it fixes everything. And it's a conscious connection to God and mankind. And that's what I have today. What I have today is a conscious connection to God and mankind. And I found out I don't have to sit in my little chair and wait for it to happen. It's not God working through you to come to me. I don't have to wait for you to deliver this freedom. Nope. It's God through me out. Who knew? Who knew? And what that does is it makes me free, which is so amazing. Absolutely amazing. But I want to look at one word that Chuck uses that I think is very, very important. And he says, my problem is a conscious separation from God and mankind. Now, he doesn't say that I'm a little unique or a little different, or I march to the beat of a different drummer. Nope. He says conscious separation from God and mankind. And I think that word is imperative, because I believe that the day that I became consciously aware of my separation from the world is the day that I stepped into hell. It's the day that I became an alcoholic. I hear a lot of people talk about that, you know, they drank normally in high school, they had a couple drinks in college, all of a sudden they started drinking, and then it got worse, and it got worse, and then they stepped over the line. Well, I stepped over the line. I became consciously aware of my separation from God and mankind when I was 4 years old. Prior to that, my life was amazing. First 4 years of my life were fabulous. Now, I'm one of those girls, I have a memory back to being 6 months old. So I'm one of those people. I remember very clearly my entire life. I also had very long blackouts. You know, I'm the kind that comes out of a blackout living in another state with some guy I don't ever remember meeting, you know, those kind of blackouts. So I don't know if those two correlate. So first 4 years of my life, I'm raised in North Chicago, a little bitty town called Libertyville, Illinois. Daddy is a prominent surgeon in the community, and my mom is a typical alcoholic housewife. My mom drinks martinis, she cries, and she goes to sleep. My mom was very invisible in my life growing up. She was really not a participant. She was kind of a shadow. Very, very definitely what I thought an alcoholic woman looks like. Of course, my mom is 40 years sober today, so I can, in fact, say she's an alcoholic because she does. But she was drinking back then. My daddy was large, in charge, prominent in the community, my first God. He was also a mainline amphetamine user. And if you don't know what that means, it means he got the really good stuff that wakes you up. He shot himself up with it and he went, woo! So things were very, very exciting in my household. It was my job in the household growing up to manage the household. We had a housekeeper and a cook, and I had to pay them and keep track of their hours. And then my job was to protect my daddy from the G-men, because my daddy believed the G-men were watching him, that they were going to come and take him away one day, and that it was my job to protect him from said G-men. So when I was 3 years old, he taught me how to drive the family Corvette, sat me on his lap, floored it out on a flat road, and he said, you're driving. He screamed, I screamed, different reasons, but I did learn how to drive at a very early age, and yes, I do like fast cars today. When I was 4 years old, my gun training began. He told me I needed to know how to shoot guns in case I needed to protect him from said G-men. So I started learning how to shoot at 4. A lot of neighborhood animals disappeared at that time, but I do not kill animals today, just saying. But I mean, come on, I'm driving a Corvette, I'm shooting guns. My first 4 years were amazing. Life was exciting and fun. And then I went to kindergarten. Now, my first day of kindergarten, I was 4 years old. I went early because I was already reading small novels and I was doing math. I was paying the staff, so they thought, what the heck, send her to school. So I walk into the kindergarten wing of the elementary school, and I walk into something I've never seen before. It's little kid heaven. Do you remember kindergarten? It's colorful and beautiful, and mobiles and finger painting and arts and crafts and little tables and little chairs. And I walked into that room and I stood in a doorway and I was amazed. But there was a problem. And the problem was the room was filled with other little 4 and 5-year-olds. And they were all running around holding hands and interacting and laughing and having a good time. And as I stood there watching those children, I had no idea what to do. Now, if I didn't care, I wouldn't be your speaker today. But the fact of the matter is, I wanted to play too. I wanted to belong. I wanted to know what it is that they seemed to know. And it was in that moment that I became consciously aware of my separation. It was in that moment that I needed a drink badly. But what I did is what I learned to do the rest of my life, well into the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous. I picked out the most successful girl in the room, little blonde girl, looked like she was getting along pretty good. Everybody liked her. She was cute, really working well. I copied her. I just did what she did. I walked like she walked. I talked like she talked. See, what I do is I walk into a room and I assess, I evaluate, I emulate, and I infiltrate. And that is who Holly is. Holly is whoever the most successful person in the room is. It works very well for survival. It was a skill I needed. Trust me, I definitely needed it later. A couple of months later, my parents were entertaining. They had a lot of cocktail parties. I hated when they entertained, when they had other adults around. They treated me differently. I think they tried to treat me like a child when other people were around, which is weird, made no sense to me. So I'm at this cocktail party. I have my favorite dress on. No one's talking to me. I'm feeling very put out. I'm not enjoying this at all. Kindergarten's extremely stressful. I'm having a bad day. And my daddy says, okay, it's time that you start serving drinks at our cocktail parties. Fine. I make my mom's martini, highball glass, whole lot of vodka, a little bit of lemon. And I head across the room with that highball glass full of vodka, and I do what I think all good little 5-year-old alcoholics do. I drank it. I drank it. By the time I got across the room, I drank that whole glass of vodka, and the magic happened for me instantly. Instantly. I connected with everyone in the room. Oh my God, I loved them all and they all loved me. And I was articulate. I had fabulous conversations. I was the life of the party. It was amazing. And at the end of that night, I said, whatever that stuff is, I'm going to drink it as much and as often as I can. See, I have a disease of separation. And there are only 2 ways for me to connect. 2, alcohol, or the 12 steps which incite a spiritual awakening. It is my only 2 options. But that night at that cocktail party, I only had 1. It was amazing. Doesn't alcohol just feel like love? It sure did for me. It was wonderful. I made a decision that day I was going to drink it as often, as much as I could, and I did. I was an adult in this household. I could pour a glass of vodka whenever I wanted to. It wasn't a problem. I did not become a daily drinker at the age of 5, but certainly a weekly drinker at the age of 5. I was a daily drinker by the time I was 11. I was having alcohol convulsions on a semi-regular basis by the time I was 12. So it was a pretty active part of my life by then. My mom ended up divorcing that man, kind of a no-brainer. We moved to a different house in Libertyville. She remarried many years later. I was 13 when she remarried. She remarried a naval officer who believed children should be seen and not heard. He came into our household and he gave this little speech like there's a man in the house, like that's good news. And that, we need to be accountable and tell him where we're going and what we're doing. No. So after he gave his little chat, I thanked him very much for his concern. I told him I've been running this household since I was 2 years old. I really didn't need his assistance, but if he wanted to entertain my mother, that was fine with me. And that didn't go over very well. And what would happen is I would argue with him, like when he said, where are you going? And I didn't want to tell him. And he would just punch me in the face and I'd fall down, get back up, punch me again. I'd fall down, get back up. He'd just beat me up. I'd grab a bottle. I'd hit the door. I'd go get drunk, spend the night at a friend's, go back the next day, that kind of thing. We left Libertyville because Navy, right? We end up in Newport, Rhode Island. And in Newport, I start running away. I grab a bottle. He beats me up. I grab a bottle and I hit the road and I start hitchhiking because see, when I drink, I do not cry and go to sleep. When I drink, I travel. I was an avid Michener fan. I'd read most of Michener's novels at this point, and The Drifters was my favorite. And it's about a group of college students from around the world that meet collectively in Europe and they hitchhike around Europe. And I wanted to do that. So when I would drink, out would come the thumb and off I'd go. But I always got picked up by the police because when I was 13, I didn't look 21 like a lot of girls do today. When I was 13, I looked about 8. I've always been kind of built like a young boy. The only curves I have today are from a very good plastic surgeon in Jacksonville, Florida. But back then, when I'm walking down the sidewalk, police just automatically would pull over and pick me up because I looked like a little lost kid, and they would bring me home. So my stepdad gets his final station in the Navy, and we end up in New Orleans, Louisiana. We arrive in December of 1971. I'm halfway through my freshman year of high school. So if you want to do the math, I'm 63 years old now. Just saves you a little bit of distraction. So we arrive in December of 1971, and we're on Christmas break. And in January, it's time for me to go to school. My mom drops me off at the high school. The National Guard's there that day. It's like, oh, look, it's military day. And I go into that school and I get loaded down with textbooks. And a very nice young freshman boy asked me if I need help finding my locker and stowing my books. And I said, yes, please. And we did that. And I stowed away my books. I shook his hand. Off he went. Never even got his name. When I walked out of school that day, 3 black girls jumped me and beat me to a pulp. I mean, beat me down. Now I know there's something wrong with me. I know there's something wrong with me since I'm 4, but I figure now it's written on my face. They can tell just by looking at me that I don't belong, that I don't fit in, and that I shouldn't be here. And that's why they beat me up. I went home that day and I walked into my house. My mom and my stepdad were at the dining room table. They looked up at me and they said, what did you do? Of course, I'm already trouble, right? And I said, I didn't do anything because I didn't. And they said, yeah, right. And they went back to their conversation. And I went to my room that night and I had no idea what to do. And I went to school the next day. They dropped me off in front of that high school and I didn't want to go in there. If you don't know why people are beating you up, then how do you prevent it? I don't want to get beat up. I'm not a fighter. I'm a runner. I'm fast. But I'm not a fighter. Now, what I did not know is that in 1972, January, there was a problem in the South in some regions, and it was called desegregation of schools. And it wasn't going well in this particular high school, and I had no idea, and that's why the National Guard was there. And that young man that helped me look for my locker that day, well, he was black. But I come from Libertyville, Illinois. That's not a problem for me. People are just people. I don't know. I have no idea that's what's going on. And quite frankly, had I known, it would not have changed what I did, but at least I would have known why I got beat up. But I'm standing in front of that school and I'm terrified. I don't want to go in there. I don't want to get beat up again. 3 blocks away from my school is the ferry. And if you get on that boat, it takes you across the Mississippi River and it drops you off at the foot of Canal Street, which is the opening to the French Quarter. And so instead of going to school, I started spending my days in the French Quarter of New Orleans. And in 1972, there was a lot going on in the French Quarter of New Orleans, all of which I partook. Now, I am a real alcoholic. I'm sure you've already figured that out by now. But, I obsess about alcohol until it's in my possession. I don't know about you guys, but once I've got the bottle, the sense of ease and comfort comes at once. But once I put that alcohol into my body, the phenomenon of craving kicks in. And I don't know what's going to happen, where it's going to happen, or who it's going to happen with. And I don't know when or if I will stop. I am a real alcoholic. But if you want to give me a condiment to go along with my main course, by all means, you can do so. And in the French Quarter of New Orleans in 1972, those condiments looked like they had 714 stamped on them, or they came in a white powder form. And I partook of those condiments. And what those condiments did for me was they allowed me to travel further, drink longer. And so now I'm waking up in places like Iowa. It's not a destination, okay? And if you're from Iowa, I'm sorry. I woke up in LA. I would wake up in Texas. I woke up in Florida a lot. Florida's a great place to come to if you're sleeping outdoors. So the police are bringing me home now from further and further places. And My mom and my stepdad decide there might be something wrong with a 14-year-old hitchhiking around the United States. So they take me to a psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist tells them that he would like to take me to the mental institution for which he is the director for a 3-day evaluation. And so my parents dropped me off at DePaul's mental institution. Sounds like a fabulous place. Well, it was beautiful, brick building, lovely landscape on the outside, but on the inside, it was one flew over the cuckoo's nest. People were crazy. It was pretty nuts. It was not a nice place. They shackled your wrists and your ankles. You shuffled around. I got no meds, which was really an upsetting proposition. But it was not a good place at all. They put me in there for that 3-day evaluation, and they let me out promptly a year and a day later. And the only reason they let me out is because the insurance ran out. So I was 15 years old on the day they let me out, and we sat in Remy's office, and he had that talk with my parents while I sat there in defiance with my arms crossed across my chest. And this is what he told my parents. He said, Mr. and Mrs. Brandel, it's unfortunate that we have to let Holly go today. But as you know, the insurance, blah, 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 blah. And then he said, in preparation for Holly's homecoming, you need to make funeral arrangements because Holly is not going to survive. You see, Holly is terminally insane. She is a sociopath. She is either going to place herself in a position where she's killed or she's going to self-implode with her lifestyle. And my mom's crying, and my stepdad's, I told you, Carol, I told you, Carol. And I'm on the couch. This man has degrees all over the wall, and I finally know what's wrong with me. I'm terminally insane. I'm a sociopath, and I'm going to die. And then they let me out. Well, I'm a little bit of an optimist, so I thought I'll make the best of it, and I made Steppenwolf's Born to Be Wild my theme song, and off I went. And for the next 8 years, I hitchhiked around the United States. I ran with some very bad people doing some very bad things. It was incomprehensible demoralization. When I was 18, I remember I kind of blew through New Orleans one time. I was kind of looking for this guy I'd been dating, and we'll use that term loosely. But he wasn't in town, but his best friend was driving down the street and saw me, and he rolled down the window and said, hey, you want to come party? And I said, sure. And I jumped in the car with Tim, and we went and bought a bunch of tequila. And I woke up the next day married. Whoops. Yeah, so we were married, and we were at Tim's parents' house. Of course, he lived at home, duh. And his dad came into the bedroom and said, well, son, since you're married, I guess I'll get you a job done at the shipyard. And he was a big muckety-muck at Avondale Shipyard in New Orleans. And he got him a job making a whole lot of money. And so Tim and I decided to stay married for the money. Like, why not? So we had young romance. I was 18. He was 20. We partied. We drank. He hit me. I hit him with the truck. We slept with each other's friends. We bailed each other out of jail. You know, young romance. So in 1977, I decided I would go to college. I had gotten a GED at a halfway house I'd been thrown in one time. So why not? My husband's making plenty of money. Let's get an education. So I enrolled in the university, and I'm kind of studious. I think a lot of us are that way. It's funny, but I had a 4.0 in college. I don't know how that works. But 1978, I was assigned a thesis. And the thesis I was assigned were the effects of alcohol and drugs on pregnancy and breastfeeding. Now, I don't know why I was assigned that topic. It was not a thing then. Lamaze was kind of in, but so was drinking wine for the swelling in your legs and drinking beer for breast milk. So, yeah, but that's the topic I was given. I took that topic very seriously. As I was researching that topic for that thesis, I found out I was pregnant for my first child. And so I didn't touch anything while I was pregnant or breastfeeding. But as soon as I weaned my daughter, I was off to the races. And when she was a little over a year old, I went out for Mixer one night and I disappeared. And I was gone for 9 months. I don't remember much of that 9 months. I know I stole a car in New York or in New Jersey because I wanted to see New York. So I stole a car in New Jersey, and then I drove to New York City, and then my stolen car was promptly stolen from me. And I was stuck in New York City for a tad bit. I don't remember a lot of it. It wasn't good, I can tell you that. My mom, on the other hand, has now divorced the Navy guy, and she has remarried to an architect and is living in Houston, Texas. So my mom finds me in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and she brings me back to New Orleans, and she pays for an apartment, and she says, please stay put. Your husband and your daughter need you. Now, I didn't really care about the husband needing me, but I did my daughter. Oh my God. I wanted to be a good mom. I had no idea how to do that. I carried a little tattered picture of her with me everywhere I went. I still have it. It was just, oh God, I wanted to be a good mommy. So I didn't travel. I was really good. I just drank in bars every night because hello, it's New Orleans. So I'm drinking in a bar on February 2nd, 1981. And guy asked me if I wanted to leave the bar and go get a condiment of some sort. And I said, sure. And I left that bar and I ended up in a bad situation with this gentleman. And I've been in a lot of bad situations, trust me. But this one was a little more brutal than most. And I ended up out on a dock and he was beating me and various other things. And at one point I just made eye contact with him and I just said, please kill me. You know, oh God, I'm just done. And it freaked him out. He ran off and he left me. I passed out for a while. And when I came to, I found my clothes and put myself together, hitchhiked home. God knows who gave me a ride. And I called my mom. It was about 5 a.m. And I called her in Houston and I said, Mom, I was mugged last night. Because, you know, what are you going to say, right? It's just another day in the life of some of us girls out there. I said I was mugged last night and I'd really like to come and spend some time with you in Texas, if that would be all right. And she said, get to the airport, there'll be a ticket. And I went a couple hours later, straight to the airport in New Orleans, and I flew to Houston, Texas. And when I got off the plane that day, my right eye was swollen completely shut. I couldn't see out of it at all. My left eye was lots of colors, but I could see. My nose was split through, my lips were busted, my ribs were broken, and I was having a really hard time walking. And I'm like, hi, Mom, you know, like what? Like Miss Goody Two-Shoes has arrived. You know, I'm going to suck up to Mom because remember, she's married to an architect. They have a nice house with a pool. I want to stay a while. I get into the car with my mom, and first of all, she doesn't notice my appearance at all. Now, of course, I look like that a lot in my life, so, you know, it wasn't a shocker. But my mom was happy, happy, happy. And I get in the car, and she says the words that saved my life. She says, you're never going to believe this. And I'm like, what, Mom? She says, I've been sober in Alcoholics Anonymous for 3 days. And then she said, it would mean so much to me if you would come to a meeting with me tonight to support me. And she meant it. It was all about her. Thank God it was all about her. So on February 3rd, 1981, I went to my first Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. I was 23 years old and I was beaten, literally and figuratively, but I was not there for me. This was Mom's gig, right? So I was listening. I'm paying attention because I want to know what this deal is my mom's got herself into. And I walk into this little meeting. It's in a smoke-filled trailer that sits in the parking lot of an Episcopal church in Kingwood, Texas, which is just north of Houston. And I'm sitting there listening. About halfway through the meeting, a little lady starts talking about being terminally insane. What? She says she put alcohol in her body and a crazy woman takes over and takes her places she does not want to go doing things she definitely does not want to do with people she certainly does not want to do it with. And she said she thought she was terminally insane. And then she found out she wasn't. She said she found out she has a disease, and that disease is alcoholism. And she said, if you have that disease, there's a reprieve, you know, because she's from Houston and all that. And she said, all you got to do is these 12 steps and you never got to feel like that again. What? I was sitting in my chair thinking to myself, oh my God, please let me be an alcoholic. Please let me be one. If I'm an alcoholic, there's hope. For the first time in my life, there's hope. At the end of the meeting, they do a desire chip, a silver doubloon. If you have a desire to give up your way of life and try ours, come and get one. I about knocked over my chair getting up there to get that chip that night. I got that chip and I was in. I'm an alcoholic. Oh my God. Where do I sign? Do I get a membership card? On February 3rd, 1981, I traded sociopathy for alcoholism and I traded up. And I dove into Alcoholics Anonymous. I mean, I did fellowship, meetings. Clubs were open 24 hours a day. You could play poker all night, smoke cigarettes, and talk trash. It was awesome. At a year sober, I divorced my husband and I found myself in Hawaii on the Big Island on the Kona coast in a little village called Kailua. Yeah, I followed a guy over there and that didn't work out. And I was walking down the street and I was 24 years old. And there's the ocean breaking to my left and Maukaside, the mountain rising on my right. I'm in paradise. And I wanted to step out in front of a bus and kill myself. See, I'd been doing meetings, and fellowship. And that's fabulous. It is the substitute for alcohol, but it is absolutely not the solution for alcoholism. And as I was walking down the street, I hit that crossroad that the big book talks about. I could not imagine another day without a drink. And I could not imagine picking it up again. So I went to one more meeting one more time, and I went to that meeting and I asked a woman to be my sponsor, Cherie J. She lives in Sacramento, California. She'll be celebrating 56 years of sobriety this summer. I found her again because of Zoom, because of COVID. I found her just a year ago, right when this started, and we text every day now. And I asked that woman to sponsor me, and she said, I'll sponsor you, but you're going to work some steps. And my life changed. My life changed. Now, I'd like to tell you that I was excited about that endeavor of working these steps, and I'm here to tell you I was not. Have you read the 12 step? Right? Are you thrilled that we get to give back so freely what was given to us? Oh, sign me up for that. I can't wait. Penance, the rest of my life. Give back what was so freely given. Work with others, work with others. There's that 4-letter word, work again. I read that 12 step and thought, well, I don't want a spiritual awakening. I don't want my virginity back. I was 24. Hello. You know, I thought I'm going to have to wear turtleneck sweaters and skirts down to my ankles and carry my big book, which is quite often my look today. But, you know, I was not excited about that look back then. No, I was not thrilled about a spiritual experience. Here's what happened to me. This sponsor, this woman that I asked to sponsor me, oh, she was a goddess. She was amazing. I was mesmerized by her presence. She was kind of a bigger kind of woman, and she had a perm because that was like the thing in the 80s, and she wore muumuus all the time, and she had this God of her understanding, and she would go meditate and talk to God and journal on a nude beach. Seriously, that is a level of confidence I wanted. I thought she was amazing, and I wanted her to like me. It was that simple. I just really wanted her to like me. She kept giving me assignments, so I had to do the stupid assignment or she wouldn't like me. And all of a sudden I woke up one day and I'd done the whole first 9 steps. What? Like, how does that happen? So if you get through the first 9 steps to the best of your ability because you want your sponsor to like you, that's okay. Because what happened to me is the world changed. I don't know how you guys do that. It's like poof, it's magic. Now, I didn't get younger, and I didn't get beautiful, and I didn't get rich, and I didn't get famous, and he didn't come back, thank God, but I didn't get the one I wanted. And no, I didn't get my daughter back. You know, my life didn't get amazing in the 3rd dimension, but what happened is when you separate the blinds and you look out there at the world, it changed. The whole world changed. Mom changed. Daddy number 1, daddy number 2, daddy number 3, daddy number 4, my sister, my ex-husband, everybody, they just started changing. I can't explain it. It was absolutely amazing. When I was 7 years sober, I moved to Jacksonville, Florida for a wedding. Mine. I became a real girl. I did everything I was told. I suited up and I showed up. I gave everything 110%, not just the 100% required, 110. I did everything you told me to do because I wanted to be lovable. Isn't that the end game here? It's what I thought. We're going to love you till you learn to love yourself. And I did. I moved to Jacksonville, Florida, and I married a button-up sweater guy. My mom and the architect, they moved here. They're still married, by the way. Of course, my mom being sober 40 years might have something to do with that. They introduced me to a coworker of my stepdad's, button-up sweater guy. Not one of us. Like, really, he wore button-up sweaters. I never met a man in my life that owned a button-up sweater. Wasn't my type of guy. He had a daughter. I had a daughter. So that's 2. We decide to have more kids. So we have 2 baby boys. So now that's 4. I become Catholic because why not? He's Catholic. And then I start teaching Sunday school at the Catholic church. I'm managing a company because that's what my degree is in. I joined the PTA. Oh my God, I've arrived. I am receiving all the gifts that have been promised in this program. Right? a wonderful husband, a wonderful family, a wonderful home, a wonderful life, a wonderful job, a wonderful church, a wonderful school for my children. Oh God, everything was just wonderful. And I was grateful, 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 grateful. You know, you hear in the rooms a lot of grateful drunk will never drink. Really? Really? Well, watch this. Hold my beer. So, you know, I'm grateful and I'm excited and I am so busy taking care of the gifts this program gave me that I forget to take care of the problem. I just don't have time. You know, I go to meetings when I moved to Jacksonville, Florida. I go to a couple a month and then a couple of every quarter. And then once a year, I'm going to get my chip. At 13 and a half years sober, we were moving, buying a new house. Life was amazing. Movers were gone. House was empty. I'm cleaning to bring the keys to the realtor. I've been working all day. I grab my thermos and it's empty. And I'm thirsty. So I walk to the refrigerator, see what might be left. And I open that refrigerator and the only thing in there is a 6-pack of beer. So I take the lid off my thermos. I take out a beer. I pop the top. I pour a little bit in that cup. Doesn't hold very much. Throw the rest away. Drink it. Walk out of the door. Give it no thought at all. None. And if there's anything you hear from me tonight, it is that. Zero thought. Now, I always believed, especially with my story, that if I was ever faced with a drink of alcohol, I would have a moment of consideration, right? I'm thinking about drinking, call my sponsor. I'm thinking about drinking, hit my knees, pray, call another alcoholic woman, open your big book, right? I have this whole toolkit, and those are great tools. Don't get me wrong, those are great tools. But the book says there'll come a time when the only thing between you and a drink is your relationship with God. No toolbox. And that is my experience. Cunning, baffling, powerful. I opened that refrigerator. You think I would have gone, whoa, don't drink that. You're going to blow a 13-year chip. Or, whoa, don't drink that. You're going to wake up in LA with 3 toothless men. Or, whoa, don't drink that. You're going to lose a husband or kids or something. I thought nothing. It was not alcohol. It was liquid. I was thirsty. I drank it. Alcohol got into my body without my permission. That's what alcoholism looks like. I can't outthink it. I cannot maneuver it. I cannot fix it with it. 6 months later, I was out to dinner with my husband and I remembered that beer. I looked at Michael and I said, you know, honey, when we were moving, I drank some beer. So I guess I blew the whole chip thing. But obviously it's not a problem. So would you mind if I order a glass of wine? Oh, poor button-up sweater. He had no idea. You know, I told him I tried marijuana once and I didn't like it. And that is all I told him. You know, I was raised in Alcoholics Anonymous. You don't do your fifth step with the men you date. So I didn't. I didn't tell him anything. I mean, he knew I'd gone to Alcoholics Anonymous and he thought it was so commendable that I got sober so young. But he was clueless. So that night in that restaurant, when I asked about that glass of wine, he said, oh, honey, it would be lovely if you could have a cocktail with me. So I ordered a glass of wine, and the only reason I am your speaker tonight is because that night in that restaurant, when I ordered that glass of wine at home, was babysitter with my 2 boys. The girls were already grown and gone. My youngest son was an infant, and I was breastfeeding. Remember that thesis I did in 1978? Yeah, well, me too. And not only do I know the rules for alcohol when breastfeeding, but I know scientifically why they are in place. And so I followed them. And what those rules look like is when you have alcohol, you can have 2 servings, not 2 drinks, 2 servings, 2 shots of hard liquor, 2 6-ounce glasses of wine, or 2 12-ounce beers. And then you wait 3 hours. I did that for a year. And what that looked like for me is every day I was not going to drink until my husband came home for cocktail hour. It was just, I'm not, you know, because I'm during the day, I can't. And so every day I was obsessed with when's he going to be home? When's he going to be home? If he was late, oh my God, on the couch, no sex for you. I mean, it was like a nightmare if he was late. I beeped him all day long, you know, beepers back then. When he walked into the door, I handed him a drink. He rarely drank because he wasn't a drinker. I would take 2 shots of hard liquor because I'm not wasting my time with wine or beer. And then 3 hours later, it's bedtime. We'd go to bed. I'd get up the next day and I would repeat. It was horrifying. I was obsessed every day and I never, ever got to satiate the phenomenon of craving. I lived with my fingernails dug into the palms of my hand. I literally had marks. They took a long time to go away because I would just do this. The day I weaned my son, I had a spiritual experience. It was cocktail hour, and it suddenly hit me that I had no reason to stop. We don't have the baby. I'm weaning him. This is the first day without the baby. And I was filled with a terror like nothing I have ever experienced before or after. And I looked at Michael and I just went, oh my God, get it out of here. Throw away the alcohol, do something, pour it out. Oh my God, I have to go to a meeting. Oh my God. And I just ran out the front door. Poor guy. I left him standing there with his chin to his chest. He had no idea what just happened in front of him with his wife. And I'll tell you that we separated and divorced 3 months later. He had absolutely no desire to have a wife that was actively involved in Alcoholics Anonymous. He didn't understand it. He wasn't mean about it. He just really wanted me to be at home. And I couldn't do it. I ran to a meeting that night. I sat on the steps of the church waiting for that meeting to start. It was a couple of hours. I cried and I did steps 1, 2, and 3 instantly. Just immediately sitting on those steps. And what I did most importantly that I did not do on February 3rd, 1981, that I did on September 28, 1996, is I conceded to my innermost self that I'm an alcoholic. See, February 3rd, 1981, I admitted I was an alcoholic. Are you kidding? I'm trading sociopathy for alcoholism. Sign me up. I'm in. I had no idea the depths of this disease. But on September 28, 1996, sitting on the steps of that church, I knew. I have a disease that's out to get me. It'll kill me. It will get alcohol into my body without my permission. I have got to treat this disease every single day. And if I don't, I'll drink again. I got that loud and clear. I walked into the meeting that night and I got the desired chip I hold today. Now that sounds like gloom and doom, doesn't it? It sounds like, oh my God, great, sign me up for that. This woman's 63 years old and she's got to do A and A for the rest of her life. She's got to go to meetings. She's got to give back what's so freely given. You got to look at yourself on a daily basis. You got to pray, like pray and pray and pray. You got to have this higher power and it can't be you and it can't be him, right? Now I want to tell you why I do it, because it's, I think, the most important thing and what I want to use the rest of my time up talking about. I told you that I thought that what I needed to do was be loved. I thought that's all I needed, if somebody would just love me right. And I spent the first 13 years of this program accomplishing that. I learned to be a real girl. You know, I didn't know how to be that. I didn't need to get a life back. I needed to get a life. I've been drinking since I was 5. So I had to be taught how to go to bed at night and how to get up during the day. I had to be taught how to get a job and like then go to the job and then, you know, like do the job and then like stay there till the job's over. You know, like the basics that a lot of people know instinctually. I did not know. I had to be taught those things. And I'm a good student. And what I ended up with is an amazing life, a life beyond my wildest dreams. The end game, right? I became lovable and a button-up sweater man married me. I wore white. Yeah, we won't go there. So button-up sweater married me. And I live in a regular little neighborhood, in a regular little town. And I'm a regular girl. I'm a woman among women. I'm a part of my community, and I was grateful. I had laurels. I had a Michael laurel. I had 4 little children laurels. I had a wonderful job laurel. I had a fabulous Catholic church laurel. I had a laurel Sunday school class. I had a laurel position on the PTA. I had beautiful, beautiful laurels that happen when you do the next right thing. And I thought that was it. That was the end game. When I picked up that beer that day in that house, I had not been to a meeting in 2 years. But more importantly, much more importantly, I had not lived in steps 10, 11, or 12 in that 2-year period of time. I had not spoken to another alcoholic woman in 2 years. I had not carried the message. I had not done an inventory. And I thought, talking at Sunday school class was plenty step 11 for me. I rested on my laurels, and the book's very clear about what happens if we do that, and that's exactly what happened to me. So what's the difference now? What do I do now? I still have laurels. I just try not to rest on them because you know what? Laurels come and laurels go. Just ask my ex-husband and my kids that are all grown and gone. I live in my house all by myself. Yeah. COVID, what? I have a small business. What? I mean, I just have a regular little life. And what I've learned is that my life is not about my laurels. It isn't about them at all. I'll tell you the laurels that matter to me today. The laurels that matter to me today are my friendship with Tally. Look at her face. She's just precious. Sarah, Oxford, UK, calling her out so you know who I'm talking about. First of all, fabulous hair. That's how I met her. I love her. I love her with all my heart. We're in communication every day, throughout the day. Right? That's amazing to me. My son parking his car in my driveway, the fact that he parked it here is the laurel, not the car. I have an amazing life, and the big book says God wants me to be happy, joyous, and free. And I want you to know that I am. I am happy, I'm joyous, and I'm free. So let me tell you about that. Happy. Okay. I'd like to say that happiness is when I so eloquently line my will up with God's, just because it sounds divine. What it really means is when I get my way. Yeah, I'm mostly happy when I get my way. Now, I try to line my will up with God's a little bit more today than maybe in the past. So maybe it's perceived that I get my way a little bit more than I used to. I don't know. Happiness comes, happiness goes. But mostly it stays. But joy is the most important, isn't it? It is to me. And I'll tell you what joy feels like. Joy is love. The presence of God brings me joy. And the way that I feel God is when I love you. What? Who knew? And I learned that day in that meeting when that tear rolled down my cheek. When I love you, I am filled with a joy beyond my wildest dreams. No wonder that stupid book says work with others everywhere. It is the secret. But if it said love others, I'd have thought, oh my God, was this written in the 60s? I would have misunderstood it. Work with others. It's absolutely amazing when I love you. I am empowered when I love you. And if you don't believe me, take 1 second and just think about somebody or something that you love beyond belief. Think about your children or your dog or your husband or your wife or your best friend or your favorite sponsee. Oh no, we don't have favorites. Your sponsee. Think about anything that you love, really love. Just think about them just for a minute before the fear kicks in and you start thinking about losing them or they're not doing the right thing or, all that. Just that moment. Love is amazing. It makes you smile. It warms your heart. That's God. That's how I feel God. It's amazing. I love you and I feel God. So it's God threw me out. I had no idea. Free. What is the free thing about? Happy, joyous, and free. Well, I am free because of this. I am free because you have absolutely nothing to do with me loving you. Nothing. You can't stop me from loving you. Not a thing you can do about it. My mama can't stop me. Daddy number 1, daddy number 2, daddy number 3, daddy number 4. Nobody can stop me from loving them. However, I can do a lot to stop me from loving you, which is why God in his infinite wisdom gave Bill Wilson steps 10 and 11 to give to me. Because now I have the tools to keep me out of the way. And if I keep me out of the way, then my bridges stay built to you and they stay debris free. And I am free because my joy is not contingent on anything you do. I'm given all the tools I need to have an ever-ending supply of joy, and I need it. I need all the joy I can muster because life's in session, as Polly says. Life happens, and I need joy to carry me through. Like my firstborn, that baby girl of mine from 1978 that decided in 2016, in November of 2016, to snort a little social heroin. Didn't know that was a thing, and it killed her instantly. That's awful. It was hard. And joy carried me through. Because see, love is a verb. I don't need to sit and wait for the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous to wrap their arms around me as I lay in a fetal position in my sorrow. No, that would have killed me. What I had to do was suit up, show up, and love others. You want to talk about work with others? Have a child die. Man, I did some serious work with others. And I woke up one day and realized a week had gone by, a month had gone by, and now it's been 4 years. And I never lost my joy. My grandson passed away a year ago, a little over a year ago now, 18 years old, 3 weeks after his 18th birthday from a quick onset of cancer. He was a good kid and it just took him like really fast. And my one sibling, my baby sister, 4 years younger than I, well, we buried her in January, just a few months ago. She lost a battle with stage 4 breast cancer, but she died 38 years sober. Life's in session, but God, through me to you, carries me through it all. So welcome if you're new. Welcome to Alcoholics Anonymous. We are so glad you're here. And we are going to love you until you learn to love us back. Thank you, Kip, so very much for asking me to be here today. It's been an honor. And congratulations on 1 year.
All right, guys, let's unmute and
Fantastic.
give her a round of applause.
Wonderful.
I like it. Yeah.
Wow. Here. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Holly. Well, we've had 2 good speakers here already, and don't forget we're here because we're here for the 1 year AA Zoomaholic speaker meeting / discussion meeting. 1 year celebration. What a beautiful thing, Holly. Love. That's where it's at. It's a verb. It's what we got to do, right, guys? You know what? The big book of Alcoholics Anonymous says we're not a glum lot. We absolutely insist on enjoying life. If the newcomer could see no joy, they wouldn't want what we have, basically. I'm paraphrasing a little bit there, but so, you know, we've got this next, looks like 14 minutes. Guys, this is going to be the fun part. Say, Kendra's got something in store the next 10 minutes, and then don't forget, we're going to be giving away a big book to the one that has the most AA time between right before Gordon. I think it's after Sandy, right before Gordon. And we're going to give that book to the old timer that's got the most time. And he's got to give that book to the one that's got the least amount of time. So y'all keep that in mind. So with that glum lot thing, this is going to be fun, right? We got a few minutes. If you got a good AA joke, you got some humor, you got something you want to laugh about today, raise your hand and tell us something. I'm going to start with one myself. If you don't have one, then we can change it up a little bit. Or just share what's on your heart. If you want to thank Holly, or you want to welcome the other speakers that are coming and thank Don. But the one joke that I got is, here we go. Oh, let's put the chat open. We're going to make the chat open. Everyone can chat now. Somebody just texted me, say, open the chat. So that's what I did. Here we go, guys. There was this guy and his wife driving down the road, right? Police pulls him over for a tail light. The police goes up to the window and starts talking to the guy. Said, did you know your taillight was out? And the guy said, no, I'll get it fixed tomorrow. His wife spoke up and said, I told you 2 days ago that taillight was out. And he looked at her and was like, okay. Let me see your driver's license, the police officer said. Showed him his driver's license. And he said, did you know your driver's license are expired, sir? Wife jumps up and says, I told you 2 weeks ago, you got a letter from the DMV to have them driver's license renewed. And he looked over at her and said, why don't you blankety blank, all the blankets up and you just be quiet. And the officer looked at the woman and said, ma'am, does your husband always talk to you like that? She looked at the officer and said, no, only when he's drunk. And I thought that was funny. Ain't got a lot of noise, but yeah, that was funny. All right, let's go. Only when he's drunk. They'll throw us under the bus. All right, Dick, you're up next, brother. Go ahead, Dick. You should be able to unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Kip. What's a hen weigh? About 2 or 3 pounds. And and Holly, I wore my button-down, button-up sweater for you. And the thing is that 4 years after I got sober in 71 and 78, we had a child who lived a week. And 4 years after he died, somebody asked me, Dick, why do you treat everybody as if they're precious? And then I knew that God had given me a wonderful gift that I would never been able to do. And that joy that I get when I don't use pomp, calamity, and worship of other things is a sense of peace that lets me know that even though I have no conscience and I truly am a sociopath, I can fool people every day and God still loves me. And thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Dick. Again, if you don't have a joke and you just want to give a shout out to everyone and just say happy anniversary to the AA Zoomaholics, just raise your hand. We got a few minutes. Take a minute or so to share. Go ahead, Kevin. I'm going to ask you to unmute. You're unmuted. Kevin? You're unmuted. Undoubtedly, you're not connected to audio. I don't see a microphone at all on your page. Let's go to Leslie. We'll come back to Kevin if he gets connected to audio.
Good afternoon, family. Leslie, grateful recovered alcoholic. Holly, first of all, thank you. I think you need to get a little bit more energy and enthusiasm there. And Kip, thank you for your joke. A real life experience that happened to me when I was probably about 4 or 5 years sober. I love to go to speaker meetings. That's why I love Zoomaholics. And then I met Miko and Kendra at a meeting here in Atlanta and followed them to Early Birds, which is now Zoomaholics. But we were, a few of us went out to dinner and then we were going to a speaker meeting. And I got to go through my first DUI checkpoint in Santa Maria, California. And the guy asked me for my license. And for some strange reason, I said, isn't it on the front of the car? And he goes, no, not your license plate, your license. Oh, okay. And he was so busy laughing at me that he just said, oh, just go. And the people behind me that were my friends, oh, just go. So I love that we get to be happy, joyous, and free today. And it's not about, we'll love you till you love yourself. It is about trust God, clean house, and help others. That's the key. And I thank everybody for being here today and all the other speakers that we're going to get to hear. And I can't remember the first names of the first gentleman that spoke, but boy, he knocked my socks off too. So thank you all.
All right. Thank you, Leslie. Let's see what Joanna's got. I wonder if she's got a joke or she's just going to thank the speaker. Go ahead, Joanna.
Hello, Joanna, alcoholic. Yeah, I want to thank the speaker for sure. Holly's amazing. I also had a relapse at 14 years, just after 14 years. So I really thank you for your share. And Dawn, I've actually spent some time with Dawn with a group of people of alcoholics in the Lower Mainland Vancouver area. He's definitely an inspiration, and it was great to hear him again. I do have a quick joke. Okay, so I'll see if I can pull this off. So this guy's alcoholic, a recovered alcoholic, is out for dinner, and the waitress says, "Oh, could I bring you a cocktail with your meal?" And he says, "Oh, no, thanks, dear. I'm actually allergic." And she goes, "Oh, okay." And she walks away, and comes back and she's got this kind of puzzled look on her face. And she said, I don't think I've ever heard that before. So you're allergic to alcohol? And he said, yeah. She goes, well, what exactly happens when you drink? He goes, oh, I break out in spots. And she goes, oh, really? That sounds terrible. What kind of spots? He goes, well, spots like Miami, London, Florida. That's it. That's my joke.
Yeah, that's right down your alley, ain't it, Holly? Break out in spots. All right, let's go to Kevin, see if you can get unmuted again, Kevin. Kevin, we're not getting any audio from you, brother. Are y'all getting audio from Kevin? No, I'm not either. No, okay. Sorry, Kevin. Anybody else got something they want to share real quick? We got 5 minutes before the next speaker, maybe 3 before Kendra starts the introduction. Anybody else? Okay, let me give you one more joke. I'm going to give you this one more joke, no extra charge. All right, this guy, he's an alcoholic, right? He goes to the bar. He bellies up to the bar. He orders 2 drinks. He pours the first one all over the bar, drinks the second one. Orders 2 more drinks, 2 more shots. He pours the first one all over the bar, shoots the second one. Orders 2 more drinks. The bartender at this point is going, hold on, man, why do you keep pouring that shot all over the freaking bar? He'd say, well, my AA home group and my sponsor said if I avoid the first drink, I'll be just fine. And that's it. Y'all get that? Anybody get that? We can rationalize, you know, we find a way. All right, we got another minute or 2. Anybody? All right, well, we're going to get this kick started a little earlier. Are you about ready, Tally, then? We don't have any more hands up. We'll go ahead and give you a little extra minute or 2. Give me 1 second here. And here we go. All right, Kendra, you can unmute.
Hey, everybody. My name is Kendra. I'm a grateful alcoholic who feels wonderful to be alive today and in the presence of Tally. Tally spoke at Zoomaholics a few months ago, and she was one of the realest women I have ever heard, especially when she talks about her sobriety years down the road and what she had to do to renew it. And I'm just so thankful that she is so honest. She's funny. I get the honor of being able to see her every Friday night in a small big book study that absolutely is one of the best things that I've done for my sober life. Tally, I love you. Tally, I pray that you are able to encourage someone on this phone, on this computer, on this Zoom, like you did me so many months ago. I love you, lady.
All right, guys, let's unmute and welcome her. Welcome, Tally.
Welcome, Tally.
Hi, Tally.
Welcome, Tally.
Hey, Tally.
All right, let me get people muted back here, Tally. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do too much, I guess, but we'll get it. Just bear with me. All right, now you can unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Kip. Thank you, Kendra. You are so sweet and generous. And thank you, Holly. I was sobbing. I always get speechless listening to Holly. That story of such amazing recovery. The first portion of sobriety is as powerful a message to me as this portion of your sobriety, the current one, the recent sobriety date. And why that is, because I relate so much with all of it. That was the beginning years of my sobriety. So it is so powerful to me. I hope that I will always continue to walk in your footsteps. And I want to be like you as I continue to grow up. You are absolutely amazing. Okay, I too am looking at the screen of this amazing, beautiful people. Sarah right there at the top, right there at the center, and Holly and Kendra and my sweet Lynn and Kip and Mary and all of you guys. Just beautiful, beautiful conference. Thank you, all of you, for doing it. Okay, I'll tell you my story. I'll tell you what it was like, what happened, and what it is like right now. My sobriety date is April 26, 1990. So in a couple of weeks at the end of this month, I will celebrate 31 years of continuous sobriety, and it is absolutely mind-blowing to me. I spoke at another conference a couple of hours ago, and there were two girls there from my home group in New York where I first got sober. I never even told them that I was going to be there, but anyways, I guess those flyers get around, and these are the people that took bets that I was least likely to succeed, that I probably will never get sober. I mean, and not in a joking, funny way. It was like, this girl is hopeless. She'll never get it. Okay, so like I said, my sobriety date is April 26, 1990. My sponsor, I have a sponsor. My sponsor is Paula P. And she has a sponsor, and her name is Polly P, which is also Holly's sponsor. Her sponsor is Rena K, which is also a magnificent lady, sober forever, 45 years, right? And I have sponsees, and some of them are here, and my sponsees sponsor other women, and I am sandwiched in the middle of AA, and I will not have it any other way, because I see what happens. Not necessarily when we're on the sidelines, but we're not doing the meat and potatoes that Holly was talking about. Thank you so much, Holly. I've never taken notes because I already know your story. I could tell it if you're ever unavailable. And the intonation and the whole, all of that, I could do that. However, I have taken the notes about the things that absolutely mean the absolute most for my journey. All the things that made up the fellowship are wonderful. They're a substitute for alcohol. But they're not the solution for alcoholism. That even doing service alone is not enough. Yeah, I could see people busy with service like nobody's business. And that's not enough to get sober. Working all the steps, almost 100%. Doing all the amends but one. And so on and so forth. All these things that leave us kind of like a little bit here and a little bit there. And Holly, the whole laurels things is why did Bill Wilson put, we have to be careful not to rest on our laurels. Why did he say it in step 10? Because we all rest on our laurels. Because we all do just enough to get by. Because we all do just enough to like, okay, that was hard. Now I can kind of chill. People talk, when I got sober, they talked about, oh, put it in your sobriety bank. Keep it green. Remember your last drunk. This is what they used to say in New York, I swear to God. Those that don't remember are doomed to repeat. And the book explicitly tells us, we're not gonna remember the pain and the suffering from either a week or a month ago. You could remember or forget your last drunk, it does not matter. What matters is if you get a spiritual experience, an entire psychic change. Not if you remember your last drunk, please. I was a meeting maker. Meeting maker. They said over and over again, meeting makers make it. No, meeting makers make meetings. And meeting makers leave the meeting and go get drunk. And that was me. I think for about 4 or 5 months. I really don't know exactly how long I was coming around. I was so out of focus. I remember a Christmas decoration as I was walking to my meetings in New York. Okay, it must have been November or December. My sobriety date is not until April 26th. Because I was following those suggestions. Remember your last drunk. Meeting makers make it. Read 2 pages of the big book every day. Well, I could quote you the whole big book, almost cover to cover, okay? It is not the treatment for alcoholism. I could whip the big book at people. That is not what the message of Alcoholics Anonymous is. Do you know, by the way, AA was founded in 1935. The big book of Alcoholics Anonymous was published in 1939. They had no big book. Nobody quoted nothing. You know what they quoted? The Oxford group. You know what they quoted? The book of James. You know what they followed? The tenets from the Oxford group. There was no book to quote. So what? They were not able to stay sober? Oh yeah, they stayed sober. Okay, now I'm gonna get to my story. I'm off the soapbox. Okay. Okay. I was born in Israel. I'm the youngest of three. I have two older brothers that beat me daily, like Holly says, to a pulp. I never knew why either. And you know what? There was no reason why. There was absolutely no reason why. I was beaten every single day. I was molested by my older brother for years. And no matter how many times I cried and begged my mom to help me and save me and protect me, nobody could rescue me. She would start to cry and she didn't know what the hell to do with herself. Now that I'm sober that long, I know looking back, when I shoved it in her face for her to make amends to me, what I did was harm her further. She was an injured, broken person to begin with when she had us. For me to demand that she act like I don't know, like what? What I expected her to be. She did I used to hate, oh, they did the best they could. She really did do the best she could. She really did. And now in looking back, I could see that. So I got so emotional. Anyway, let me tell you a small story about Holly. I met Holly about a year ago, the first Corona conference that I got on. And I didn't have a sponsor for almost a year. I kind of drifted away from my other sponsor at that time. And I got on that conference and I said a prayer. I said, God, please, I'm about to get on this conference. Please put a sponsor in my life that has more time than me, a sponsor that can stand up to me, a sponsor that is not going to be afraid to talk back, a sponsor that knows the big book just like me and works the program from the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, not from group therapy. And we had amazing speakers, and it was all, each speaker spoke on a step. Holly spoke on the 11th step. Of course, ended her story with some of the things that she meant that, Holly, that you mentioned just now. And my heart just absolutely cracked open, absolutely cracked open. And as I'm sobbing, and I cannot believe the quality of sobriety, the quality of commitment, the depth of despair and the depth of joy and victory over alcohol, I could not believe it. No, a few moments later, her bestie comes on, Paula P., and she was sober a year ago, 40 years, which is 10 years longer than me, thank God. And long story short, she became a sponsor. She became a sponsor because she talked about doing it shoulder to shoulder, because she was talking about forgiveness in the same manner that Holly was talking about forgiveness. Paula actually has some moving stories about her forgiveness and the growth and the change in sobriety. And I thought to myself, oh, this is just wonderful. You meet people on Zoom. Oh, look at that, in the computer and COVID and all that stuff. But, you know, you'll never see these people again. Well, guess what? It wasn't just a few months later. Holly drove all the way from Florida to my house. We were going to spend the whole weekend together. She had to leave the next day because her dog, Bubba, decided to get at me. But Holly and I had a huge trip planned to Utah. We were going to go to a couple of national parks. We're going to do like the trip of a lifetime. And she said, you know what? My sister is dying. We had already the hotel, the airfare, the whole trip planned. We already bought all the things that we need for the desert in Utah and all that stuff. You do need some special equipment. And she said, my sister is dying and I am the primary caretaker. I'm the one to drive her to all these appointments. And I've never seen anything so selfless. Right then and there, she said, I absolutely cannot do it. If we take that trip for a whole week, and then I need to isolate for another 2 weeks when I come back for COVID, because of COVID, because we flew, I cannot do this. And I was astounded. And this is how Holly lives her life. She puts other people first. And this is why, as the example, when I say I want to grow up and be just like you, it's because you definitely put not just Helen, your sister, but your mother and your father and everybody else around, because there were more important things in this trip, and we could definitely plan more trips. And we have planned, we already have, anyways. And a couple of months after that, Paula drove to my house from Illinois. I never met these women in person, and now they're in my house, and we're like, I have never had such fellowship in my life before, not to this extent. So yes, COVID had been a devastating blow to the whole world, but what it did to Alcoholics Anonymous is incredible blessings. I am doing more service today. I'm sponsoring more women today. I'm sponsoring 13 women right now. And a friend of mine asked me not too long ago, she said, well, how do you know when do you have enough? How many numbers of sponsees that you had enough? I said, I never have enough. I never have enough. And Paula always says, I didn't invent time. God invented time. And God makes the time. He carves out the time, and I have exactly enough time to the women that I sponsor. Some of them are sober longer than me, 34, 33 years, 30 years. They sponsor each other. They don't need me every single day to hold their hand. Anyways, okay, go back to my story. So I do have one. So that was my childhood. A lot of chaos, a lot of fighting, a lot of anger, a lot of rage, a lot of screaming. My father had no problem taking a huge table full of all the dinner table set up for a nice fancy holiday. He had no problem, in one hand, swipe the whole table, just throw it against the wall, throwing people against the wall, breaking dishes, screaming, yelling. I don't know if he was an alcoholic. He drank 2 beers every single day, but God help you if you took that last beer. There would be some hell to pay. When I'm thinking about what qualifies an alcoholic, on page 44 on top, the first paragraph in the middle, it says, these are the 2 questions that qualify an alcoholic. If, when you honestly want to, you cannot quit entirely. That means not quit for today and say, I'll drink again Sunday, but quit entirely. If you find you cannot quit entirely, or if drinking, you have little control over the amount you take, you're probably an alcoholic. Well, I don't know that my father qualified for these 2 things, but I don't know where somebody gets that kind of rage. I don't know where anybody would get that kind of hardness in their heart to do this. Yeah, I don't know. This morning at the eye opener meeting in Punta Gorda, we were talking about, and yes, this whole week it seems, about the family and about the wives and about the whole, and I often wonder about my family of origin. Where did it all start? How did it all start? But anyways, it doesn't matter how it started for them. I could tell you at the age of 2, I was horrified of life. I was terrified. I was afraid all the time. I never was content. I was never happy, not even as a baby. Well, I'm not gonna say I was never happy. I was afraid all the time. So I picked up the first drink at the age of 15, and it was like, yes, it was a little bit of a hallelujah, but it wasn't like I'm going to do this every single day, because I got very, very sick. I was actually face planted in the hummus in a wedding ceremony. Before the wedding even began, I was like, my whole face was on the table, and I was carried outside. I had one friend of mine hold me up. His brother stuck his fingers down my throat to get me to throw up, took me home, spilled me over the threshold. My father put me in a cold shower, put me to bed. Nobody ever talked about this again. By that age also, so I thought, I'm not gonna drink Johnny Walker Red, because that was the problem. And I think, to the best of my recollection, I did not drink Johnny Walker Red until maybe a week before I got sober, when there was absolutely nothing else I could get my hands on. And I absolutely no longer had a choice. I needed a drink. I absolutely needed to drink. And I knew that I would be restless, irritable, and discontent is an understatement. You cannot even describe me like that, because that absolutely is nothing to do with how I was. I was coming out of my skin. I felt like I had no skin by the time I was trying to get sober. At any rate, so that was the age of 15, and my drinking had kind of gone okay for a while. It wasn't terrible. What was going terrible is the choices of friends that I made in the neighborhood. I looked for the worst hoodlums in the neighborhood that stood on a street corner, that didn't go to school. I was still going to school, and I befriended them. Why? Because I didn't belong with the really, really good kids, because I was like, my family was crazy. And I really didn't belong with the bad kids, because nobody in my family is a criminal. So I felt like I was on the top of the world with those little hooligans at the street corner. I was the cream of the crop. They wanted me around. So I felt like I was very popular with them. And then I started, experimenting with some outside issues. So drinking, some outside issues, getting more popular, life became more comfortable for me. I started to finally fit in my skin. It was always too tight or too loose or someone else's. It was never mine. And I too picked out the prettiest girl, and that's who I emulated, and went after her and did what she did. I literally looked and did what she did, and talked like she talked, and said what she said. It's funny because she found me on Facebook recently, and she said to me on Facebook, "Oh, I just did all the things that I saw you do because I wanted to be like you." So we just never know where, how Paula says, women are watching. Women are watching always, then and now. So I make sure that I walk with the responsibility as an AA member. Women are watching. It's a big responsibility. At the age of 15, I dropped out of high school. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't sit there and concentrate, knowing that I'm going home, I'm going to be molested that day, beaten, or both. My mom will not come home until 6 o'clock at night. And I had time between, school was released until later. So I stopped school. My mom was horrified and begged me to go back to school. She said, if I'll take you all over Europe, will you promise to go back to school? She took me to England. We spent about almost 30 days in England. We were in London, we went to Stratford-upon-Avon, we went to Scotland, we traveled, we went to castles, we saw theater, we had the best time. Went back to Israel, got back to high school, and I might have lasted 2 weeks. A month maybe, and I just couldn't do this anymore. I was done. No more patience, no ability to think. I was out of high school. I've got to look at the flyer and see when I'm ending. Kendra, how much longer do I have?
You can go up until about 4:20.
Yep, 4:20.
4:20 will be 2:20 my time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've got you in different time zones.
No problem. Thanks. Okay, so like I said, we came back to Israel. I went back to high school and then dropped immediately, like 2 weeks afterwards. Then I continued to kind of flounder around until I was recruited into the army. It's mandatory in Israel. At 18, you go to the army. Women go for 2 years, guys go for 3 years. And after 1 year, another place, I could not sit still anymore. I was done. It was a whole lot with how I was recruited, what kind of recruitments it was, and how terrible it was for me. They forced me, because I had a driver's license, to be a driver. The drivers in the Israeli army are, I'm sure in every army, they're not the creme de la creme. They're not the pilots, to say the least. Because I was in a select unit in the Air Force of Intel, like Secret Service, my bosses were taking flights into other places, taking pictures of what is going to be bombed. And because of being a driver, I didn't even have the security clearance to be inside the building. So I was banished with all the drivers to be outside the building. After a year, I just could not do this anymore. Could not. So I asked my boyfriend at the time to marry me so I could be released. So after a year, I was released out of the army. Soon thereafter, I divorced him. And I started working about, by that time I moved from Haifa, that's where I'm from, in the north, to Tel Aviv. And I started working at a private membership nightclub. At this private membership nightclub, as I was serving cocktails to all the who's and who's, all the celebrities, Grace Jones and her entourage were visiting Israel, Brooke Shields and her entourage that were shooting a movie in Israel. I served them, Julio Iglesias and his family and entourage. And I was on top of the world. Like Bill says, I have arrived. All this alcohol, all these celebrities, I somehow felt like, oh, I'm not from this disgusting family. I'm like these people. I belong here. As I have arrived, and this was my social life. I was drinking there, serving there, working there, making money, getting up in the morning. All I could think about these people, going to sleep, thinking about these people. Then I stopped going to sleep because my outside issues had kind of like caught up to me. So as wonderful as that was, working at this club, I met a young gentleman that came there, a diamond dealer from Belgium, a Jewish guy that wanted to find a good Jewish girl to bring home to his parents. It's like a button-up sweater, my version of button-up. And this guy absolutely fell in love, and I fell in love with him falling in love with me, and with the whole concept. And he came to Israel again and picked me up, took me all the way to Belgium. And we went to Belgium, and we went to Paris, and we went to England, to London again for a few days. I went to see Pink Floyd twice over there. Amazing, yes. Had an amazing time with this guy. Took me skiing in the French Alps. And let me tell you what happened while we were skiing in the French Alps. We were there for 2 weeks in Avoyaz. And this guy ordered a case of Southern Comfort to every place we were going, because I was drinking Southern Comfort. So God forbid, they're not going to have it in stock. Every place we frequented had a case of Southern Comfort. We were drinking pink champagne. One night he bought a wine. He was from the year of his birth. And in an auction, that was 85,000 francs for that bottle of wine. 40 years ago, okay? That was a lot of money. This guy treated me like a princess. My understanding of life and how life goes and how people interact was nowhere with reality. Reality resided here. My understanding was somewhere here. I was not with it, okay? So as we were, I think it was either New Year's Eve or some major ball. We were in the ballroom. We had, tables. We were all eating and dining, having a wonderful time. And I heard him. He was laughing with one of the ladies at the table. And as he was laughing with this lady at the table, I was sure, I knew what was going to happen. He's about to cheat on me. He's about to go sleep with this girl. And I don't know where I derived this information, because they either communicated in French or Flemish. I speak neither, but I knew it. I knew what I heard. And I got up from the table and I walked across the ballroom and I got together with my ski instructor and we went to his room and I showed my boyfriend. And then I ran back to my room and I covered with a blanket real fast, covered my whole face. And my boyfriend came to the room about 2 minutes later and shone the night light on my face and had tears streaming down his face. And he was crying and he said, "Why would you do this? Why would you do this to me?" He called me this affectionate name in Yiddish, Mädele. It's like a little girl. "Why would you do this to me?" And he put me on an airplane the next day, never to talk to me again. This is one amongst many other instances that I could tell you that I went and I just made such a murkied the water and made things so ugly and disgusting that there was no stepping back. There was like no stepping back. Because he's that wealthy and that important a member of the Jewish community in Belgium, he's unlisted anywhere. I'm sober, it's going to be in a couple of weeks, 31 years, I can't find him. to make amends. And I think God has a sense of humor. God asked me for my motives. Why would you want to find him? Why don't you live your life in dignity, respect, consideration, loyalty, devotion, and don't ever consider this kind of behavior again. And I will tell you something about this kind of behavior. When I got sober in my first year, I went to a couple of conferences with John Charlie. And Charlie, I remember when he was talking about the fourth step, he was talking about being promiscuous. And I thought to myself, I'm just diseased, you know, this is just going to be my behavior. I just don't know how to behave. I come from this crazy family. How am I going to know how to behave? I thought I'm just like, you know, I have no control over any of this stuff. And Charlie said, I realized that I am not oversexed, but I am undersecure. Oh my God, undersecure. Well, God could do something with that. God could do something with that. The program of Alcoholics Anonymous can do something with that. There are a lot of ways I can, again, regain self-esteem. And it's not by sleeping with many men. It's by doing esteemable actions and doing the right thing. In the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, this entire psychic change is going to take care of that. It's going to add value to me. God already put the value there. I can't diminish it or add to it. So, so there was that with this guy. Put me on a plane. I went back to Israel. Went back to working at this club. Continued to wait on tables, meet more people, have a wonderful time. My drinking was catching up. It got heavier and heavier. My outside issues were getting heavier and heavier. I was absolutely devolving. I had a terrible episode with one particular outside issue. My father came, had to break the door down, save me from my home. I was 48 kilos. I don't even know what it is. And I think it's probably like 90 pounds. I was a skeleton. I was skin and bones. My father had to literally pick me up like a baby, took me back to Haifa, made sandwiches for me and was feeding me like a bird, bites this big every hour just to make sure that I start to, you know, maintain the food and hold it down, and healed me. And I thought, look at me, what I did. I kicked this. Look at me, I am so fabulous. If not I, who? Who? This is it, this is life. I have to be strong, I have to be powerful, and I have to be the one to take care of myself because nobody else does. So that was my motto, and this is how I live. But because my life had caught up to me this way, after my father got me all better, I could see that any day now I'm going back to this behavior, to the same people that I had before, the same friends that I had before. And I decided that if I leave the country, if I go to New York, I'm not going to know anybody. My mom was living there. At this point, it's not that I'm not going to find drugs or alcohol in New York, but I knew that it will buy me some time and I will be friendless, which is the best thing for me. Because once I have friends, it's off the hook. And it took me about 2 weeks and I found my next husband. And within a year, not only did I found him, we were partying, we were having a good time, and I had my baby. At the end of this year, I was, God saved me during the whole pregnancy, and every time I smelled alcohol, I passed out, literally passed out. So I was not able to drink, lucky for me. But I couldn't wait to be done with this pregnancy so I could drink daily and I could drug daily and I could continue with this craziness. And I did. And things have gotten really, really bad with this guy. I just about crossed every line I said I will never, ever cross. I just did. And my mom was watching me from a couple of blocks away. She was living where we lived before. And I moved, a few blocks away with my husband. And this is what we did. We just partied every single day. My husband got very abusive. That's what happens with a lot of drugs and a lot of alcohol, day and night, day and night, day and night, day and night. You have no semblance of a life, and things have gotten really bad. So bad that I decided to leave him. I was going to put up with a lot of this stuff. I was going to put up with, being humiliated. I was putting up with him bossing me around. After partying all night, in the morning, he wanted to sleep. So he said, okay, you take the baby and you go walk the streets. So I'm not going to hear the baby cry. So we partied all night. He gets to sleep. I get to walk the baby with a stroller up and down the street so he could sleep. But then I was going to put up with all of this because I knew later we'll party again. Everything will be good. But now he started slapping me around and limiting my supply. That's where I drew the line. If I could not say I'm taking another drink, bye. So I took the baby and I ran to my mom. And my mom couldn't be happier to see me. She said, good riddance. He's the problem. And I couldn't agree with her more. He was the problem. The problem is when I was leaving, he said, you're going to come back crawling over here because you're no good on your own. You don't know how to live life. You need somebody to tell you what to do, when to wake up and where to go to sleep. You don't know what the hell you're doing. And I said, no, I'm not going to be back. No, I already know how to take care of myself. He said, well, you're used to this lifestyle. You're going to need to support yourself somehow. He said, oh, I know what you're going to do. You're going to sell all your jewelry. And I thought, what a genius idea. It never even occurred to me that you could take and sell your jewelry. So I started finding pawn shops. And I went from pawn shop to pawn shop to shop. I found one guy that was always happy to see me and always gave me, the money for my jewelry. And I remember that last piece of jewelry that I came with a piece of my soul, with a piece of my dignity, with a piece of my self-respect, and I put it on the counter. And this guy looked at me and said, I see people here come and go. He said, I could see all of them. I see why they are here. But what is a good girl like you doing here? Why are you here? And I started to cry and giving him this big sob story, which I believed. I have a baby at home, which I did. I need money for diapers, which I did. I can't, I'm unemployable. So yeah, I needed all of that for the baby. And this guy almost cried. He said, oh my God, I see, I understand. I totally understand. So we all just about cried together, and he gave me the money and I went on my merry way. And all of this stuff kind of fed into my self-pity and how my life is. And I ran, and my mom, things have gotten really, really bad. I was going out to get one drink, and I could see that I was starting to lose control. 1 drink, 2 drinks, 3 drinks, 4 drinks, 1 night, 2 nights, 3 nights, 4 nights. I was not coming home. On those nights, my mom was taking care of my baby. My mom was working at Simon & Schuster Publishing, and she started to get some warnings from them that she's not going to be able to keep her employment. And this woman gave me a place to live, fed me, supported my child, and then I left her with my child for days and nights on end. She was taking a little 2-year-old with her to work every day or calling in sick. She couldn't take it anymore. And she found out about this fellowship called Al-Anon. As she started attending Al-Anon, these freaks started to feed her some good information. She came home with some ammunition. She comes home one day, you need to start going to AA meetings. I'm like, I'm not an alcoholic, maybe a drug addict, but I'm not an alcoholic. She goes, okay, yes, you are, but okay. And I said, no, I'm not interested in that. Thank you very much. And she said, you're going to have to start going to meetings, so I'm not going to babysit your child. I don't care. I'm leaving. Yeah, you have to babysit this child. I'm leaving. And every time she made me mad, I left. I showed her. So one day she comes back from her Al-Anon meeting and she says, Al-Anon people said to me, if you want to help her, you're going to need to hurt her. Throw her out. Okay. I said, I have a little message for you to take back to your Al-Anon group. How about you tell these people, Jewish people don't throw their children out. We don't. These Gentiles, they don't care about their children. Of course, they let them go at 18. They get to be 18 and they're out of the house and that's it. You're never coming back home. not Jewish people. You are coming home every time you need us. She was like, okay, I'll go back and tell it to them, but you need to start going to AA. Well, long story short, I started attending AA. Like I said in the beginning when I started, that it was November or December. And when I started, and my sobriety date is not until the end of April. And when I started attending AA meetings, these are some of the things like I shared earlier. I heard 90 meetings in 90 days. Meeting makers make it. Holly said, grateful alcoholics don't drink. Well, grateful alcoholics can make gratitude list, but it's nowhere in the big book that gratitude is going to keep you sober. Nowhere in the whole big book does it say that gratitude will keep you sober. I know there's also a story talks about acceptance. Acceptance does not keep you sober. These are all wonderful things that we can hear about in therapy. We can hear about, have a little discussion over dinner with another alcoholic, but this is not the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. Sorry. Go to the diner, read 2 pages of the big book, go to a meeting, no relationships in the first year, do service to others. Yeah, I could do service until I'm blue in the face. I could read the big book until I'm blue in the face, but unless I had my own entire psychic change, this is not going to be my treatment for my disease, for alcoholism. So, but I was starting to go to meetings and I was getting devastated that I could not get sober. I would leave meeting and I would get drunk. I would go with people to the diner and I'd go home and I'd get drunk. I was reading 2 pages of the big book and I would get drunk. And I had a sponsor. And somewhere along the way, this sponsor, I'm not going to spare you the story of my last day out, which was horrendous. It was my shortest drunk. I left at midnight. I was home by 2 a.m. I had a huge spiritual experience. I basically had exposed my breast to this guy. The whole scene is like ridiculous. But this guy was sitting naked on the other side of the table and I was sitting on this side of the table. He didn't want to hurt me or touch me or rape me, but he wanted to entertain himself. And I said, of course, I'll provide. And my soul, I had the most profound spiritual experience. I didn't know it was a spiritual experience. I thought I was crazy because I was staying up for days on end. I was delirious, but my soul left my body and was hovered on the ceiling. And I recall looking down and I recall clearly seeing my body on one side of the table and seeing his body sitting on the other side of the table. No connection between us. Nothing. It was like 2 strangers in the night, like nothing. And that very power that got my soul out of my body, got me on my feet and plucked me out of there and got me to the door, and I ran home. I got home. Like I said, I wasn't robbed. I wasn't raped. It was not my worst night out. It was from midnight till 2 a.m. My mom was shocked when I was back. And I begged to God when I ran all the way home, please kill me. I can't do this anymore. I guzzled a whole bottle of tequila at his house. I opened a brand new bottle of tequila. I guzzled the whole thing in one shot. I don't know how I didn't die instantly. Couldn't get drunk. And I asked God to please take me. Unfortunately for us, I did wake up in the morning and I was not happy and I was hopeless and I was desperate and I did not know how you guys did it. And I did not have a resolution not to drink again, okay? I didn't care if I lived or died, but I went out the door. I got home and I had this girl call me up in the morning and said, meet me there at 6 o'clock. So I got there to the meeting at 6 o'clock after a lot of back talk. And she said, just don't answer back. I met her at the meeting at 6 o'clock and she had me set about 300 chairs. And she had me set up about 4 coffee urns that were bigger than me. Just carry those things. You can't even carry them across the room. I made the coffee. We got the cookies. I got the bagels for another meeting and a Saturday morning meeting. And basically, all the groups around just used me and took advantage of me to clean and mop and sweep and wash the cups and make the coffee and set up the chairs. And I thought, these people, I had all those ideas in my mind, what kind of jerks they are. But these jerks saved my life. All of a sudden, I had 2 weeks and 3 weeks and 4 weeks and 90 days. And I was it was unbelievable, unbelievable to me. And I celebrated a year. It was incredible. I started going to school and I got a GED. And my mom absolutely melted when she saw me get the GED. And I melted. First person in my family to finish high school. And it was so incredible that I thought maybe I could measure up to be just like you. And I continued in school and I got a 2-year degree as a substance abuse counselor. And I got it with a 4.0 full scholarship in a foreign language, okay? It was amazing. My mom melted and so did I. And that was so amazing that I continued to another college. I went to Hunter College and I got a 4-year degree, 4.0, full scholarship. Amazing. My mom watched me walk across the stage with my diploma and she couldn't believe it. And then I thought, this is so incredible. Look at this AA thing. I got this. I got this. Look at all I'm doing. Chasing what also Holly was sharing about living in the third dimension of existence, getting more laurels, finally measuring up to all of you. I moved down from New York to Georgia to go to graduate school, and I got a doctorate degree in chiropractic, and I graduated in 2002 with a doctorate degree. You can imagine my mom's face. This was incredible. And I opened a clinic, and I was practicing until a few months ago, and when I moved to Colorado. But let me tell you, I was always super busy with the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. I had a 5-year commitment at the detox in New York. I had a 5-year commitment at the jail in Georgia. I was helping others. I was sponsoring a ton of women. I always had a sponsor. I always worked the steps. I did not know what I was missing at 22 years sober. I wanted to put a bullet in my mouth. I couldn't live another day. I was everything that you could find in the middle paragraph on page 52. I was prey to misery and depression. I couldn't make a living. I was out of my mind, irritable, restless, and discontent. Everything that it talks about in those bedevilments. Prey to misery and depression, couldn't make a living, had a feeling of uselessness, full of fear. We were unhappy, having trouble with personal relationships. Oh my God, always. Okay, that was me. And then at 22 years sober, a friend of mine sent some lady my way that started to help me with treatment for untreated alcoholism. And this woman explained to me what I was suffering with. I realized that I had no idea about step 2 because what happened to me in 1990, what I heard was, don't worry about it. You just come to believe. You just stop doubting. And that's it. That's step 2. Well, actually, there are a couple of other pages here on the We Agnostic, but the most important one for me was page 55, which I don't think I've seen until a couple of years ago. We finally saw that some faith in some kind of God was a part of our makeup just as much as the feeling we had for a friend. So now I know that this power is in my makeup. And this power can be found deep down, every man, woman, and child. And it is only there that he may be found. However, it says, sometimes we had to search fearlessly. Nobody told me that, or maybe they did, but I was so consumed with self because I was racing to catch up to all of you that I did not hear it. Okay, well, over the years, finally, when I realized what untreated alcoholism was, yes, I am. And also what Choksi says about the only problem that I have is a conscious separation from God and mankind. And the only solution that I have is a conscious contact with God and mankind. And how does that happen? The only way I get to connect is this is the only purpose of this book, is to connect me to my higher power. I don't think we can tell a newcomer, don't worry about it, just decide to stop doubting. That's a beginning. That's an inadequate beginning and enough to make the approach, but we must search further. We must search fearlessly until we find that power deep down within us. So then at page 57, the last line says, when we drew near him, he disclosed himself to us. but I have to draw near him and I have to start finding him. One of the promises on page 63 from step 3 says, being all powerful, he provided what we needed if we kept close to him and performed his work well. So in step 3, I keep close to him. In step 2, I draw near him. So I had no concept in my untreated alcoholism of step 2. I had absolutely no concept of step 3. Why? Because I told you, I'm the one that got myself cleaned up from heroin at the age of 20. I'm the one that got myself all better. I'm the one that went to school and got all these achievements. I'm the one that bought a house, bought a car, put my son to graduate school. He graduated with a doctorate degree. I was the one. It had nothing to do with God. Why? Because I did not search long enough until I found the presence of God in my heart. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying this was my experience. And I now know I need to spend a lot of time with the newcomer until they know where to find God. For step 3, this lady was telling me, the first requirement is we were convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. That was news to me. Self-will is all I had. All I had was going for me was self-will. It saved me. It helped me survive. Without self-will, I would have died. On that basis, what basis? Of life on self-will. We're almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. It tells me this. It doesn't matter that my motives are good. I'm in collision. Forget the motive. Oh, I go to therapy for 100 years. What were your motives, Tally? AA says, who cares? Come to find God. Come to know God. Stop acting on self-will. Stop being in collision as a result of a spiritual experience. And it goes on to say on the next page that the actor, me living in self-will, could do it many different ways. I could do it in a gentle kindness, or I could do it as a bulldozer. I generally start with a bulldozer. That's just my style. I'm just saying. I'm not recommending it to nobody. It never works, but that's what I used as a skill. And then if that doesn't work, then I come, now I'll be gentle. See if that works backwards. No, it doesn't. He becomes angry, indignant, self-pitying. What is his basic trouble? Okay. I can rest, satisfaction, rest, W-R-E-S-T. No, there is no satisfaction when I'm wrestling. Never. There is no satisfaction. It's just like trying to control and enjoy alcohol. There is no satisfaction there. No. Entire abstinence is what works for me. The next page 62 talks about driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity. Then it says that I step on the toes of others and they retaliate, sometimes without provocation, but we invariably set the ball rolling. Invariably, every single time. Anyways, I'm an extreme example of self-will run riot, though I usually don't think so. I really don't think so. I don't see it, even sober 30 years. I don't see it. This is why I need trusted people in my life that could say, Tally, not to hurt you, but let's talk about this. That I could come around and really see what I'm seeing. Step 2 and step 3 were a problem. Step 10 and 11 were a huge problem. Those daily disciplines that were so succinctly were described. Step 10 is not about saying I'm sorry when I screwed up big time. Going back, oh, I'm sorry. No, that's not step 10. Step 10 is continue to watch for selfishness, resentment, dishonesty, and fear. When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them. We talk to somebody about it immediately. We make amends if necessary and turn our thoughts to someone we could help. Love and tolerance is our code. Code? What? That's a word. And then it tells me what to bring the vision of God into the day. It also tells me that I will cease fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol. For sanity will have returned. Remember, cease fighting? For me, always in collision. That's an amazing promise in step 10. For sanity will have returned. I never had sanity. I thought I did. That's another promise for step 10. but I have to work them all the way. Step 10 is a living, breathing, every single day kind of a step for me, all day long. If I worked it well, for step 11, when I retire at night, I constructively review the day. Keyword review. I'm not working at 11 o'clock at night, starting to make amends. It's only there if something slipped through the cracks and I missed it. Then I'm like, oh my God, wow, that's necessitated an amends. Or that necessitated me talking to Paula or Holly or clearing my path, making sure there is nothing on that bridge between me and you. I am the first one to put crapple over there. Why? Because it gives me power, I think. It gives me some sort of delusional strength. If I'm holding something, if I'm keeping some resentments in my head for real or imagined, it really doesn't matter. Step 11, like I said, I do this a nightly review and I answer all these questions in writing. And then I ask God to give me the vision for the day. And then I also pause when agitated and doubtful, and I ask for the right inspiring thought or action. And I continue. When I do all that, step 10 and 11 and 12 are incredible daily disciplines for me to live by. And they are, after realizing step 2 and 3 problem, step 10, 11, and 12 were my absolute salvation to live in sanity, happy, joyous, and free. It is not always comfortable. I have days that I'm climbing on walls, absolutely. But I have a set of tools that never, ever fail, never. All I got to do, and I have some practices that I use, like two-way prayer. I love going to meetings, but I don't go to meetings so I could, oh my God, I feel like I'm going to drink. No, I go to meetings so I could find a newcomer, find an old timer ready to put a bullet in their head, that I could help them, that I could take them through the steps, take it all the way back home. So Kip, you've got an amazing group over here. Thank you for your service, Kip. Thank you for your service, Kendra. Holly, I absolutely adore you. You're in the middle of my screen. And my gosh, this year, my sobriety has just absolutely rocketed. Thank you.
All right, everybody can unmute again. Let's give her a big
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
So much.
Thank you, Tally. That was amazing.
Thank you, Tally.
Thank you,
Thank
Tally.
you,
That
Tally.
was
Thanks,
great,
Tally.
Thank
Thank you, Tally.
Thank you, Tally. Incredible.
Incredible.
All right, Tally, Holly, Don, you know, those promises say we're going to be amazed before we're halfway through. You know what? We're at the halfway point almost of this thing, and I'm already amazed. I love you guys, man. I'm amazed. I'm amazed. I'm telling you, it never gets old. I always say my story got me here. Your story keeps me here. And what I know Kendra's probably going to do this, but I'm going to go ahead and share it. I'm getting ready to turn it over to her, and she's got till 4:30 to do whatever she wants to do. But this has been my meditation this week, and I'm going to share it. Can you open the chat, Kendra? Cling to the thought that in God's hands, the dark past is the greatest possession you have, the key to life and happiness for others. With it, you can avert death and misery for them. And Tally, when you were sharing, you know, that's what it's all about. You know, yeah, I come because today I've been placed in a position of neutrality when it comes to alcohol. You know, those 10th step promises have no doubt have come true for me. And I come here because I want to grow, no doubt. And today, you know, I needed a little ministering too. So y'all are helping me, giving me the desire to want to change, to be a better person today. And that's what my goal is every day, is to try to be a little bit better than the person I was yesterday. I heard somebody say one time, the only person can be better than is the one that I was yesterday. And that's what I want to do. Guys, that thought, I'm going to stick with that thought, that in God's hand, that's the key, that in God's hands, the dark past is the greatest possession I have. See, if I got it in my hands, I'm going to resort to pity and poor me and all that stuff. But today I've been forgiven, And I thank God that I can keep going on and keep going strong for the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. Kendra, you've got till 4:30, and then you can turn it back over to me, and then we'll get Jeff V. Jeff V from North Dakota. Fargo, North Dakota is coming up next, y'all. We gotta, he's dynamite. He was one of the first ones. I think he spoke right after Holly a year ago, the week after Holly. I met him at State Line Retreat, not this past year, but the year before. I hope they have it this year because I'm looking forward to going back to Vegas. If you ain't been to Vegas at State Line, find a way to get there if you can, because man, that was awesome. It was like 1,100, 1,200 alcoholics in Vegas, and we had a good time there. But that's where I met Jeff. Kendra, you go ahead and do as you see fit for the next
Right.
16 minutes.
Tally, thank you so much. Such a beautiful lady inside and out. I absolutely love hearing her share, and just such a courageous portion of her story always gets me is when she talks about where she was in that when she had to find a way to recharge that sobriety. Thank you. I hope to be like you want to be like Holly, and I want to be like you. So thank you. At this time, if you're interested in speaking or thanking any of the speakers, you are welcome to raise your hand. If you'd like to speak, I have Mary S. from Jacksonville. I'm going to unmute you, Mary.
Thank you, Kendra. Thank you, everybody that's here. What an amazing day. What an amazing day in God's time, right? I had knee surgery yesterday. I got this email last night, and I'm like, thank you, God. And I have to just say, you know, little by little, I get this program. And Tally, every time I hear you speak, I am moved, because it's so real. And it is about connection with God. It's about an open heart. It's for me, my heart was closed for so long. Alcohol was my only solution. And I lived in self-will, knowing that, thinking that everything I was doing by myself, never acknowledging God. And I don't know, I busted open this year. I busted open like a big ripe peach or something. And I feel God's love, and I feel the need for God's love. And I feel the connection, and I hear it in your voice. It's so real. It's so real. Deep down inside of us, there is a need. And somehow this year, that need became ever so apparent. And I just love Zoom because you're amazing, Tally. Your honesty, it makes me feel like the honesty, well, our darkest past becomes our greatest assets. And as some people know, I had a one-day relapse, and it was bad, but our darkest past, you know, a lot of people started telling me that even when I sponsored, that they had a relapse. And you know what? After that, I took one glass of wine, I took two, and then I had this lightning bolt experience. It was almost at 8 years, like, stop. This is going to take you right down the toilet. You will die from this. And I went to bed, and I called my sponsor. She said, do you want to keep drinking? And I said, no, that's why I'm calling you. And I went this was a Sunday. By Thursday, I was laying down doing a meditation, and everything in my world changed that day. And I called my sponsor. I said, I don't know what happened, but I could feel the presence of God telling me in my silent heart, because we find God in this moment. I love that. And I became a member, I pray, of the Never Again Club, the No Matter What Club. And Holly, you were just as wonderful as you always are. She was my sponsor. We changed it up a little, but oh my God, what a day. Thank you so much. You are all so incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And I will pray for your complete healing. Let's move on to Dick J. Take a minute or two to thank the speaker or share with us your favorite passage from the big book. That's what I'm looking for those that would like to raise their hand. We're looking for your favorite passages. I plan to share mine before we get to the next speaker. Dick J, you're up. I'm going to mute you.
Thank you. My name is Dick and I'm an alcoholic, and thank you, Tally. And I can do both in the same thing. I can thank you. That page 55 is the thing that allowed me to have a sense of peace sober. And the sentence that before that Tally talked about, it talks about within each human being is the fundamental idea of God. It may be obscured by calamity, by pomp, or by worship of other things, but deep within it's there. And just for a second, when I don't use those things, I get a sense of peace. I get a sense of purpose that my conscious mind can never give me. And that is a daily reprieve for me. And over the years, I've been blessed to be of service. For 8 years, I coordinated a women's prison program, and I was able to love women who didn't really believe that they could be loved. And then I worked for 12 years in parole offices and jails with men and women who were just getting ready to go back to prison because they couldn't stay sober, and I was able to love them. And the thing of it is the joy and the peace in my heart. It doesn't come from my mind. It comes from me getting out of the way and using pomp, calamity, and worship of other things as the start of my inventories, which I still take to this day, and I need to, because when I get out of the way, God does for me what I can't do for myself. And my wife and I just celebrated 49 years of sobriety, of marriage, and it had to do with me allowing her to love me instead of me thinking what I had to do to be okay. And so I am so grateful for the people sharing about the ways that we can get out of the way, that this beautiful book of Alcoholics Anonymous allowed us to be the messenger for. And thanks again so much for this day. And thank you all for this wonderful Alcothon meeting.
Thank you, Dick. You're one of my favorites, not only because you say such profound things, but Dick and I belong to a club that the cost to join is just extremely high. And that's the membership in child loss. So, and Dick has inspired me so much with how he has been able to motivate himself through that grief. And I'm doing that every day with you by my side, Dick. I appreciate you. All right, let's hear from, is it Ubal? Let me unmute. If I say it wrong, I'm sorry. From Canada. There you go, you're unmuted.
Thank you. I'm Ubal and I am an alcoholic, and don't worry about the pronunciation. Tally, I really, really appreciate. I want to thank you so much. I'm in Quebec right now, but I start to learn the program in the English side. But I find out one of the sentences you said today that grabbed my mind is sometime we had to search fearlessly. We don't have the same translation in French. It doesn't apply so much as the English part does. But I'm glad I was here today to hear that part so I could modify my French version to mean fearlessly. So thanks again, was a super. And first time I heard you, but I really appreciate it. And I'll be looking forward to hear from you again. Thanks a million times.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to share my passage from the big book, and I need some more hands. Kip has already shared his, and Tally shared a bunch of ones that have spoken to her in her life. Mine is on page 28, and my home group knows that my most favorite phrase in the book is in this sentence. What seemed at first, are these two sentences on page 28, second paragraph. What seemed at first a flimsy reed has proved to be the loving and powerful hand of God. A new life has been given us, or if you prefer, a design for living that really works. That resonates with me as I begin a life that looks completely different from what I thought I would ever have. I thought by now I'd be married with 4 children. That was my number as a kid. I was gonna have 4. I don't know how I was gonna pay for them all, but it was gonna happen. And today, I found myself separated from my second marriage and dealing with the loss of my only child. But God is faithful, and this program gives me a design for living. A way to get up each and every day and live life. And it will be a happy, joyous, and free one. I know that because you all inspire me and tell me that it will be. And so I thank you for being here for me today. And let's hear for some more folks. All right, let's hear from Wayne Stutz.
I'm Wayne, and I'm an alcoholic, and I'm not exactly sure where this comes from. May not be the big book, but I believe every word I'm fixing to say. As we draw near to him, he discloses himself to us. So you put in the effort. You put in the effort, and he responds by little. You learn a little bit every day. I want to thank. I can't remember her name. But I want to thank all three of the speakers so far. I've enjoyed every bit of it. Chip, you've done a job putting all this together. I just hope we can do it again soon. Thank you.
Well, the next anniversary, Wayne, will be next year this time. So let's keep doing something in between. We got another 364 days to go, but you can count it down for us.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, we got a special treat after the next break with everyone's permission. We got a sister and brother that are in Alcoholics Anonymous, and they're AA Zoomaholics. And I've asked them to share some experience, strength, and hope with us on the next break. Chuck and Lana.
All right. That's good stuff, Kip.
On the next break, you know, if you want to read something out of the big book, Lana, or you want to get the other people involved in the meeting, do it however you and Chuck want to do it, because y'all showed up, said you'd help, and we want to give you that 10-minute space from 5:30 to 5:40.
Okay, Kip. I got 3 more minutes before you're up. So I got one more thing to do. Got some AA trivia. I didn't find anybody that wanted to share their passages, but I got a few questions. So I'm looking to see who are my AA trivia people here. So the first question I have is, y'all know we love acronyms in this program. What is the acronym, or what does the acronym HALT, H-A-L-T, stand for? Raise your hand. I don't have any takers. Tally's got hers up. She had it up first. Tally.
Hungry, angry, lonely, tired.
Yes, thank you. All right. Here's my next question. You can lower your hand, please, or you can keep it up if you want to. What was the name of the hotel where the founding of our program stood in the balance? We might not be here had he not been in this hotel. What was the name of the hotel that is so special to this program because he made one of our founders made a special call there? Dick J. Yeah, I see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you.
The Mayflower Hotel.
Good stuff. Yes, the Mayflower Hotel in Akron, Ohio. All right. I got another question for you. What is the title of our publication that we call A Meeting in a Magazine? What's the name of our publication that we call? Kelly, yes, I'm going to unmute you.
Kelly Alcoholic, The Grapevine.
Good stuff. And I'm going to put in a plug for the Grapevine. I'm the Grapevine rep for one of my home groups. The Grapevine is our meeting in a magazine. It's been around for a number of decades. And now we have a project called Carry the Message. You are able to purchase a subscription for those who are not able to make meetings, especially in hospitals, jails, and institutions. So I'm going to put the link for the Grapevine in the chat. Please, 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 I encourage you, if you're not already, please subscribe. It's our very own publication, tons of great stories, and always a great thematic focus. A couple of months ago was on sponsorship, just check it out. And like I said, the Carry the Message Project is something that we do to help in the hospital, institutions, and jails communities where we can't, particularly due to COVID, where we've not been able to take a meeting. All right, I got another question for you. This is going to be my last one. Who received the 1 millionth copy of the Big Book? You got three choices. Who received the 1 millionth copy of the Big Book? Was it Elvis Presley, Michael Jackson, or Richard Nixon? Any hands? Who received the one? Okay, Roxanne, I'm going to unmute you.
Nixon.
Yes, Richard Nixon received the 1 million copy of the AA Big Book. It didn't help him with Watergate, but you know.
Can I say a quick one?
Yes.
All right. What does QTIP mean?
That's Q-tip. QTIP. No idea.
Quit taking it personally.
I like that. I like that. That's good stuff. Thank you. All right, Kip, it's back on you. Take it away, big brother.
All right. I'm a grateful alcoholic named Kip. Real quick, guys, like I said, between the next break, after Jeff V gets done, we've got Lana and Chuck, their brother and sister. They're on AA Zoomaholics, and they're gonna be creative and share some stuff with us. Then after that, the final break will be the Big Book giveaway. Please hang around for that. The one with the most time, we're gonna have a sobriety countdown, guys. And I got a way to I got this figured out how we can do this to figure it out. And the one with the most time is gonna win a Big Book, but they got to give it to the one with the least amount of time. And don't worry about it. You say, well, how are you gonna get it to me? Look, we live in 2021. All I need is your name and address. The book will be there. Promise you, from the AA Zoomaholic speaker / discussion meeting. So y'all be hanging around. Make sure you hang around between Sandy and Gordon, because when Gordon done, that'll be wrapping it up. We'll keep the meeting open after that for some shares. What I want to do, Jeff, can you raise your hand, Jeff? Or unmute? Jeff V?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, where you at? Where you at? I'm trying to find you.
I don't know how to raise my hand. I'm too dumb.
He's unmuted, Kip.
Yeah, I'm trying to find him.
Here we go. There.
Hang on. Yeah, that puts you on the screen. Okay, here we go. Hang on one second, Jeff. We got you. All right. All right. I'm a grateful alcoholic. My name's Kip, guys. Like I said a while ago, that Jeff, I think he was the first male speaker we had for the AA Zoomaholics about a year ago. I know Holly was the very first one, and I think Jeff spoke. Anyway, I met Jeff at the State Line Retreat back in 2019, and man, he floored me too, just like Don and Holly and Tally, all of you guys. Like I said, my story got me here. Your story keeps me here, and I've heard him multiple times, and I've actually got his tape or CD rather. And guys, y'all are in for a great big treat. On what I'd like for y'all to do is just unmute, and let's all give Jeff V from Fargo, North Dakota, a warm welcome. Everybody unmute and let's give him a shout out.
Jeff, see you here.
One second here, Jeff. Okay, Jeff, you can unmute and tell us about it.
Thank you so much, Kip. My name is Jeff Van Landingham. I am an alcoholic. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, loud and clear.
I am delighted to be here with you. Thank you, Kip, for asking. By the way, if you're curious on Kip's contribution to this, I got to tell you, he's doing more work than you could possibly know. Literally has texted me every 10 minutes for the last month and a half to ensure that I'm here, which I appreciate. You know, that's what it looks like to get involved in your recovery. I have to tell you, my sobriety date, it's customary that I say this. due to the grace of God, actions taken in AA, sponsorship. My sobriety date is March 16th, 1992. I say that to let you know that AA works. If you're like me, by the way, if people say their sobriety date and then don't tell me what that amount of time is, I can literally miss the whole talk as I sit and try and do math in my head. So I just a couple weeks ago celebrated 29 years of sobriety. I don't say that because it's more time than you or less. It's certainly more time than a guy like me has ever been able to put together. As Kip mentioned, I spoke at your meeting early on when we were first starting all of this. When my sobriety birthday last year, my 28th birthday, the night that I was scheduled to celebrate is when we disbanded. We had a very quick group conscience meeting. And of course, the group conscience decided that we would no longer be able to meet. I was the one dissenting voice. I thought it was important the newcomers see me take my cake, but nobody else seemed to share that same concern. Anyway, I got to tell you though, what was on my mind, I had logged in early and was listening to Kendra as she was sharing and then asking some of her trivia questions. And the one about the Mayflower Motel or hotel got me. I don't know why, it just sparked this memory in me. Years ago, I was at a conference and I was hanging out with a woman. This would be a much better story if I could remember her name, but apparently I was a little in self that night. But I met this woman who at the time had just an obscene amount of sobriety. It was like 63 years or something. And she not only knew Bill Wilson, she literally ran with Bill Wilson. She spent 12 years doing AA with Bill Wilson. And I was in awe, right? And I was peppering her with all kinds of questions. And one of the questions that I asked her was, I said, did Bill ever talk about that first time he met Dr. Bob? And she's like, oh yes, all the time. And I'm like, we hear from our vantage point, we hear that they met. We know why Bill called, pacing in the lobby of the Mayflower. We know Dr. Bob came in all skeptical, ready to bail in like 15 minutes, and it turns into several-hour conversation. But I asked her, I'm like, what exactly happened in there? What did they talk about? What was this magic that would explode into what we know as Alcoholics Anonymous? And she goes, oh, I'm so glad you asked, Jeff. Bill wanted you to know. Now, by the way, I'm so self-centered. I'm like, Bill wanted me to know? I didn't even know Bill would have known who I was, considering I was 1 when he died. But realizing she meant Bill wanted us to know. And she said that Bill was sitting in the room. He'd gotten there first, and Dr. Bob came in somewhat skeptical and begrudging. And she said Bill stood up and marched across the room and started vigorously shaking Dr. Bob's hand and thanking him for coming. He was so full of gratitude that Dr. Bob was presenting himself so that Bill could get an opportunity to carry this message, ultimately ensuring his own sobriety and recovery. And I thought, how often do I take that attitude into 12-step work? Do I answer the phone with that kind of gratitude? Or do I'm like, I suppose I'll stop whatever important thing I'm doing so I can do a little bit of AA. I mean, how often does my attitude start to get upside down from where it's supposed to be? So armed with that observation, I assure you, I am very, very grateful to be here, to be doing this, to be with you. I have to tell you, by the way, it's tacky, it's bad taste that I'm going to say this. But as was mentioned, I live in Fargo, North Dakota. And oftentimes people are always very curious about the weather in Fargo. And the weather right now in Fargo, it's 70 degrees, blue sky, sun with absolutely no wind. We get 2 days a year like this in Fargo. The rest of the time it's blizzards. And so I had to peel myself out of the sun and the much needed vitamin D to come in here and be with you. And I do so with enthusiasm, gratitude, and appreciation. I'm a guy, listen, I spent a lot of time not believing I was an alcoholic. And when I say that, sometimes people like to say, oh, you were in denial. No, I was not in denial. I suffer from something much more insidious that we would call delusion. And I'll tell you what I mean and the difference. Denial is I know what's true and I'm pretending it's not. Case in point, when I was about 30 years old, I started to go gray, right? And I would look in the mirror and I would go, oh, my hair's getting lighter. It must be from the sun. I've already told you we have like 2 days of sun a year. Obviously, that's not really what's going on, but that's what I tell myself rather than admit what I obviously know to be true. And that's just that I'm getting older. When it comes to my alcoholism, I'm not in denial, I'm in delusion. And delusion means I buy the lie. I genuinely believe what I'm telling myself and that I'm telling you. So when I'd say to you, I'm not really an alcoholic, I know how it looks, I meant it. I would swear on a Bible and mean it. And the reason that I believe that is quite simple. We all know what an alcoholic is. An alcoholic is somebody who drinks too much. They can't handle their liquor. Because they get drunk, they have problems at work. They have problems in their marriage. They have problems with their finances or their emotional disposition. And then they stumble into Alcoholics Anonymous and somebody cracks off some A1 advice like, hey, if you don't take the first drink, you won't get drunk. Oh man, now that that's been explained, I should never have to drink again. And then they get sober. And because they're sober, because alcohol was the problem, they return to normal living. And they suddenly are grateful to go to work and they love it and they love their family and they just love everything. I'm not like that. I had problems long before I ever drank. There's been something wrong with me from as far back as I can remember, way before alcohol entered the picture. I'm a guy who walks around and I just feel very uncomfortable in my own skin. I don't know how to articulate it. I don't know how to label it. I just know that it feels like there's just a blackness inside of me that lives behind my tummy. And I don't know what to do with it, and I don't know how to get rid of it. I'm a guy who, and again, during the trivia, someone mentioned the acronym of Q-tip. Quit taking it personal, right? I do the exact opposite. I take everything personal. I'm self-centered to my core. I assume everything is about me, and every little thing that's going on in my world, I take personal. What I mean by that is I have the ability, perhaps some of you will relate to this, but I don't know if I have kind of a gift, maybe you do too. I have a gift to interpret what people really mean. And that's really handy as you walk around life. Mine seems to be broken, I will tell you, but I'm able to discern from people what they really mean based on looks, tones of voice, body language, all kinds of great things. And so when people say things to me like, hey, Jeff, it's good to see you, that is not what I hear. I remember, by the way, this didn't go away after I came in AA. I remember a guy saying that to me. He's like, hey, it's good to see you here, Jeff. I haven't seen you around here in a while. And I was offended. Like, what the hell does that mean? You think you're more active than me in AA or something? He's like, whoa, 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 I was just saying hello. But that's who I am, right? That's how I walk around with life. I have this chip on my shoulder, and I'm constantly trying to prove myself to a group of people who's doubting me that I've come to believe doesn't exist. But that's how I'm wired. I feel emotions very intensely. I don't get happy, I get ecstatic. I don't get blue, I get rageful or suicidal. I don't become bored I don't become bored with things. I become completely horrifically indifferent and check out. I just feel all of these emotions intensely. And usually I can just ping pong from one to the next. I've probably shared this with you before, but speaking of taking things personal, I walk into some restaurant or some hotel and the poor girl who's working the front desk or a hostess, she's just doing her job, right? So she smiles. Hey, welcome to the Comfort Inn. I don't see it that way. I'm like, whoa, I felt electricity there. That's Jean's smiling like that at everyone, let me tell you. And I go from 0 to 1,000. I can see our life together. I can see the house, the kids, the dog. It's just all going to be wonderful. And then I see the wedding ring on her finger and I crash back to earth, right? Who could ever love me? And it's just this constant yo-yo. Early on, by the time I was in my teens, it was very apparent something was wrong. I was meeting different counselors, different doctors, therapists. I remember meeting this therapist and I was trying to explain to her, I'm a very sensitive individual, right? I've spent a lot of time with my feelings hurt, most of which, by the way, I've come to believe over things that didn't even actually happen. But I have the most warped kind of sensitivity. I remember my therapist telling me, She's like, you know, it's not uncommon, Jeff, that people, when they say mean things to you, that you would get your feelings hurt. And I'm like, yeah, but nobody's actually really saying anything that's causing my feelings to be hurt. It's just more my, like, I can just sense when somebody says I love you, my first reaction is, do you really? I mean, I don't know. And I have this deep-seated hatred that causes me to believe that if you really knew who I was, but I'm probably getting a little too analytical here, but someone may relate to this. I have this weird complex makeup that if someone loves me, I secretly start to lose respect for them. I'm like, then you're an idiot. Then you cannot possibly see what I see, right? I want people to love me. I just can't respect you. By the way, this is going to cause a lot of problems in relationships later on if you're wired this way. Conversely, if you don't like me, or if you know, I hate that, of course, but I do respect it. By the way, the flip side of that, sponsorship is going to come into play later on, where that philosophy is going to get tested. Because my sponsor, let me tell you, was not impressed with me at all. And I did not like that, but I did respect it. But anyway, I'm the kind of guy, I get my feelings hurt over the most ridiculous of things. Here's the best example I know. If you relate to this, I'm just going to tell you, welcome to Alcoholics Anonymous, okay? I am deeply offended when I am not invited to things that I don't want to be at in the first place. And that's a really hard thing to, you know, explain. Hey, we're all going over to Kip's. Kip's texted everyone 50 times about his move. And you comment, no, Kip never texted me because I blocked Kip. I don't mention that, but I'm just kidding, Kip. No, Kip didn't tell me, oh, well, do you want to go? Hell no, I don't want to go. But I do want to be invited. I do want to be made to feel like I'm a part of. And I don't know what to do with any of this. I'm looking for my spot. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't feel like I fit anywhere, and I'm just lost. I'm just a guy who's on a raft in the ocean of life, and I have no ability to control anything. And I don't know where I'm going, and I can't see land in any direction, and I'm just lost. Until I was 15. When I was 15, I finally found an answer to what was wrong with me. And this is key, because everything that I have described up until this point, until right now, doesn't make me an alcoholic, makes me neurotic. There has to be one key thing, and that is this. When I was 15, I found alcohol for the first time. And alcohol has an ability to change all of that. Alcohol early on did something for me that nothing else ever had. And that is so, so key, because later on, alcohol is going to start to do things to me. And we love to talk about what it does to us in AA. That's the consequence. It's the high-speed chases, the jails, the bankruptcies, the divorces, all of that. But it begs the question, why would I allow something to do all of that to me? Easy. Once upon a time, it did something for me. It allowed me to finally have a sense of ease and comfort that nothing else ever had. Alcohol fixes the problem. Now, granted, it's going to become a problem. And I'm going to start to cause problems in my life that are caused by drinking. So well-meaning individuals naturally assume that drinking is my problem. I enter into my frothy emotional phase here, where people start giving me all these reasons why I shouldn't drink. And I just want to scream at them, you don't understand. I get that I got out of hand last night. I admit that, but trust me, not going to drink tequila anymore, right? It was always the individual alcohol. It was never me. Best way I know how to describe what alcohol does for me. I'm in my teens, I'm at a party. I'm self-conscious. I secretly think nobody wants me here. I feel, you know, just horrifically inadequate. And I'm analyzing everything that's going on in this party. And some guy always would show up, right, that I hated. Some guy just, first of all, seemed like everyone was really excited to see him. You know, the type, oh, hey, everybody, John's here. And they're all high-fiving him. And John shows up and he just looks cool. And he's got his hat on backwards. I didn't get a memo that you could wear hats backwards. I didn't know this was a thing. I can't stand John, right? And I'm staring daggers at him. And then she walks into the room. She, if you're not familiar, is the girl of my dreams. If I could just get her, everything would fall into place for me, right? But we know, I know, and I bet all of you know too, that that girl would never be interested in a guy like me. And I am not going to take the 10,000-mile journey across this room and go up to her and ask her out or express any kind of interest so that she can publicly humiliate me in front of everyone and say, are you out of your mind? A girl like me go out with a guy like you know, and the whole party's laughing and pointing like some hideous 80s movie. And that's who I am by my natural state. I got to tell you, it's very, very uncomfortable. It's very painful is what it really is. And I hate it. And I so don't want to be this way, but I don't know how to get out of it. And then I start drinking. And drinking, by the third or fourth drink, depending upon what's going on, changes all of it. It literally makes everything look different. First thing that happens is I start looking around this party, but it just looks different, right? And I'm thinking, I'm so glad I came tonight. Can you imagine what a powerful transformation that is? I'm so glad that I came tonight. Thank God I did. I'm making this party. Most of these people are chumps who don't know how to have fun. And here I am with all my wit and charm. And it's an amazing feeling. And now armed with a confidence that a guy like me can't possibly muster, I'm now going to start righting wrongs. First thing we're going to do is go find John, right? Mr. Cool, who showed up about an hour ago. And I go find him, corner him. I'm like, hey, man, about an hour ago when you got here, there was a lot of tension between you and I. Keep in mind, he doesn't know there was any tension. He doesn't know the neurotic fool was having an imaginary war with him from the corner. But now I don't care about any of that. Logic, believe me, logic's long gone in my life now. And I'm like, hey, man, there's a lot of tension between you and I just want to let you know if you're looking for trouble, you found it, right? That's so amazing to be able to say that. I feel so great. And now it's time to go talk to her. And I walk across that room with confidence again that a guy like me has never known. And I walk up, I look her dead in the eye, and I let her know, listen, honey, I don't even ask her name, right? I'm too cool for that. Listen, honey, I could have anyone I want at this party, male or female, and I'm picking you. And she does not seem to reciprocate any interest in me. I'm not hurt by that. I'm not publicly humiliated. I'm not anything. I lock her in a bathroom until she comes through. I feel bad for her, right? That's genuinely kind of how I feel. It's a magical thing. Clancy has a great line that he used to mention where he talks about to the average drinker, alcohol goes blah, 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 but to the alcoholic, it goes boom. And I understand what that boom feels like. And I will tell you something. I chased that boom for many years to come. In the big book, it talks about the great obsession of every alcoholic is that we will control and enjoy our drinking. Many of us pursue it into the gates of insanity or death. And I understand that. I understand what it's like to be so fixated with something that I can't quite seem to get, that I easily will follow it into the gates of insanity or death. I wasn't armed with any of that knowledge. All I knew is that alcohol was a solution I'd been looking for, and I took off with the opportunity that anytime the opportunity presented itself to drink, I was going to do it. Now, it was very apparent to me early on when I started drinking that I drink abnormally. I don't seem to drink like my fellows. And what I mean by that is I have no off switch. I start drinking and I cannot stop. I make all of these pledges, all of these things I'm going to do, but I seem to always end up insanely drunk. And that's really not the plan here, and certainly not some of the things. And then alcohol starts to not be quite as good of a solution, right? And it starts getting a little messy, and it starts getting a little sloppy, and it starts getting a little emotional. But this is simply a matter of trial and error. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure out what I can drink, where I can drink, who I can drink with. We're going to get all the pieces lined up so that I can control and enjoy my drinking, right? And that's what's going to happen. And I got to tell you, for a guy like me, that never happens. It just doesn't, that day does not come. And eventually what happened for me, I was at a party. This is nothing new, and drunk, just hideously ugly drunk. And by this time, I just always hurt. I was always depressed. I was always suicidal, and I just hurt all the time. And my mentality was that if I can't make myself feel better, then I want to make you feel bad. And this particular night, I just seemed like, I don't know if you've ever felt this way, but it just feels like there's 21 people at a gathering, and 10 people or 10 couples have decided to pair off and talk, and you're the 21st. And you're just standing there. I got no one to talk to. No one seems to care, and I'm sick of it. And I started hurling all of these insults at people and just trying to, it was just a scene. It was a horrible scene. And eventually this girl stepped up and she was like, "What's the matter with you?" Right? Just everyone was on one side of the room and I was on the other. And I remember I didn't say anything, but I remember a voice deep inside of me, where I suppose the truth would live, was like, "I don't know. I didn't want any of this to happen. I don't want to say these things. I don't want her to be crying. I don't want my friend looking at me the way he's looking at me right now. I didn't want any of this to happen. I went out tonight with the same intention that I have always had. I always had the same goal in mind when I went out drinking, and it was just to get there. And if you're an alcoholic like me, you don't need there explained to you. You know where there is, right? I just want to get there. But I don't ever stay there. Something happens to me and I overshoot the mark. And then I end up in this spot and I'm just sick of it. But the best answer I had that night was, I don't know. That's all I could concede to my innermost self, is I don't know. Tonight with you, I have a bit better of an understanding of what was wrong with me. What was wrong with me then, just as what's wrong with me right now, is that I'm an alcoholic. I said it at the outset. I'm an alcoholic. And you may wonder, when did you become an alcoholic? How did you get through the delusion? My delusion was smashed here in Alcoholics Anonymous. My delusion was smashed by doing one of the most simplest actions, but I believe one of the most important actions we take in AA. Listen. I came in and I got some really good advice when I was new. Somebody said, "Why don't you sit down and shut up?" Right? Tough love. And but that's quite frankly the best advice a guy like me could have ever been given. By sitting down and shutting up, I was able to hear you. And by listening to you, I was able to start to identify for the first time in my life, right? And I heard people talk about drinking. And I heard people talk about their reaction to life and their emotions and their head full of bad wiring and all of these little traits that I believe we share. And finally, the day came where I could concede to my innermost self that I was an alcoholic and I could take step one. Because again, and my experience may be different than yours. I'm not trying to offend anyone. But just saying my name's Jeff and I'm an alcoholic does not mean I have taken step one. If I don't know what it means, if I don't understand what I'm saying, I'll say anything just to fit in. That doesn't mean anything. But coming to this understanding of what alcoholism is, and I'll tell you what I believe that alcoholism is for me. Alcoholism is a threefold illness that affects me physically, mentally, and spiritually. It affects me in a physical sense, right? I have a sponsor. He's taking me through the book. He's explaining all this stuff to me. And we were going through the doctor's opinion, and we got to the part where he mentions phenomenon of craving. My sponsor's like, "Now you understand what phenomenon is, right?" I thought he was being a little condescending, but I don't know how you are when you're posed a question that you don't know. I don't look at it as an opportunity to learn. I look at it as an opportunity for my ego to get punctured. And so I dig in and start to defend. And so I'm like, yeah, I know what phenomenon is, right? I would rather remain in ignorance and be cool than just, God forbid, learn something. I'm like, I know what phenomenon is. He's like, okay, well, what is it? And I'm like, now he's got me on the ropes, right? And I'm like, well, you know. And he's like, yeah, I know. He said, I'm asking you if you know. And I'm like, it's a phenomenon like Bigfoot or a UFO. And my sponsor, he would roll his eyes in his head so hard, I swear he would get a kink in his neck. And he would be like, no, we are not talking about Bigfoot or UFOs. Thank you for your contribution to this conversation. We're talking about an inexplicable desire to drink more. He said, we're talking about a thirst that develops after you ingest alcohol into your body that cries out for more. That I get, right? Then he made it a little simpler for me because he could tell the Mensa student here wasn't going to get it. And he said that we're talking about an allergy of the body to alcohol, that when I drink, the drink calls out for more. There's a great proverb that I believe encapsulates my story. I take a drink, the drink takes a drink, and then the drink takes me. And that's exactly what happens to me. That's why so many times I would go out with the intent of just getting there, and I never stay there, right? I always overshoot the mark because this phenomenon of craving, because of this allergy of the body that causes me to drink more alcohol than I would ever have planned to or wanted to. Okay, great. Let's talk about an allergy for a minute. Let's talk about a different kind of allergy. Let's imagine that I was, say, allergic to bananas, and that every time I ate bananas, I broke out in red hives. My question would be, how far down that rabbit hole do you think I go? Do you think I'm changing brands? Hey, you know what? I'm not going to eat Chiquita bananas anymore. They clearly don't agree with me, but Dole bananas, I'm sure, are fine. These bananas were grown in Australia. I'm sure they'll be different. I'm not doing any of that. I don't keep bananas in my house just in case somebody shows up and wants a banana. I don't want to be rude. I don't have a banana in the glove box of my car that I run out at noon and scarf it out down all warm and mushy so that I can face them for the second half of the day. I don't do any of that stuff. What I do is I just quit eating bananas. End of story. And I just go on about my life. I don't even make a big deal out of it. I certainly don't a year later stand up and take a chip because I haven't eaten bananas in a year, right? I don't do any of that. Call my Bananas Anonymous sponsor and thank him for all his help. I don't do any of that stuff. I just, hey, I'll eat cherries. I'll be good. So it begs the question, why can I not stop drinking when far worse things happen to me than just breaking out in hives? I've had some horrible things happen to me drinking, as I'm sure you have. Why do I go back? What is it about my mind? And this gets into the second part of my illness, this mental obsession of the mind to drink alcohol. Now, when I first heard that, my sponsor was explaining it to me. Again, I was like, no, I don't have that. He's like, really? I'm like, no, I don't think about drinking all the time. I'm not like you. Again, I got the eye roll, and he's like, that's not what we're talking about. I don't mean that you think about drinking all the time. I mean that you have a mind that over a certain period of time starts to block out all of the reasons why you're not supposed to drink for the insane idea it will be different this time. That I get. That I get. I'm an oath guy. I've made a lot of oaths, and I've made a lot of oaths to quit drinking, usually on a Sunday morning coming off some horrible jag. And I meant every single one of them. There was not one time I made an oath, a promise, a declaration that I was insincere. Yet normally by Tuesday or Wednesday, my mental defense seemed to be eroding. Why? Why is that? And because I have no effective defense against the first drink. I went through a phase. I got onto this thing where I decided I'm going to tell anyone that gets in 5 feet of me that I'm quitting drinking. My plan was that if I told the whole world, sheer public humiliation would keep me from drinking. If I told everyone I'm not drinking and then they see me drunk, what will people think? Right? Actually, still kind of makes sense to me, to be honest with you, when I say it out loud. And so I told all these people I was quitting drinking. We went on this road trip. We were going to Minneapolis. I get in this car. There's a cooler of beer next to me. The minute we're outside the city limits, I've got my hand in that cooler cracking a beer. And my buddy, who's up front, he's like, hey, man, I thought you quit drinking. This is my response. Not on road trips. Yeah, when I'm at home, of course, but not on road trips. That made perfect sense to me, right? By the way, the kind of people that I drank with, it made sense to them too. You know, yeah, that'd be extreme. And I'm off and running. What every relapse, slip, call it whatever you want, but what every time that my period of sobriety ended, you know what it had in common? A sober mind took me back to that first drink every time. Something happened in me where I'm like, yeah, I think this time it will be different. Here's why. Or my favorite, screw it, what's the use? Which, by the way, what's the use? When my experience with alcoholics, when I utter the phrase, what's the use? A huge path of destruction is about to start unfolding. That's, in my opinion, is one of the more dangerous times that people like us can go through. So anyway, I have this mental obsession of the mind to drink alcohol. And what I'm describing to you in and of itself, just in this physical and mental side, is a deadly illness that'll kill us, and slowly and painfully. And I've not even gotten to the third component of what's wrong with me. And that is this spiritual malady. And this one I think is the most important, because this is where the battle's going to be won or lost. I have this spiritual malady. I'm disconnected from something that's bigger and more powerful than me. I can call it whatever you want. God, if you're not comfortable with that, find something you are comfortable with. One of the greatest things that sometimes gets overlooked, I think, in AA is this: choose a power greater than yourself. By the way, interesting little piece of trivia. I hope it's not an urban legend that I'm spreading. I don't think it is. But this is just, I'm a sick alcoholic, and I just love stuff like this. I don't know why. But in Bill's story, when he talks about Abby coming to see him at the kitchen table, the way that Bill retells the tale, when Abby says, my friend then suggested to me what seemed like a novel concept. Why don't you choose your own conception of God? Bill makes it sound all pretty and wonderful. Ebby Thatcher was interviewed years after that and asked his version of the story. And he was like, Bill was so drunk and belligerent that finally I'm like, out of hell with you, Bill, choose your own conception of God. I'm like, I love it. I love that that's how our program started. Some beef between two ex-drinking buddies. Anyway, so you choose your own conception of God. And my problem is that I've been disconnected from it my whole life. I believe it's why I've walked around with this feeling that there's a hole inside of me, that there's something missing. It's why I feel the need to always prove myself to people. It's why, and if you really want me to go a little bit deeper, I believe, and I don't even know if this is unique to alcoholics, but I certainly think it's worse with us. I have this selfish, self-centered, self-propulsion mind that thinks it can live on its own, this ego. And the problem that I've come to believe with my ego is that it has to keep me locked in two different areas, either the past or the future. Ego has no power right here, right now. So it has to keep me occupied with all this chatter about the past, regret, remorse, resentment. It has to keep me locked in anticipation of the future, or anxiety or fear. It's not an accident, in my opinion, that we do an inventory that covers off on resentments, fears, and sex conduct, because those are the three byproducts of the selfish, self-centered individual. So my ego will keep me locked in these two time frames and never, ever allow me to be in the one place, in my opinion, the only place that I can find God, which is right here, right now. I'm never, they used to say in AA, maybe they still do in your neck of the woods, be where your hands are, right? And I didn't understand that. I'm like, how could I be anywhere else? Because I'm always somewhere else. I'm never where my hands are. I actually do a little meditation often at work and in AA, where I literally just focus on where my hands are, resting right here. I'm right here, right now. I'm talking to some great friends of mine in North Carolina and from around the country, perhaps the globe. And that's exactly where I am. My head's not off with what am I doing tonight? It's not focused on what happened this morning. I'm trying to be right here, right now. Because if I cannot find some kind of conscious contact with a power greater than myself, I go back to my natural state sober. And that is increased feelings of restlessness, irritability, and discontentment. I'm restless. I don't know what I want. I don't know what I need, but I am not living the life I'm supposed to be living. Something needs to change. I need to change jobs. I'm not with the right girl. I don't know. I need to change my personality. I need to do something. By the way, sidebar, I had gotten on one of these kicks where I wanted to change my personality. I just thought it'd be that simple. And somebody had pointed out some guy, they're like, yeah, that's so-and-so. He lives his life the way he wants to, and he doesn't care what anybody thinks. And they said it with such reverence and admiration that I'm like, yes, I want people saying that about me. I'm now going to be that guy. I'm now going to walk around and not care what anybody thinks. Great plan. The only problem is that I've found God did not make me or wire me for that, right? So I walk around and I don't care what anybody thinks. Oh, that's good, because Kip doesn't like you. Why? What did I do to Kip, right? I'm not wired to be a macho, tough guy. I'm not anything. Nor, by the way, do I have the power, I believe, to change my personality long term, at least sufficient solution to alcoholism. And so I'm restless. I'm irritable. And what that means is I walk around and I have all this anger inside of me and this chip on my shoulder. And my sponsor told me when I was new that I suffered from a lot of self-pity. And again, I was like, no, I don't sit around crying all the time. He's like, not what I mean. Self-pity is a deep-seated belief that your life is harder than other people's. I'm like, yeah, that's not even a belief, that's truth. Because that's how it feels to me. I feel like I do twice as much as everyone else and I get half of the results, and I'm sick of it. And I'm sick of everyone, and nobody listens, and nothing goes the way it's supposed to, and there seems to be no justice in the world. And I have such negativity, right, that I carry around, and I'm so irritable. And I'm discontent. I'm discontent for a couple of reasons. First and foremost is that everything loses its shine to me. And I got to tell you, I hate things when they lose their shine. I'm very immature. I love jobs for the first 2 weeks. I love relationships for the first 3 months, right? I love buying a new car for that first month. I love all that stuff when it's new and shiny. But when it loses its shine, I think, this isn't it either. I remember one time having a new car, a little red car, driving around. First month, I love it. God almighty, this is the best thing I ever did. Finally, people can see how wonderful I am. And you pull up to a stoplight one day, and somebody pulls up in the exact same car, only it's black. and I look at it and I think I should have got the black one, right? That's who I am. Or the other thing I've come to believe about my restlessness is I spend my life in what I call pursuit of happiness. And what I mean by that, happiness is always just around the corner. When I make this much money, I'll be happy. When I meet her, I'll be happy. When I get my year medallion, I'll be happy. Never now. I can never be happy right now, mind you, but I can always just, and what happens is that you get to those mile markers. And you're like, okay, now I'm a year sober. Well, this isn't what I thought it would be. Okay, two years, by God, I'm going to be awesome. Whatever the case may be, my mind plays this trick on me. And if I'm not careful, I'll miss my whole life because I was chasing something that didn't exist. Anyway, I digress. So I'm restless, irritable, and discontent. What is the solution to this malady we call alcoholism? According to our book, and it talks about it in many different ways, unless I can find a way to experience a spiritual awakening or spiritual experience, unless I can find a way to have a change in attitude, a personality change sufficient enough to bring about recovery from alcoholism, cast aside old ideas, attitudes, and outlooks for a completely new set. Call it whatever you want. Unless I can find a way to tap into something greater than me, I am doomed to repeat this cycle over and over and over until eventually I die from it. And that's what's wrong with me. That's my alcoholism. Now, I, of course, when we're back at that party and that girl asked me what was wrong, I didn't know all of that. And I continued on into what I like to call my alcohol does things to me phase, right? Just like all of us have. And we all have the war stories. We all have the things that have happened. And, you know, I've like you, I've had things, I've been arrested in a foreign country because I thought the federales were copping attitude with me. And I got to tell you, by the way, federales in Mexico are not impressed with some drunken idiot saying, I'm an American citizen. I dare you to do something to me. They will lock you up. And, you know, that was scary. I've had 2 failed suicide attempts. Probably didn't need to add failed onto that now that I think about it. One of them, I was at a party. She walked into the room, you know, girl of my dreams. And I was there, man. I was where alcohol takes me. And I go sauntering over to her. And as I was walking towards her, something inside of me was like, tell this woman the truth, right? So I'm like, okay. So I just started telling her the long, unedited version of my story about how I always think about suicide, but I'm not going to do that now that I met her. And then I really dropped the piece de resistance on her. I let her know I'd had my eye on her. So I had been doing my homework and I'd been following her around. So I told her that. I'm like, listen, I've been following you on campus. She did not seem impressed with that at all, I got to tell you. And she said, you're a freak and you scare me and I want you to leave me alone. And I was devastated, right? This was not in any way how this night was supposed to go. And so I overreact. It's another characteristic of mine. And I'm like, oh, you want me to leave you alone? Fine, I will go home and kill myself. And it's just the way my mind works. See how bad you feel tomorrow when I'm dead. And I went home, and I don't know if I meant it when I said it to her or not, but I will tell you on the walk home, something kind of snapped inside of me. And I just thought, I call it the light went out. And I'm just like, I'm just tired of being me. And I'm tired of living a life that I don't fit into and that I cannot find any kind of real relief from. And I just want out. And I went home and I took a handful of sleeping pills and I just sat back and I waited to die. And a friend of mine showed up and he's like, you know, oh my God, man. He goes, we got to hurry and get you to a priest. If you don't talk to a priest, your soul can't be admitted to heaven. And I was so drunk that made sense to me, right? I'm like, oh, I wasn't even Catholic, right? And I'm like, oh my God, let's go. And off we go. And we get to this hospital and this nurse met us. And, you know, she's kind of frantic. She's like, I need to know what you took. I need to know what you took. And I brought the bottle. I'm like, if I wasn't dead soon, I was going to take more. So I brought the bottle and I showed it to her. And I remember she looks at it. She looks at me. She looks back at it. And she starts laughing. And I don't mean like a little snicker. I mean like a big belly laugh, like where she's doubled over, right? And I'm like, what the hell? I mean, I know I'm drunk, but this seems very unprofessional to me. And then she holds up the bottle and she's like, Jeff, what you took were vitamin C tablets. And I was so drunk. I'm like, well, it didn't even occur to me. I'm like, yeah, but I took a handful of them. I've overdosed on them. I will tell you right now that a handful of vitamin C will not kill you. It will, however, get you a one-way ticket to the psych ward. And so now here I am in the psych ward. By the way, I told you I'm a guy who I don't measure up, and I feel out of place and I feel inadequate. I don't even measure up in the psych ward. I remember talking to this guy and I'm like, why are you here? And he's like, well, all the dogs in the neighborhood were giving me commands. I'm like, yeah, solid, right? And he's like, how about you? I overdosed on vitamin C. I mean, that's a really weenie way to be in the psych ward, to be honest with you. And I was embarrassed. I was almost going to start lying in the eye here. I hear dogs sometimes too. Anyway, so I've had suicide attempts. I've had all these different things. I've had a lot of reasons why I should quit drinking, and I've ignored them and zoomed right past them all. And at the age of 21, I came into the Alcoholics Anonymous. And as I told you earlier, was given this advice about sitting down and shutting up and listening. And that gave me a chance. A lot of times, I'll tell you something else I've learned over the years as I seek answers to everything, because I'm a seeker. I'm a seeker by my nature, and I've always wanted to find the answer. I'm always looking for the big ego gratifying answer. But what I've really come to find is not about finding magic prayers or some magic spot where God reveals himself to me. What I often need to do is give myself a little bit of space between thoughts, give God a little bit of room to come in. And then I don't have to do a lot of work to get God in. I just have to get the things that are blocking him out of the way. Tell you, that's really been my journey in Alcoholics Anonymous, is finding out what things are blocking me off, what things are impediments to me having a better understanding or conscious contact with the God of my understanding, and get them out of the way. Normally they look like defects of character to me. And one of the things, like I said, was shutting up. And I listened to you. And there seemed to be common denominators with the people who, what I call, seem to be enjoying their sobriety. There's always somebody in an AA meeting who clearly does not want to be there. But there's these other groups of people who are just so fired up to be in Alcoholics Anonymous. It makes you want to barf, right? And I'm like, what is the deal? And so I started to look around at all of that kind of stuff, and there was common things. Most people seem to adhere and abide by the principle of having a sponsor. Most people seem to have some kind of an understanding of how to work the 12 steps of regular meeting attendance, right? And so I'm like, okay, these are things I can do. I got a sponsor. I joined a home group. I started to work the steps. When I got a sponsor, my sponsor created an environment of recovery that was not of my own making. And that's really important, because I'm way too comfort driven. Sometimes I hear the expression, take what you want, leave the rest. But Alcoholics Anonymous can't be a buffet for me. I'm too picky of an eater. I did not get the option of what do you think, Jeff? No one ever asked me that my first year. I was just basically told, and I know sometimes this offends people, but I don't mean from a militant standpoint. It's just my sponsor wasn't interested in my opinion. He was more interested in what I was doing. And because, like I said, I'm way too concerned with relief and comfort than I am character building or genuinely getting better. And so my sponsor, I want to meet you once a week, and we're going to go through the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I want you to join my home group, and I want you to be there early, and I want you to get a commitment, and just blah, 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 blah. And here we go, right? And I jumped into this stream of Alcoholics Anonymous. My first commitment in AA, I was a greeter. I was the greeter at my home group. I got to tell you, I was a horrible greeter, horrible. I'm convinced I might be one of the worst greeters in the history of Alcoholics Anonymous, because I was new and bitter and didn't hide it. And so people, when they're showing up to the meeting, hey, welcome to the meeting. Sucks we can't drink, but there's some crappy coffee in there. That's me greeting at an AA meeting. And new people, by the way, I found out later, kind of related and identified with me, but I took the right actions, right? I don't know how to think my way into better living, but I do know how to live my way into better thinking. I took the right actions, and I continued on this path, and I just slowly moved along. I met my sponsor. We went through the big book. We did the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous to the best of our ability at the time, and I started living life. One of the things that I had in my head, because I was mishearing some things too in AA, what I heard people, this isn't what they were saying, but what I heard them saying is, now that I'm sober, everything's wonderful, all the time, forever. And I got to tell you, to this day, when I hear someone referring to their defects past tense, I start tuning out. I don't identify. Yeah, I used to be selfish in the 90s. It's like, I don't get that. My defects of character, believe me, they're all sitting right here chattering. They're just not quite as loud as they used to be. But I saw all these different things, and I thought this unrealistic expectation that everything was going to be wonderful. In reality, what was promised to me, and I love this expression, I wasn't promised a second chance at life here. I was promised a chance for a second life. That's really what we get here, is one giant hit the reset button. I heard an expression one time, and they said every night is New Year's Eve in Alcoholics Anonymous. Whatever's bothering you, whatever's going on, great. Don't wait till next year to make a New Year's Eve resolution. Start tonight, right? What is it that you find offensive? What is God revealing to you that he wants you to work on? Let's go. And every morning can be Christmas morning here. Every morning, if you know how to see the world, if you know how to change your perception, can become a gift. It really can, irrespective of what's going on in the world or your life. And that's what I have come to believe here the longer I have been here. When I was 2 years sober, I met a girl who had something that I had been looking for all my life, which was an interest in me. That's a really attractive quality. And we started dating, and it was just a mess. By the time we had been dating for 3 months, we were seeing a marriage counselor, and we weren't even engaged. Who does that? I mean, what kind of sick couple is like, hey, I know we're not engaged and we seem to be fighting all the time. Why don't we go see a marriage counselor? That's what we did. Got in a fight literally in the lobby of his office one time, and she doused me with a hot cup of coffee and had to go walking in, all coffee dripping off my hair and stuff. But we stuck with it. And in a couple of months, that little girl and I will celebrate 25 years of marriage. Because of Alcoholics Anonymous, I will tell you this, and I'm making no judgment here, but you can draw your own conclusions. You may wonder, well, how did you stop fighting? She joined Al-Anon 15 years ago, and then that's after she got a sponsor and worked the steps, all our fighting stopped. I'm not saying she was the whole problem, but draw from that what you want. She's not here. She's not here to defend yourself. I wouldn't say that if she were in the room, but I feel like you guys need to know truth. And so, here we are. We have 3 kids from that marriage. I have a 21-year-old son, a 20-year-old daughter, and a 13-year-old daughter. Interesting sidebar, by the way. My daughter, who's 20, she just told me this a couple weeks ago. She grew up in a home, of course, where she had never seen me drink. All of my friends are in AA. That's all they ever knew, was just AA people coming and going. And so my daughter told me, she goes, Dad, I have to tell you something. She said, until I was about 14, I didn't realize there was such a thing as normal drinkers. She goes, anytime I saw someone drinking, I thought they had lost their sobriety. She said, so at that wedding years ago, when I saw Grandma drinking champagne, that's why I was crying, is I thought she lost her sobriety. So we might have overdid it a little, but they were certainly raised with an awareness of what Alcoholics Anonymous is and how it works. And it's been light, right? Good things have happened, blessings have been bestowed, tragic things have happened, injustices. If I was to steer this conversation down the road of professional career, I'd be telling you about all the times I've been fired. And I've had kind of a weird, rocky professional career. Apparently, I have a little bit of an attitude with people and their ability to tell me what to do, but not enough attitude to be an entrepreneur. Anyway, I'll get off of that. But I've just had a lot of things happen. Bottom line is that when I came in here 29 years ago, I was a guy who couldn't quit drinking on his own. And 29 years later, I'll tell you this, of all the things that have come and gone, that's still what I am. I'm a guy who can't quit drinking on his own. That's why I still have a home group. That's why I still have a sponsor. That's why I still try and work the 12 steps. It's why I still try and approach the still suffering alcoholic with gratitude, because of the opportunity that they're giving me to serve not only someone else and to have fulfillment and purpose, but also to ensure my own immunity from taking that first drink. Because I believe wholeheartedly in what the book says, that nothing will so much ensure immunity from the first drink as intensive work with others. I believe that. And I don't believe that means you have to sponsor 500 people. I do believe, though, that I am required to think of others, to try and bring a friendly spirit. And one of the reasons, the only drawback, by the way, I'm not a guy who's bashing Zoom. In fact, I'm glad that you're celebrating this. I'm going to write Zoom or whoever they are when this is all over. I sincerely am. And I'm going to thank them for having this platform and let them know, you may not know this, but your software saved literally millions of alcoholic lives because you allowed us to meet at a time when the world tried to just pull us apart. And yet we have been together. We have been able to do this. And it's been a blessing. But the one drawback of Zoom is that it is so easy to start to get comfortable. It's so easy to just flip my camera off and sit on my phone and kind of half listen. And I've done it, I'm sorry to tell you. And I miss out on those little altruistic opportunities that we get at meetings. Oh, that person looks lost. I'm going to walk over and introduce myself. Why don't you come sit by me? Let me show you where the coffee is. I don't get all of these little opportunities to think of and practice some degree of altruism all the time. So I have to find new ways. And one of the things I've done is started to jump in my phone. I just call people, 3 people a day. And I call them not to talk about me, but just to check in. Hey, how are you? What's going on? Just any little thing that I can do. And it seems like the fog is finally breaking on this whole weird time that we've been in. And I'm super grateful. And I don't know about you, but I'll tell you this, I'm going to go back to meetings with gratitude. I'm going to go back in with a newfound sense of awe and wonder. And we're starting, I don't know how you guys are in your neck of the woods. We are starting to meet again in person. And it's a wonderful thing. But I'll tell you this, if it all goes to hell again and we end up back in some kind of quarantine, I know we have this. I know I can stay sober. I know I can maintain a relative degree of sanity, at least par for the course with what I do when I'm going to meetings. And I'm really grateful for that. So I'm going to give you this story and then I'm going to shut up because I should have told you at the beginning, if you're new, I want to welcome you. And the best thing I can do to give you hope, if that's what they say we're supposed to do, is give the newcomer hope. When I was new, this is what gave me hope. Someone saying, hey, I'm well aware of the time and I will end on time. Sweet. So I promise you, I'm well aware of the fact when I started, and I know that my time is 5 minutes out. I may even end early. But I had a lot of trouble with the concept of God when I was new. I didn't even know what to think about when I was praying. I mean, I had no concept of God. I didn't know the words to the Lord's Prayer, the most common prayer in the world. I didn't even know the words to it. So I struggled with that for a while and I spent some time trying to figure it out. And my youngest child, she's 13, but I was, when she was a newborn, I was watching her one night and, you hear her crying and I went in and I picked her up and just for whatever reason, because newborns do this, she kind of started squirming in my arms. And I was kind of, I wasn't really paying that much attention or thinking that much about it, but I just found a thought dancing through my head that I'm thinking to myself, you don't need to squirm. I'm going to provide you with everything that you need. I'm going to make sure that you're fed and clothed and cleaned and loved and just everything, right? And there is not anything that little baby, nor even now that little 13-year-old girl, could do that would ever change the way that I look at her. I still look at her much the same way, right? And I do that because I'm her father. And that's what a good father does. Sometimes in AA, not all, because some people don't like it. Sometimes in AA, we will use a prayer that starts out, Our Father, right? Does it not stand to reason that each of us, there is a God in this universe who's looking at us much the same way, thinking you don't have to struggle. I'm going to provide you with everything that you need. I'm going to love you and make sure that you are always right where you need to be. And there's not anything that you could do to change the way that power is looking at you. There's no crime committed. There's no secret you're carrying around that, in my opinion, that God is going to in any way pass judgment on. All he wants to do is love you. And the only thing stopping him from doing that, at least when it came to me, was me. I was the blockage, right? And I just had to get some of those things out of the way and allow him to start to come in. And that's still what I do. I don't have a relationship with God that's rock solid, that could never possibly be thwarted or changed. I have to do work because all those defects of character continually want to creep up. Selfishness masks itself as concern for others and judgment. And the next thing I know, ego is back. And so I've got to constantly be watching that. So listen, thank you so much for letting me be a part of your wonderful day of celebration. But more importantly, thank you so much for letting me just be a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. God bless.
All right, we can unmute again like if we were in
Thank
person.
you,
Give it a go. Hand clap. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you so much.
Jeff.
Thank you so much.
That was
Thank you.
awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you again, Jeff. Thank you so much, man. That's just awesome. Wow. I'm overwhelmed, man. I'll tell you, this is a lot to take in today, but I really needed this because, I've been, going pretty strong here lately, and I really needed to hear some good experience, strength, and hope. Hope is hearing other people's experience. Kendra, you got a couple things to say real quick before we turn it over to Lana?
Wow, Jeff, thank you so much. I was particularly enthralled by that story, or the story you shared at the end. How about believing that God, just like many of us who have had wonderful earthly fathers, how about just believing that there is a power of all the universe that takes care of us just like that? That warmed me today. Thank you, Jeff, for that. I'm blown away. We've had some awesome speakers, and man, you a heck of a lineup up. I'm telling you. So I'm ready to get moving on. We're in the last quarter. We're in the we're in the last third, I should say. We had 6 minutes. Get it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we got chat, please. I keep getting dinged when it's time to do the chat.
I'll get it. Somebody's telling you to open the chat.
Yeah, open the chat.
Chat is open.
Okay, well, let's turn it over to Lana and Chuck. They're brothers and sisters, and I know Lana, probably about a week or two ago, probably about 2 weeks ago, she celebrated 36 years, and too. So, Lana, Chuck, what you got for us? You should be able to unmute, both of you.
Yeah. My name's Lana, and I'm an alcoholic. And as Kip said, my anniversary date was March 23rd, 1985. And my brother Chuck is going
My
to
name's
pop
Chuck,
up.
and I am an alcoholic. My sobriety date is December the 19th, 1992. Jeff was a great speaker. I have to say, the first step didn't get me sober. Somebody like Jeff working the 12th step is what got me sober.
Okay, Chuck, you got a little joke for him?
Yeah. Kip's always talking about we need humor in here. 3 rabbit brothers walk into a bar. Foot. They're sitting there drinking and going on, and Foot looks at Foot and says, "Man, I'm feeling kind of bad." Foot looks at Foot and says, "Foot's feeling bad." Foot tells Foot to tell Foot to go outside and get some air. Foot tells Foot, he says, "Go out and get some air and come back in." Foot and Foot sitting there drinking, and Foot looks at Foot and says, "Foot had come back in." Foot tells Foot, "Well, let's finish our drinks and we'll go out and check on it." So they sit there and finish their drink, and they go outside and walk around the corner, and there's Foot laying with all 4 of his legs up in the air. Foot looks at Foot and says, "Man, we got to go join AA." Foot asks Foot, so what do you mean we got to go join AA? Foot says, "Look, we got 1 foot in the grave."
Now, I told him he had to tell that joke because, honey, if I'd have told it, I'd have had 4 foot and 2 foot, and I would have never gotten it right. So that is our attempt at humor. Thank God, I pray somebody got it.
Well, so, I've got another one for you.
All right, hop in, Chuck.
This drunk walks into the police station and tells the police sergeant, he says, "I want to see the burglar that broke into my house last night." He said, "Well, sir, you'll have a chance to see him in court." He says, No, you don't understand. I want to know how he got in the house without waking my wife." He said, "I've been trying to do that for years."
There you go.
That was good. That was a good one.
And you know how when you're too drunk to drive, don't you? When that tree you've been dodging all night's that air freshener hanging from your rear view mirror.
Where you been hiding these jokes, Chuck?
This is good.
Get them out of the grapevine.
Yeah.
That's it. That makes sense. Okay, so we're going to open it up. We would like for you all to share your favorite slogans with us, or thank the speaker, or both. So hop in. Yes, somebody just asked, is this really my brother? Yes, it is really my brother. I'm the oldest, just to clarify here, and but we've been on this road to happy destiny for a long time together, and we get to go to Myrtle Beach and the international conventions and North Carolina state conventions when we have them, and it has been a joy to be on this journey with him. So let's get some people raising their hands here. Kip, how do I see the hand raised?
Okay, if you can get them to raise their hand, we're going to do, what'd you say, favorite slogans?
Favorite slogans or thank the speaker.
Okay, favorite slogans or thank the speaker. I'll do it real quick while y'all are thinking about your favorite slogan. Go ahead and be thinking about that. Get your hands up. And my favorite slogan is live and let live. And the reason why it is I can identify with Jeff's story. I was always worried about what everybody else was doing and couldn't even concentrate on what I'm doing. I hope Megan ain't going to say this. She's got her hand up. I'm going to say it for her. You ain't going to say it. Mind your own biscuits and your life will be gravy. Was you going to say that? I hope she wasn't going to say that. There it is. There's the tablecloth. Look, she's got it. Mind your own biscuits and your life will be great. My life will be gravy. So I need to learn to mind my own biscuits and live and let live. Okay. If you got a favorite slogan, jump in
I'm
there.
gonna jump in. Kip, I'm gonna jump in real quick before mine I actually got from you. A problem shared is a problem cut in half. I heard that first coming on Zoom. This time last year, I was at a treatment center and I was introduced to, at the time we were the early bird group. Now we're Zoomaholics. And I'm telling you, I have used that for sure in many scenarios that I normally would have kept to myself. A problem cut in half. A problem shared is a problem cut in half. So thank you for that one.
Miss Megan, you want to share?
I got her unmuted.
Hi, I'm Megan. I'm an alcoholic. One that I've been telling myself lately is nothing changes if nothing changes. And I can just really get stuck in the stinking thinking and why me, and I don't do anything about it and wonder why nothing's different. So I just got to keep moving forward this time. Thanks for letting me share. And the speakers, thank you so much. It's been amazing to listen to you guys today.
Thank you, dear. Do we not have any other hands up?
I know, that's amazing.
Nikki, hop in. Oh, there's Michelle.
Hey, Michelle, alcoholic. My favorite one is keep your own side of the street clean. I just tell a really quick story. My next door neighbors moved in, couldn't stand them. We had problems with their dog, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, they ended up with a big old junk pile on the side of their house. I anonymously said something to the city through email. Well, city came over. Well, apparently the extra driveway that we put on our house was not to code and whatever and everything. And so we were facing having to rip that out just because I called on the neighbors next door. And a couple of the other neighbors had to adjust their lifestyles in their front yards too, because I called the city on the next door neighbor. So moral of the story is mind your own business. Keep your side of the street clean. Thanks.
I like that phrase, stay in your own hula hoop. I didn't hear that until I got to North Carolina, but it serves me well. All right, Wayne, or you've got your hand up?
Yeah, Wayne, you should be able to unmute. Go ahead, Wayne.
I guess many of you remember that Jimmy Valvano coached North Carolina State basketball team to a national championship. And then he came down with cancer. And he started this fund called the Jimmy V Fund. And the slogan of that was, don't give up. Never, never, never give up. And I related that so much to AA. Man, don't quit. You hear that, don't quit before the miracle happens. That's the truth. If you hang around here, I promise you, you're going to find sobriety. That's what he says. Never have we seen a person fail that does this. And thank you, Chuck and in Atlanta, and think I can't remember his name for that talk, but I enjoyed that talk. Great, great, great. And Chip, I'll say it again. You have done a wonderful job with putting this thing together. And you let an old man like me spend a nice Saturday afternoon, listening to my favorite things. That's the speakers of AA and being around you people. Thank you very much.
All
You're
right.
welcome,
We're
Wayne.
going to have to make this quick. We got
All
three
right,
hands.
Mary C. Oh, Prince.
Prince, Mary C. White.
Hey folks, Chris, I mean, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate it, but it's the best of my life. Thank you for everybody that opened this. Thank you for everybody that everyone moved my own way. I just think I have to go on really, really, really keep today like all my friends right now and get to work. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Prince. Let's go to Mary C. and then Dwight. And we'll
Hi, everybody. My name's Mary. I'm a grateful alcoholic from New York. I have chores to do, and I'm just so incredibly grateful to be able to hear you guys while I'm back and forth and doing my thing. And these speakers have just been amazing to me, and the difference, the different messages that they've brought. Everyone speaks to me. And my favorite slogan is forward, because I can get caught up in the negative. I can get caught up in the minutia of the little things in my life sometimes that don't go right. And if I don't drink today, no matter what else happens, it's a glorious day. So thank you guys. And that's all I have.
All right. Thanks, Mary. Let's go to Dwight. D-W-I-T. D-W-I-T. Got to unmute. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm an alcoholic. My name is D.W. Ite. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody that spoke today. I didn't get much of it. And I'd like to let everyone know that Kip tells my jokes all the time, but I can get another and make it rhyme.
All right. Thank you, Dwight. Okay, let's get.
Okay, and my favorite slogan is nothing so bad a drink won't make it worse. So thank you all. It's been a great day, Kip. Chuck, you got anything?
No, just thank you very much for doing this, Kip. I'm ready to get on with the other ones.
Okay, we got a speaker coming up right now. So if everybody will mute that ain't muted, and then I'm gonna put her right here. All right, there we are, right beside each other. Sandy, how are you today? I just want to say this. I met Sandy. Do what, Sandy?
I said, I'm good, thank you.
All right. Look, I met Sandy at Serenity by the Sea. Y'all know I go to a lot of conferences, and I meet these beautiful people, and I hear their stories, and oh my gosh, I heard her story, and I was sitting beside Michael, because Michael went down there with me. I said, we got to get her to speak. And I can't remember when she spoke, but she spoke for the AA Zoomaholic. Let's see, we went down there in September. So it was probably about October or so when she spoke for the AA Zoomaholic speaker meeting. And man, I loved it. And then she started coming to the early bird. And now it's the AA Zoomaholic discussion meeting. And she is a ray of sunshine to me. I love her story. Y'all are in for a treat. Anyway, I'm not going to take up any more of her time. Let's all unmute and welcome Sandy.
Hey, Sandy.
Sandy,
Great to hear you.
Hey, Sandy, welcome.
Hello.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi,
Hi,
Tally.
Sandy.
Hey, Tally.
Hi, Sandy.
All right, I muted everybody back, including you, Sandy. So if you'll unmute and tell us your story.
My name's Sandy. I'm alcoholic. Before I tell my story, I got to tell about my adventure the last day with Kip. Okay, Kip asked me to speak, right? And I've been knowing this. And then he was talking about recording it on Facebook. I go, oh, I go straight to fear. So I get on the phone and I call all my tradition buddies, right? Because I think I'm not clear on the traditions and all. I mean, I got a pretty good idea, but Zoom and Facebook and all that kind of stuff, I get real confused. So Kip asked me how I felt about being recorded on Facebook. And yesterday I texted him, I don't know. And then I found out that all the rest of the speakers didn't have a problem with it. I said, well, oh my God, I'm not going to be, I'm not herd mentality, blah, blah, blah. Right. So then today when I talked to my sponsor, not my sponsor, she used to be my sponsor, but, and she knows the traditions like the back of her hand. And she said, Sandy, there ain't no difference with that in a conference. And I go, so maybe I need to follow herd mentality sometimes because they're informed and I wasn't. But you know what? Today I've got people, when I have questions like that, I have enough about me to say, hey, I don't know. I'm not comfortable. And Kip, thank you. Because Kip went out of his way to make me feel comfortable. We wasn't going to have my picture on. We wasn't going to, there is, he was willing to put things in place to where I was okay with my anonymity and he would still get, whatever done, and isn't that the greatest, that I don't have to be, made to feel bad because, I'm not sure, or I have some concerns, and Kip honored those, and Kip, that meant a lot to me. Thank you so much for that. And I don't know why I'm crying. I'm crying because I'm grateful. I'm crying because I'm on the backside of an inventory that has just revealed a whole lot of stuff to me. My sobriety date is November the 14th, 1983. So to me, I've been sober a long time. To a lot of people in these rooms, on this Zoomaholics, I'm baby in the woods. You got people like, Dick and all you guys, y'all are on here, been sober a long time. And this inventory has been about ideas that I learned in Alcoholics Anonymous that are no longer serving me. And as I have looked at them, a whole lot of fear has come up for me because, okay, what I've always done has kept me sober to this point, right? So what am I going to do now? And what I'm going to do now, is most every speaker that has spoke today has talked about, is I'm going to trust God a whole lot more, and I'm going to trust me a whole lot less. And that's my goal. But so there's a lot of emotion going on with me because of that. And my prayer life is different today than it was a week ago. My relationship with a power greater than myself is different today than it was a week ago. And it's just weird. It's just weird. But I didn't come here with that. I come here like Tally and like Holly was talking about, just wore out and old. When I come to Alcoholics Anonymous, I got to go to a treatment center because I had some insurance with the job I had. And I was grateful for that because I got to get away from them for long enough for me to get some kind of dirt under me. An old guy in AA used to tell me, he said, Sandy, he said, one of these days you're going to have your own dirt and you won't have to stand on nobody else's. And I didn't know what he was talking about. I'm looking around for a pile of dirt. I don't know what he's talking about, but today I understand he's talking about a relationship with God of my understanding. I don't have to borrow yours no more. I got my own. And that started early in my sobriety. I got sober in this little small town. You could put it, in, it was small. One meeting, one night a week, one day a week. And that's all we had. We would get in the car and we would drive to other places if we wanted to go to a meeting. That 90 and 90, if we wanted to do that, we were driving in the car and we were putting some miles on the car every night of the week. And we did that, we did that. I come into a small group. It probably had about 10 members on a busy night. I was one of the few women that stayed in that meeting. So I asked an Al-Anon woman if she would sponsor me. She said she would. And the AA man and the Al-Anon woman kind of double teamed me in my early sobriety. And I'll be forever grateful for that because they believed that alcoholism was a family disease. And that woman showed me what women did in the daytime, and I'll be forever grateful. And the guy, he told me about Alcoholics Anonymous. And, you know, a lot of that was, you know, going to meetings, being of service, working with newcomers. I mean, we used to always carry a pint of liquor in the boot of the car, always. You know, we never knew when we were going to get a 12-step call. So we would, you know, if the phone rang during the night, we would turn that stove off and we would get in the car and we would go. And that's how I was brought into Alcoholics Anonymous. The little group, I mean, you know, that group changed my life. That group became my family. That, you know, we traveled around like a pack of ducks. You saw one of us, you saw all of us. I wasn't working at the time. My job was, I was about to lose my job because what brought me to Alcoholics Anonymous was getting arrested. And I was looking at going to prison. I had 3 counts with possession with intent to distribute. I couldn't tell them. And I didn't know at that time that that's what I used to control my drinking. And I was looking at going to prison. And about probably I was probably about 7-8 months sober when I got a chance to go to court about that. And I got first offender's probation. And that first offender's probation, I got a probation officer. He got to see me sober. He got to see me do this deal. He used to send, you know, call me when girls that come into his office might have a problem with alcohol. I got to help, not help them, but I got to go and talk to them about what happened to me and offer them Alcoholics Anonymous if they wanted it, that kind of stuff. But as a result of going, you know, I got that first offender's probation and I didn't have to go to prison, even though I was willing to go. You know, one thing about Alcoholics Anonymous is I have become willing to face the consequences of my actions here and not drink behind it. I'm, you know, I've got one sobriety date today, you know, and I hope it stays that way. But I know that's not everybody's story. But I've always been scared enough or willing enough or whatever enough that I didn't want to pick up a drink. You know, I might not do the step I'm supposed to. I might, you know, get involved with another man like I'm not supposed to, but I didn't drink, you know, and just because we don't drink don't mean that we take in sober actions. My first year of sobriety was real important. We went to a lot of meetings. I learned a lot. There was an old guy in the meeting that, I mean, he drove me crazy. You know, I come out of that treatment center and I was alcoholic and an addict because that's what they told me I was. So I went to AA and I told them, I announced myself as an alcoholic and an addict. And then this old fart would scream about his hemorrhoids from the back of the room. And I would go, what? You know, because he was always picking at me about something. He was always in my face about something. And, you know, I would just cuss him out and go on home, you know. And then the next meeting I'd go, and my name's Sandy and I'm an alcoholic and an addict. And he would scream about them stupid hemorrhoids. And I'd go, what's that got to do with it? He said, that's right. And don't you forget it. And I would just shake my head and go, what in the world? I had done entered the nut ward for sure. You know, especially with this old guy. I'm sitting there looking cute and smoking a cigarette one day, and he gets up out of the basket pass, right? And he gets up out of his chair, comes around to the front of me, picks up my pack of cigarettes, pop me in the nose with them, and says, if you can afford these, you can afford that, you know, and that's how he talked to me. Of course, it made me mad, but I tell you what, that basket don't pass me. Now, there's been times when I've been in a meeting when I didn't have any money to put in that basket and I would pass it. But for the most part, I always have money to put in the basket because that's part of my responsibility. Stuff like that, you know, we would be going to a meeting and, you know, I'm in the bathroom trying to get ready and, you know, they told me 7:00, but see, they don't know who I am. So I'm figuring they really mean 7:05, right? Well, when at 7:05, when I come out of the bathroom dressed, they're driving out of the driveway. You know, I didn't know that was self-centered behavior. You know, they helped me with that. You know, there was always, normally there was probably 4 guys and me going to a meeting because these were the 4 regular guys that were sober in this little group and me, the only girl for the most part. that was riding with them, and we went everywhere. We would have the meeting in the car, we would have the meeting there, and then we'd have the meeting coming home. And then we'd get home, put on a pot of coffee, and then we'd get so spiritual, we'd just float off, and that's how I did it, one day at a time. And me and one of the guys that was riding in the car started winking and blinking at each other. And, we would go to the meeting and we would come home, and he would, he wouldn't want to come in. He would just drive off. So I'm in the potato patch with my sponsor at this time, this Al-Anon lady, and I'm asking her what's wrong with him and what's wrong with me and what's wrong with them. And she explained to me out there digging potatoes that he was trying to show me some respect. And I didn't know that. I thought respect was when they went with you one night and then they called you the next day. That's the kind of respect I was looking for. This guy, he didn't touch anything that wasn't his, even though I offered it, because I guess he turned me down because he was more spiritual than me, and all that kind of stuff. I kind of pushed inside. And today I can see that I made judgments about myself about that. I wanted to be a good girl. And the old guy, the one that I cured with those hemorrhoids, I need to finish up that story. He used to always pick at us about, don't get too good before the Thursday night meeting. I was trying, when I come into AA, I was trying to be a good girl. Now I tried that all my life and it never worked. But, and I tried it when I come into AA. It didn't work here either. Because I wasn't being honest with myself. But that guy used to scream about them hemorrhoids. And finally I asked somebody, why is he picking on me like that? And they told me, go get that big book and look in there and see if I could identify with Bill, because I'm in AA. And if I'm anything other than an alcoholic, I'm saying that I'm different than they are. And if I'm different than y'all are, what y'all are doing might not work for me. So I need to figure it out. And they directed me to Bill's story. So I got in Bill's story and I read about, he done drugs and he stole. And, it talks about the demonstrances of his friends. And I had to look that word up because I didn't know what it meant. And what it means to me today is his friends were talking about his drinking. Don't drink so much. Why do you drink so much? Whatever. And when people did that about my drinking, I just find different drinking buddies. I wouldn't hang with them. So I could identify with Bill. And he talks about that he wanted to kill himself and didn't have the courage. And I wanted to kill myself and didn't have the courage. He talks about how, different phases of his life, he felt like he had arrived. When I got the job that I was fixing to lose because of this little court deal, I felt like I had arrived. Because I just knew if I had enough money, I would be all right. My mama was raised 4 kids by herself. She worked in the cotton mill in the South in Georgia. And we were always wanting, so I was always wanting something. And, I thought that was the reason I just felt weird. I come out of the chute 6 foot tall, I thought, which is cute when you're older. But when I was in school, everybody picked on me and I hated that. I hated the way I felt inside most of my life. And when I started drinking, it made me change how I felt inside. My insides, and I felt like you looked outside, and that's where I did most of my comparing. And when I got a chance to do an inventory, I got a chance to look at that first time. I've done many inventories in my sobriety and will continue to do many inventories in my sobriety, because every time I do an inventory, I get a chance to see something that's not working in my life, ask God to take me to different, and then hopefully practice the will of God in my life at a different level, or a different understanding, or a different enthusiasm, or at a different, with it, just a different mindset behind it. This Al-Anon lady, and I, she worked with me a long time. Me and the guy that I was winking and blinking at, we got married. When he walked me down the aisle, my oldest brother gave me away. Now, that is a direct result of the 9th step amends in Alcoholics Anonymous. My oldest brother found me on the streets of New Orleans selling myself, and he disowned me on the spot right then. I used to get drunk to go to family gatherings because I knew he would be there, and I had to get drunk enough to go, but not so drunk that I'd get there and show out, and drunk enough to go where when I saw him and he didn't see me, it wouldn't bother me, or I would make like it didn't bother me. But as a direct result of doing inventory work around that relationship, I realized that I wound up putting him in God's spot in my life. And I didn't need him for me to be okay. And I had to come to that understanding. And I was not willing. They were still doing a little bit of partying, and I just wasn't comfortable around that. So I quit going to their house, expecting them to be different when I got there, right? You know, I would go visit my mother after I got sober, and then I would go over in the afternoon and stay about an hour with them. I wouldn't plan on spending the night with them. I wouldn't set myself up. And those are some of the different actions I started taking to protect me and my sobriety from me, you know, and that's what I've come to understand over and over again. Sometimes I know the truth about me, and I have to protect me from me. Me and that guy got married, and we became the AA couple around the neighborhood. I mean, anybody that called for a 12-step call, here we go. And as time grew, I kept being dishonest with myself. I didn't know that's what I was doing at the time, but as I'm able to see it today, I can see that that's what happened. I tried to make his God my God. I tried to make his sobriety my sobriety. I tried to make the way he did the 12 steps the way I did the 12 steps. I tried to make the way he worked with people the way I sponsored people. I was trying to do it his way. You know, one more time, I'm not true to myself. One more time, fake it till you make it. One more time, it don't work very long. You know, it's one more time when I'm wearing a mask and I'll play the part, you know, like the big book talks about, we play play the part. You know, it's kind of a different reference than what I'm talking about, but I played the part as long as I could, and then I couldn't do it no more. And what happened with that was I had an affair. And the group took sides, and it wasn't my side. Sponsor took sides, it wasn't my side. And I, 5 years sober, I'm wanting to blow my brains out. I know that drinking's not an option, and I just don't want to live like this no more, but I don't know where else to go. You know, that was the start of my changing about some ideas that I learned in AA not working. You know, I need to find my own relationship with God. I can't use yours. You know, I mean, I can, but I really need to find something that's real for me, that's going to sustain me, that's going to carry me, that's going to be there when I get in trouble inside of me. 5 years sober, I got a pistol, and I'm sitting on the side of the bed, and I'm shaking my head, and I don't know what to do. And I think about the old guy that I cured. You know, that guy, when I dropped that addict and alcoholic and to anything else from behind my name, that old guy quit screaming about hemorrhoids, right? In the meetings. And that man always loved me enough to tell me the truth, and he didn't care what I thought about it. That man knew an alcoholic. He knew the mindset of an alcoholic. He knew how to work with an alcoholic. He knew Alcoholics Anonymous because he was the one that introduced my little group to the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. So when I'm in that pain at 5 years sober, and I'm sitting there and I'm looking, contemplating eating the gun, I think about him and you need to call him. And this is back in the day when you actually remembered phone numbers, and I dialed the phone. And because of circumstances and stuff, because of my judgment, me and a couple of people started another group. We didn't invite him. You know, we were sitting up on our little spiritual cloud, they will come to us kind of crap. And that in itself, should have got me drunk right there, that attitude. But I thought about Bob that day, and I picked up the phone and I called him, and he said, "Who is this?" Because I'm crying and blowing snot and don't look pretty and it sound different. And I told him who it was, and he said, "Can you drive?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Get in the car." And one more time, they're telling me to get in the car. One more time, step one, I put my life in their hands. One more time, I'm willing to do what I'm told to do. One more time, I go this old guy. I don't know what's going to happen when I get there, because I had not been nice to him. I'd not been nice about him. If you give me 5 minutes, I'd tell you what a SOB he was and how he was running off newcomers and how he split our group up and blah, 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 you know, all of that about him and what he was doing. All inventory taken, I think that's what they call. Gossiping, I think that's what they call. Character assassination, I think that's what that's called. I was doing all of that to him. And he didn't say anything about that when I pulled in his driveway that day. He was on the stoop of his front door with his arms open. You know, and him and his wife take conferences in the southeast corner of Georgia. They Georgia, North Florida, Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina, all that area, you know, and he put me in their hip pocket, and I got to go with him, and he allowed me to work that tape table to pay for whatever, you know. I didn't have no money, and I got to hear people talk about real life and sobriety. I got to hear them talk about how they sit in the meetings with ex-wives and didn't want to kill anybody, or they got along and all that kind of stuff. And you know what? It was part of the traditions, you know, part of the traditions, and practicing these principles in all of their affairs, even in their home group meeting. One guy from California talked about from the podium, he talked about sitting in the meeting with 4 ex-wives, and none of them were fighting. I guarantee you, I talked to him after that. I heard him speak because I wanted to know what he was doing. You know, and sometimes I think, I don't think I know. My experience has been that people take sides in the meetings. And I got to remember too, that this is Alcoholics Anonymous. This isn't a place I go when I'm bored. My life depends on being able to go to these meetings and sit and try to work with newcomers free and clear of judgment. Do I do that all the time? No. I'd be lying to you through my teeth if I told you I did. Do I try to all the time? Yes. I save any remarks I have for the most part to my sponsor. And then she helps me see the error of my ways, you know, because I think I know, right? I think I know what AA etiquette is. And Don talked about it, you know, earlier today when he shared. And you know, I have to be taught these things. And that guy taught me those things. I'm sitting in a district meeting one day, and you know, I've been praying, you know, to God take me to different about this ex-husband thing, right? And I don't know what different is. I know my way ain't working, and I just want to be different than how I am. So I asked God to take me there, right? So I'm at a district meeting one day. I was secretary of the district, and in comes ex-husband. I thought, oh my God, not today, God. I don't want to make amends today. I wanted to make them in private and in person, right? This has not been my life. I've got sober in front of y'all. I got sober in these meetings, kicking, screaming, throwing stuff, all of it in front of you. And so I went, oh my God, not today. But I got up out of my chair that day, and I walked over there, and I stuck my hand out at that man. I said, I'm glad you're here. I didn't say I was glad to see him there, because I wasn't. I wanted him to be anywhere else except where he was, but he was there. And I'd already come back from that, talking to that guy about sitting in the room with his ex-wives, right? And he told me about appropriate actions. And I decided I wanted to take those because I wanted to be different than what I was. And you know, when that man sit down in that meeting, I didn't know every time he picked up his coffee cup. I didn't know every time he turned a page. I didn't know who he talked to. I sat in that meeting, and I was free and clear of that resentment because of that simple action. Now, other people, when I got up out of that chair, they held their breath because they had been in meetings with us before, and it was a sight to behold. I mean, like a ticket to a cat fight. I mean, I showed out big time. And it wasn't like that day, you know, and that's through God's grace. About this time in my life, I want a different sponsor. You know, the old guy had been sponsoring me a period of time, and I'm beating people in the head with the big book, wanting them to get it. I'm rough and gruff and don't care about your feelings, and just, you know, in your face and loud and obnoxious and rude. Not an attraction, not kind and loving, not any of that, not any of that. And I started praying for God to bring a woman into my life, a woman sponsor, because in my little area where I got sober, there wasn't a lot of women staying sober. I mean, there was a lot of women coming through, but they wasn't staying sober. And the ones that stayed sober well, they told me they wouldn't sponsor me because I'd ask them. You know, I go to my meetings sometimes, and that's how God works to me. He'll give me messages at the meeting. I'll hear a newcomer say something that's profound, or somebody will they'll be talking to somebody else, or they're sharing their experience in the meeting. And that's just what I needed to know that day, whatever I was struggling with, right? So that's how God, Kip says, is it odd or God? You know, so a lot of times it was odd in my life. But what I know today is it's God working in my life. And I started asking God to take me to a woman sponsor. So I'd go to the meeting and I would tell people, hey, I'm looking for a woman sponsor if you know of anybody. And they would give me phone numbers and I'd write them down, or, you know, probably I already had them in my phone. No, I didn't. I didn't have no cell phone back then. I had them in my little book. And I would call those women and, hey, you know, I'm looking for a sponsor. Will you sponsor me? And they would shake their head. Oh, no, Sandy, we ain't sponsoring you. I mean, I was rough and tough when I got here. And I'd cuss you out just as soon as I had talked to you. I was a mess. I was a mess. Over and over and over and over again, I got told no. Over and over again. And finally, I got this tape in the mail. And this lady said she knew that she was in a place in her sobriety that she had to get in AA or get out. And I knew I was in that spot. And I knew that I had to do something different. So I asked this woman, it took us a minute to catch up, so I called the taper, whoever, you know, was on that tape, and I got her phone number, called and left her a message. And it probably took her 2 days to get back to me. And she called me back. And I'm interviewing this woman to be my sponsor. I don't think she knows it, but I mean, I'm asking questions and stuff. And I ask her, and she starts talking to me. She says, well, how many meetings are you going to a week? And I said, well, I'm going to one. And she said, oh, that's going to change. Well, see, I can't tell her right now that I done sashayed up and cussed everybody out over there when, you know, we got this divorce and everybody took sides. I can't quite tell her that because I'm interviewing her, right? I don't want her to say no yet. And she said, we're going to set a call time convenient to her. I'm thinking in my head, convenient to you. I'm asking you to be my sponsor. You ought to be available to me 24/7. But out loud to her, I said, yes, ma'am. And she said, you're going to get a commitment at your home group. I'm thinking, a commitment? This little building's already set up. I mean, all you got to do is unlock the door and plug in the coffee pot. I mean, you know, she said, I told her that everything was pretty much set up. And she said, well, you like to pee on a clean toilet, don't you? And I go, well, yeah. She said, well, that's your commitment. I said, what is? She said, cleaning the toilet. I went, oh, shit. I didn't want to do that. I mean, and she said, and you're going to start wearing a dress to your home group meeting. I said, wear a dress. I said, I'm comfortable in my meetings. You know what? She said, Sandy, she said, this ain't about you. This is about you being an example for the newcomer. She said, if a newcomer comes in and you're dressed like she is, what has she got to aspire to? I went, what? Oh, God, what have I got myself into? And she said, and we're going to go through the big book. And then we're going to go through the 12 and 12. And then we're going to go through the service manual. And I've been in a big book since I've been sober. So I'm a big book thumper. And I'm thinking in my head, she can't tell me nothing about that big book. But out loud to her, I said, yes, ma'am. And that's what we started doing. That's what I started doing. Those are the actions I started taking because I really did not want to contemplate suicide another day. And I sure didn't want to go back to drinking because I know deep down where I live today that I'm alcoholic. I'm a real alcoholic. I am sick. And every speaker here today has talked about our thinking and how our thinking gets twisted and how that separation that Holly talks about. And, you know, I don't ever want to go back to that. I don't ever want to go back to that. I want to sit at perfect peace and ease when my world's falling around my feet. Because I had that experience just this past week. I hope I get to it. And she started sponsoring me 1 week at a time. We made a call time convenient to her, you know, and she would give me a reading assignment. We would spend 30 minutes catching up on what, you know, the week, my actions that week. And then we'd spend 30 minutes in the literature. She carried me through the big book over the phone. I done my third step on my knees over the phone. I done my fifth step over the phone. I done, we went through the 12 and 12 over the phone. We went through the service manual, front and back. She took me through the concepts over the phone. This woman sponsored me a year and a half before she ever laid eyes on me, except through a picture. I sent her one and she sent me one. That's Alcoholics Anonymous. That's commitment to working with others. And it was a long distance call. We didn't have all this, unlimited text, data, talking, blah, 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 whatever today. Back then it was a long distance phone call. And you know what? That old guy that I cured, when he was sponsoring me, his phone calls were long distance. And he told me, he said, if that phone call ever gets more expensive than a 6-pack of beer, you let me know. And I use that same logic with this woman and her phone calls. And you know what? They never did get as expensive as a 6-pack of beer to me. My husband, about this time she started sponsoring me, lost his job. She showed me how to get through that. I went to the meetings, I'd tell them about it. I didn't want to, but that's what she told me to do. And I did it. I did exactly what she told me to do. And, through those actions, I got free of that selfish, whatever it is that goes through my head. And he got a job in Idaho. We got to move to Idaho. And she taught me how to move sober. She told me that they didn't care how I did it where I come from. I need to learn how to do it where they are. And I need to learn what they were doing. And we started doing that one day at a time. She taught me how to do that. Stand by the door, greet the newcomers, work the room, speak to everybody there, not just your friends. This is Alcoholics Anonymous. Your friends will be around the meeting after you get done. Y'all make it, or go have coffee with them, or go have lunch or something. You speak to everybody in there, and you ain't got time to get tied up and gossip. You ain't got time to be taking nobody's inventory or none of that. You don't, when you speak to everybody there, you're out of yourself, and you don't know who's new. So I started doing that. I started sponsoring people. We're at this event where this woman was, we're at this event, this group celebration, and I'm in the kitchen washing coffee cups with 2 of the girls I sponsor, and they have a sobriety countdown. This is right after I moved to Idaho. And I'm in the kitchen washing cups with these newcomers because they don't know how long I'm sober, because I'm not allowed to tell them, because she told me I couldn't tell them anything. If they didn't ask, I couldn't tell it. So I kept my mouth shut. So the sobriety countdown come, and I've got the second most time in that meeting. And I'm gonna tell you, them people's mouths fell open. They couldn't believe that I was in the kitchen washing cups instead of just sitting there waiting for things to be brought to me and for me. And she taught me how to do that. I've always been willing to learn here in Alcoholics Anonymous. Well, that's a lie. I ain't always been willing. It's when what I'm doing ain't working that I'm willing to change. And that's what I'm finding out from this latest inventory I've been doing, is that this is the way you sponsor people. This is how they should be acting in meetings. This is, this, my way, I know, self-reliance at work. That's what I found out in this inventory. And I'm gonna tell you, it's kicking my butt, because I'm not, when I'm in self-reliance, I'm not dependent on the higher power. Even though I think I am, I'm not. We lived in Idaho, and then my husband got transferred to Albuquerque, New Mexico. We got to do that. I already know how to move. I've been shown, same thing. Go to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and y'all are there. And I got to be the example of Alcoholics Anonymous there too. AA is everywhere. I can practice the principles of Alcoholics Anonymous everywhere I go, and get the results of those actions. I've always sponsored a lot of women, always, because I've been told no. And it has served me well, because God always brings me the messenger that I need to hear. Whatever they got, I need to work on for me. I don't know that, but that's, and not even that I need to work on it. I need to become aware of another character defect, and guarantee the girl that's coming to me, that's the one she's got. I didn't know that until this inventory, let me tell you. my husband gets to retire, and I have a plan. I'm gonna, get the house all fixed up, and then I'm gonna go back to work, and then he's gonna retire, and we're gonna lull in the sunshine, as it says in the big book, right? Well, we get here, we get the house bought, we get moved. I'm starting to unpack boxes, and I have some serious heart problems. And as a result of that, my husband has to go back to work, and I don't. But through that, I learned that you can be a long time sober and have a crippling fear that will that will paralyze you. I experienced that. I was 30 years sober when we moved here. I had the phone list. I couldn't pick up the phone. It was too heavy. I was scared to death to go to meetings because I don't know them people yet. Them people, right? And they're fellow alcoholics, but I could not get out the door. So anytime I get like that, in those kind of situations, I start asking God for help. So God brought this guy that me and my husband had met in Spain all the way across the state of Florida to have dinner with us for one afternoon. This guy drove all the way across the state of Florida. It's about a 4-hour drive. It's not like going across Texas, but Florida is about 4 hours. And I was honest with this guy about what was going on with me, and he made me promise that I would go to a meeting that night. And I looked on the schedule and found the meeting that night, and I promised him I would go. I made a commitment to him that I would go. And that night I go out to the car, and it's a beginner's meeting, which is right on time for me. I go out to the car, I put the address into the GPS, and it takes me out my driveway, and I go 1 block, and I pull into the church. That church is 1 block from my house. If I'd have walked out my door and catty-cornered, it'd have been a half a block. And that's what happens to me when I start praying. God just brings these people all the way across the state of Florida to get me to go to you, which is a half a block. And you know what? I still think sometimes, I was talking to a girl the other day that I doubt God. I doubt that he loves me enough to still do for me. I doubt that I'm worthy of that. I doubt that I just have that doubt. I don't have 100% faith all the time. But when I start asking, and when I'm willing to look for God in everything I do, not just in only the white light experience and only the burning bush, but when I look for God in everything that I do, I see miracles like you wouldn't believe. Give you an example. The other day, the guy that I cured, his name's Bob, and we were at a conference one time, and he bought me a pair of socks. They're Paisley socks. They're my favorite socks ever, ever, ever. They got holes all in them. I mean, I won't throw them away because he got them for me. I can't find another pair. They're just, it's just that to me. So I'm for whatever reason, I'm thinking about him, and I just want to know that he's still around. Now, he's been gone a long time. He died a long time ago. I said, okay, Bob, I need to know that you're here and you can hear me. So I'm driving somewhere, and I pull up to a car, and the car's got Sock Man on the tag. Now, to you, that don't mean nothing. To me, that's a white light, because that Sock Man was driving a car kind of like he used to drive. He used to drive like those Mercury Marquis and, that kind of big old man car. That's the kind of car I drive now. That's the kind of car that tag was attached to, and that was powerful for me. After I went to that meeting and told those people that I just moved here and I wasn't connected and I was having a hard time, my life changed. I got connected right away. I got involved in service. I got involved in going to meetings. I got to know everybody in the area. I got a local sponsor. My life changed just by making that commitment to one alcoholic. And sometimes that's all it takes. It's me making a commitment to one alcoholic, having enough courage to walk out the door. And I did that. Peg, some of y'all know Peg from Nebraska, she said, no matter what my head tells me, I got them sober feet, and those sober feet do the walking. And that day I had sober feet. So as a result of that, and as a result of me always, not always, me praying when I'm in trouble and praying because I want to go to different. I don't ever want to go back to the girl that I brought to y'all. That old guy, he said, if the girl that you brought here don't change, you'll drink again. And I cussed him out, told him he didn't know what he was talking about. You know, today I understand what he's talking about, because the girl I brought here was like Holly was talking about, you know, that disconnected, not connected to God. And I have gotten connected to a power today, and my connection is stronger than ever. I have a new sponsor here in town, and I'm gonna tell you, she is just amazing. She is so excited about trying stuff new. So she got wind of this step series. Oh yeah, I want you to work it. I want you to do it with me. Okay, I'll do it with you. And then, you know, I find out I got a lot of old ideas that aren't working for me. I'm mad at my sponsees. They ain't acting right. I'm mad at my husband. He ain't acting right. I'm mad at everything. Ain't nothing going right. And what it is self-reliance is failing me. And I'm 37 years sober. One more time, I'm relying on self to fix self. And that ain't, do I know that's what's going on? No. Do I, hadn't got a clue. I met with her one day, and she was talking to me, and it was like, wah, 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 wah. It's like Charlie Brown's mom talking to me. I went, I didn't hear what she said. I didn't understand what she said, but she said, Sandy, just start writing that inventory. Just pray and write. So I come in here, you know, because I'm just tore up. I'm pissed off. I mean, ain't nothing right. You know, like you get when you write inventory. You look at, you know, I mean, everything's sitting right here. And I asked God to show me what he wants me to see, because I can't see it. You got to show it to me, because I can't see it. And I'll start writing. It took me about an hour. And I got to see her the next day. I said, guess what I heard today? I heard what you said yesterday. There's a girl that goes to the meetings sometimes with us, and she said, you know, you tell me on Eastern time, but I hear it on I hear it on Pacific time. So I hear it like 3 hours later, you know, when I get self out of the way. I have written down, you know, the big book says, you know, have you done a thorough inventory? You have written down a lot. I've written down a lot, but really it's not a lot. It's not like my first inventory. It's, and this guy throws a different little flip on it. And he talks about assets. This is the first inventory I've ever put my cell phone. Never, ever. I mean, that was wrong. You don't do that, right? Wrong way to do it, right? So this is the first one I've ever put my cell phone. So it's a different look. And that's been hard. Not hard looking at me. I know what, you know, I know what I do wrong, but it's hard looking at the assets of me. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a sane, sound idea about these situations. I need a sane, sound idea about myself. And then I get asked to speak more than I ever want to, you know, right? You know, and I look up and I say, okay, God, are you kidding? I'm in this 4-step crisis, and you want me to be an example to the newcomer. Okay. You know, you too can have this in this phase of your development, you know, if you do the work and don't drink one day at a time. You know what? And it's a good life. The first of the week, for what's today? Yeah, the first of the week, my husband's been having some troubles, and we go to the doctor, and the doctor does an MRI. And the first of the week, we go have the MRI read. Well, he's got a brain tumor, they say, at the doctor's office, and they want us to go to the surgeon so to do a biopsy to see if it's cancerous or not. So we come home from that, and we both sit down, and I am at perfect peace and ease. Now, I think something's wrong. Maybe I'm in denial about what I just heard, right? Or something. I don't know what's going on, but I ain't all freaked out about it. You know, now I finished the inventory on Saturday, right? This is Monday. Now, if I got that information last week, it would have been a totally different scenario. You know how God shows up, right? And so then there just happens to be a cancellation at the surgeon that day, and they can work us in that afternoon, same day. So we go to the surgeon because we want to make a schedule for this biopsy, so to see what's wrong with his head. And the surgeon can't find nothing. Can't find nothing. Looking at the same paper, the same pictures, can't find nothing. And you know what? Right now, we're at a place to where we just got to wait 30 days, have another MRI, and then see. You know, but my husband nor I are freaked out about it. You know, I think that's a miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. That's a miracle of me depending not on self-reliance, but on some kind of power, you know, because I'm going to tell you, I'm not scared. There were but a couple of us talking about this inventory work that we're doing, and we're getting ready for the 5th step and all that kind of stuff. And probably for the first time in my life, my financial insecurity is not there. It surprised me. I got to looking. It wasn't there. So I write it down and go, you know what? It wasn't there when I asked God to show me what he wanted me to see. And I just erased it. You know, that's different. That's just different. I know that I'm on a path of more will be revealed. I know that I'm on the path that I want, and it was said earlier today, you know, whoever shows up in front of me right this minute, that's God's will for me. And that's how I've been acting the last like 3 or 4 days, you know, and I'm good with that. I'm good with that. This is just amazing. I don't know what's going to be the end results, but you know, we'll see. I'll see Kip and them on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I love that meeting. So I'll let y'all know. And Kip, I really appreciate you asking me to speak. I really appreciate your work around the anonymity thing and my confusion about all that. And I really appreciate y'all listening. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, let's
Wow.
all.
Thank you so much, Sandy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you, Sandy.
I love you, Sandy.
Sandy.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Again, thank you, Sandy. I just want to clarify one thing. AA Zoomaholic Facebook page is a private page just for AA Zoomaholics. So that's where this live feed's going to, just for Zoomaholics. It's not my public page. So I just want y'all to know that it's not for everybody. It's just AA people. So with that, again, thank you so much, Sandy. And one thing I want to do real quick is thank you, Kendra, for being here, helping me with this when I asked her, you know, a month and a half, 2 months ago, however long it's been, because I knew this was coming up. It was time for the 1 year AA Zoomaholic discussion / speaker meeting 1 year. And I asked her and she said yes immediately. And I'd be honored. And thank you so much, Kendra, for stepping up, helping us. She's going to get the honor of introducing Gordon here at 6:50. So we got a little bit of time. And it's a good thing we do have this time. Guys, the next hour, if you want to join me, it's going to be hat hour. So put your hat on. I got my Don Johnson on, Panama Jack. You got your hat, get your hat, put it on. It's going to be the hour because Gordon likes hats. I know he does. But before we do all that, I promised everybody that the one with the most amount of time is going to give, well, I'm going to give this book to them, not this actual book, but it's a book of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's going to be given to the old timer, and the old timer is going to give it to the one with the least amount of time. And how we're going to do this, guys, please tell me y'all know how to work these buttons on raising hands. Everybody's raise their hand with the button. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Anybody got 60 years of continuous sobriety? Raise your hand. Don't raise it if you don't. I'm not asking you to raise your hand. I'm just saying, do you know how to work it? Does anybody have 55 years of continuous sobriety? Does anyone have 54 years of continuous sobriety? Anybody got 53, 52, 51, 50? Anybody with 50 years of sobriety? Oh, Dick J. Anybody else got 50 years? Because he's got his hand up. Dick J. Any going once, going twice? Anybody else with 50 years of continuous sobriety? Anybody? Anybody? Dick, go ahead and unmute right here.
Woohoo, Dick!
And
Thank you.
guys, let's do this. Let's all unmute and give Dick a big shout out for 50 years of sobriety.
Zero. That's all right.
Incredible.
Congratulations.
Incredible.
Congratulations.
Incredible.
Dick, can you let me mute everybody and then you unmute back? Hang on, I'm gonna mute all and then now unmute Dick. How'd you do it?
Gotta unmute, Dick.
Thank you so much. You know, like so many other speakers today say, you know, I don't take credit for my sobriety. I take credit for not having a conscious contact with God. I take credit for the gift of desperation. And I got a little bit honest, and I was given the gift of divine intervention. And that to me is a daily basis and a daily thing. And the most beautiful thing that I can do is try to give away what was given to me so freely, and that is the language of the heart. That is the ability for for not using my intellect to communicate, but gratitude. And the reality is that when I get out of the way, God can love me much better than I can love myself or what I think I deserve. And so I looked at the person in front of me one day, and she served me a cup of coffee as her father was late getting up to go golfing, and that my sponsor just really wrangled me to do, and I'm still looking at her.
Oh, right.
And that is the grace of God. And she didn't raise one child that we have, 2.5-year-old when we got married. She raised two. She raised me. She raised me with love and caring, and she raised me to become an equal partner. And the book of Alcoholics Anonymous was the key to allow me to become that equal partner. And the program of Alcoholics Anonymous and loving sponsors. I've known my sponsor since 72, and he's been my sponsor since 82. And for me, being a part of and being an Alcoholics Anonymous is the thing that allows me to be free from the bondage of self. And thank you for letting me share.
Okay. Thank you, Dick. Be on standby here because we're going to come back to you here in a minute. And whoever has the least amount of sobriety, Dick J is going to give you this big book that he just won for having the most time. But first, the way we're going to get to it is we're going to do a sobriety countdown. Guys, if you can raise your hand or wave it to camera or something when I call your number out. Anybody got 49 years of sobriety? Raise your hand. 48, 47. Ho. We got B. B. Unmute, B. How long you got?
48.
48 years. Okay, we got 48 years. Anybody got? Okay, thank you, B. Anybody got 47? Anybody got 46 years? 45 years? Raise your hand. 44 years. Wave it to camera. 43 years. Somebody's got 43 years of sobriety. Wayne?
Wayne Stutz has
hang on,
his hand
Wayne.
up.
Yep. What you got, Wayne? 43?
43 going on 44, yeah.
Congratulations, Wayne. Anybody got 42 years? Raise your hand. 42 years. 41. 40. Okay, we got Ken B. Go ahead, Ken.
41 years, be 42 in September.
41 years, Ken B. All right. Anybody got 40 years? Raise your hand or unmute. I've made it where everybody can unmute, but just stay muted unless I call your number. Anybody got 39 years? 38, 37, 36,
Oops,
35.
hang on. Wait a minute.
How, 36, there's Lana.
Oh, yeah. I'm having trouble
You're
raising my hand. 36.
You're good? That's good. Just unmute yourself. You really don't have to raise your hand now that I got you where you can unmute. I'm just skeptical of trolls because they bombed us and I don't like that. Okay, thank you, Lana. Anybody got 35 years? Unmute yourself. 34? 32.
We got, wait,
Pam.
we got Pam.
34
Go
years.
ahead, Pam. 34 years, Pam. Congratulations, Pam.
Tim C has raised his hand.
Tim C. Yeah, he just spotlighted himself. That was cool. All right. Where was I at? 33, 34, 33, 32.
I'm Mary Ann. I'm an alcoholic. I have 32.
All right, Mary Ann. Anybody else got 32? How about 31? I know we're going to get ready to get some unmuted folks. How about 30?
Yeah, for you all. Hey, y'all.
Hey, Kathy.
Hey.
My name is
30 years.
Jennifer. I'm Jennifer. I'm an addict alcoholic, 30 years.
All right.
30 years. Okay. I've got anybody else? Let me lower Tim. He highlighted himself a while ago. Okay. 29 years. Anybody with 29 years? 28 years.
28 years. Hi, everybody.
Who's
Mark.
Mike.
Hi, everybody. 28 years. Happy to be with you all.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Anybody else for 28 years?
Hi, Mike.
I have 28 years.
All right, Chuck.
All right, Chuck. 28 years.
Hi, my name is Norma and I am an alcoholic and I have 28 years.
All right.
Congrats, Norma.
Congratulations, Norma. Anybody else for 28? 27, 26, 25. We got no 25s? 24.
Mary Ellen, alcoholic, 24 years.
All right.
All right, Mary Ellen.
Thanks, Pam.
Perfect. All right. Anybody else for 24 years? 23 years. 22 years. 21 years.
My phone.
20 years. Anybody got 20 years of continuous sobriety?
I'm Heidi, alcoholic, 20 years.
Heidi, 20 years.
20 years.
Anybody else with 20? 19? Okay, we got a Lori.
Hi, family.
Lori?
Hi, family. I'm Lori. I'm a grateful alcoholic. I have 19 years of sobriety.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Anybody else with 19 years? 18 years. 17?
My name's Angie. My name's Angie. I'm an alcoholic. I have 18 years.
18 years. Anybody got 18 years? Anybody else? Nobody? Okay, we'll go to 17. Okay, Ed, unmute yourself, Ed.
I'm an alcoholic. My name's Ed. 17 years as of May.
All
Thank
right,
you.
congratulations.
All
Thanks
right.
for a great meeting.
Eileen from UK.
Hello, I'm Aileen, alcoholic, 17 years.
Yay, Eileen.
All right. Anybody else with 17? Anybody got 16 years?
Leslie, unmute.
Leslie, unmute.
Hello, family. Grateful alcoholic Leslie. Thank all the speakers today and sweet 16.
16.
And
All
she
right.
is sweet. Yes, you are.
You are. And if you want to, you can give your sobriety date if you want to when you unmute. Let's go to 15 days. 15 years. I'm sorry. 15 years. Anybody? 14. Anybody got 13 years? Anybody got 12 years?
Stephanie,
Anybody got a
Stephanie Alcoholic.
Did we get somebody? 12?
Yes. Sorry, my
12
phone
years?
fell. Yes, Stephanie Alcoholic, 12 years right here.
All
Congrats.
Right.
Thank you.
Anybody got 11 years? Anybody got 10 years? Oh, that would be me, Kip.
Whoa, Kip.
About 8th, 2010.
We love Kip.
10 years. Anybody else with 10? Anybody got 9? 8? 7?
I'm Dwayne, alcoholic. 9 years. It'll be
9. Dwayne.
10 come August, but
all right, Dwayne.
All right.
Congratulations.
Hey, there's a lot of sobriety in this room. Anybody got 8 years? 7?
Chucky.
6? Who? Chucky.
Chucky has his hand raised.
Unmute.
Chucky him.
Unmute. You can unmute.
It took me a second to find the unmute. I had 10 years.
Oh, okay. Chucky.
Congratulations.
All right, I went by myself. Okay, anybody? Okay, we'll go back 9, 8, 7, 6 years.
Mary,
Mary.
good alcoholic. I got 6. Woo!
All right, Mary. Anybody else with 6 years? How about 5? 4? 3? Oh, we got our hand up. Well, it went up and went down.
Caitlin. 4 years.
4 years. All right. Anybody got 3 years or 4? Anybody got 3 or 4 years? How about 2 years?
Oh, Pooper too.
Oh, woo
Oh, Pooper too.
My name's
Lynn,
Colin.
let's go to Lynn.
Right, alcohol.
Hey, bye. Oops.
2 years sobriety.
See White. Got a lot of 2 years. Okay, let's go to Lynn. We're running out of time here.
Sorry, Lynn Alcoholic, 2 years on March 1st.
25.
All right, 2 years. And Paula.
My name's Paul. I'm an alcoholic. I had 2 years. It was 12/16 of 18, my sobriety date.
All right.
Anybody just celebrate 1 year of sobriety?
Prince has his hand raised.
Oh, Prince, go ahead, Prince.
11/1/2019.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Paula T.
Oh, I thought I
Paula
already
T?
went.
We got
Oh, you did?
Donna.
Okay, well, I said, lower your hand. Donna.
Hey, it's Donna. Just celebrated a year, March
Woo
9th.
woo.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
Donna, that's my girl.
Oh, girl.
Anybody got 6 to 11 months?
Lily.
Lily.
Hey, I'm Lily. I'm an alcoholic and I have 7 months. I'll have 8 months next Friday.
All right, girl.
Congratulations.
Hey, y'all, Michelle, alcoholic. I have 195 days, which is a little over 6 months.
All right, Michelle.
All right.
Yay, Michelle.
6 to 11 months. Last call. Okay, anybody got 3 to 5 months? Oh, you
Eric
got
R.
Eric. Eric.
Eric R. alcoholic. I got 5 months, 168 days.
Congrats.
Congratulations. All right, anybody got 30 days up to, what did I say, 5 months? No, I already did that. Okay.
We got 3 hands.
We got 4 months.
Okay, good. Perfect.
Joanna.
You gotta unmute. Everybody can unmute. We'll call on you when you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Joanna and I have 41 days. I'm an alcoholic.
All right. Shayla.
Hi, my name is Shayla. I have 67 days.
All right. Keep going, girl. Bill from Ontario.
I'm an alcoholic, and after 22 years, I am so grateful I made it back, and I now have 88 days.
All right. We are so glad you made it back. Mary Beth.
I'm an alcoholic and I have 53 days.
All right.
Okay, let's go. Anybody got what? Who's that?
I'm Joyce. I'm an alcoholic and I have 59 days today.
59 days. Okay, anybody got 15 to 30 days or 15 to 29? Anybody got 14 days? 13 days. We need to keep up with who we get down to this number. Somebody's getting ready to win this big book. 12 days. 11 days. 10 days. 9 days. Megan, 9 days. Remember, Megan, let's see if anybody, Megan, you got 9 days, right? 9 days. Megan's got 9 days. Anybody got 8 days? 7 days? Anybody got 6 days? It's an honest program.
I'm Rick. I'm an alcoholic. I got 6 days today.
Where are you at, Rick? Can you?
Oh, hold on.
I can't
Right
see.
there.
There you go, Rick. 6 days. Remember that, Rick. Who's got 5 days? Anybody got 4 days?
5 minutes.
3 days? 2 days? Anybody just got 24 hours? I mean, I know everybody's got today, but all right. So who all's got today? Let's all give you hands. And Rick, you are 6 days.
And I'm an alcoholic and I have exactly 24 hours sober.
Oh, 24 hours. That's it. That's it.
Mary.
Hey, Mary.
Hey.
Listen
Good
carefully.
job, Mary.
I'm glad Rick didn't beat me.
Hey guys, we got all this. We're running here on the time schedule. So Mary, send Kendra your address. She's gonna send it to me and your full name. And this, everybody mute, Dick, unmute, and give this big book to Mary with 50 years. Dick J. And Mary has 24 hours sober.
Mary, glad you're here.
Hey, Dick and Mary.
Congratulations. Yay.
You'll send that in.
Mary,
Hang on.
welcome to the adventure of a life that we never even dreamed possible. What we bring is a need for it, and the book is a roadmap for it. And you get to live it along with us as we trudge the road to happy destiny together. And thank you for being a part of us. For the reality is that this disease never dies, but we get a daily reprieve. And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dick.
I'm gonna mute everybody. Guys, thank you so much for a beautiful countdown. I mean, even with being on Zoom here, we made it work, didn't we? So Mary's the winner. She's got 24 hours. Kendra's going to get her information. AA Zoomaholic speaker meeting is going to send her this book from Dick J. Dick J won it fair square. Guys, we're in for a treat here. We got Gordon up next. What I want to do, just give me 1 second. Gordon, where are you? I see Gordon. Hang on 1 second. We're getting ready to, you can unmute here in just a second, but let's get Kendra. She's going to do the introduction. 1, 2, there we go. All right, Kendra, go ahead.
Hey, everybody. My name is Kendra. I'm a grateful alcoholic with my hat on to support Gordon. Gordon is an absolute gentleman, absolutely a gentleman. I was in treatment this time last year in a place called Hazel's House. It was an extension of Fellowship Hall. And I had the pleasure of being able to have an hour every Friday, not just by myself, but with other ladies, with this wonderful man who really talks and walks the program. His story is one that is endearing and true, and so true to who he is as a person today. And I am so grateful Kip is allowing me to introduce Gordon, one of my highlights of my Fellowship Hall experience. Gordon, you don't know how much I still look at the notebook you gave me, and I flip through the notes that we wrote when we would meet with you on Fridays. It is my pleasure, you all, to introduce our last speaker of our Speakers Zoomaholic anniversary, our 1-year anniversary. I give you Gordon.
All right, guys, everybody unmute. Let's welcome Gordon.
Gordon.
Hey,
Gordon.
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 Hey, brother.
Morning, Gordon. Yay. How you doing?
Gordon, you can unmute. You've got to unmute, and I'm gonna remove these pins. And y'all are in for a treat. Go ahead, Gordon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, good. I'm an alcoholic. My name's Gordon Rail. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I have heroes in here, and one of mine was a fellow named Bryant Bivens. I never heard Bryant come to the podium without making this remark. He said that the greatest thing that ever happened in the life of this alcoholic, he would say, was Alcoholics Anonymous, or is Alcoholics Anonymous. I didn't know what he was talking about the first few times I heard him say it, but I do now, and I suspect that many of y'all do too. And I love the countdown. It was really, really neat. I was kind of flipping through some stories in the back of the book the other day, and there's a little blurb, little thing in there where a 30-day man says to a 30-year man, "I wish I had your 30 years." And the 30-year man says, "I'll trade with you right now." And those of you who've been here just a little while, you know it's the journey, and it is, and I can understand. I wish I could do it all over again. It's been something, this time in Alcoholics Anonymous. So my sobriety date is January the 15th, 1980. I have a home group, Big Book No Smoke in Greensboro, and I'm very grateful to the effort that Kip and others have made with the Zoom thing and introduced me to it. I really appreciate it, being able to be with you folks on Zoom. I have a sponsor, and I sponsor some people. So couldn't help but think as we were counting down that and our last speaker, the lifeblood of our fellowship is the newcomer, isn't it? The newcomer, the young lady is talking about that experience over there at Hazel's house. I didn't know this either, but I get a whole lot more from being with you all than you with me. I'm so grateful to you for what the greatest days of our lives are in front of us is what our book says. That's what our book says, and I believe it. Let me get on with it. I was born in a little town not far from here, Siler City, Chatham County. I should have had a wonderful childhood, but I was full of self-centered fear. I found that out when I did my inventory and got to Alcoholics Anonymous. I couldn't, pretty uptight. Good little guy in a lot of ways, scared to death, but not letting anybody know it. And became an Eagle Scout. Cheated on the merit badges. I found that out in my inventory too. But you know, I got along pretty well, really. I played sports growing up. I played baseball, and when I got to high school, I played football in the fall, basketball in the winter, and baseball and American Legion baseball all summer. And back in my day, the coaches said they would throw you off the team for smoking cigarettes, for goodness sakes, and of course drinking. So I didn't do that. I guess my ego was being well taken care of by running out on that basketball floor, or wearing that monogram jacket around school, or whatever. I went away to a little college called Campbell College, and I wasn't good enough to play sports at that level. Oh, I could sit way down on the end of the bench, but it became work. I didn't have any financial help for doing it, and I just quit. I'd had a beer on occasion, or a half a beer with my friends, maybe a little peer pressure every now and then, but I didn't like it. I would throw it out the car window, and they would accuse me of throwing it out full, and I'd say, oh no, I finished it, you know, but I didn't. However, at Campbell College, my roommates asked me, do you drink? And I thought, well, what do you think I am? Some sort of a little hayseed country boy? I'm a sophisticated fellow. Well, of course I drink. We went over to a tavern called Doug's Tavern. It was a beer joint, really. I'm a quick learner. I saw one of them order a Miller High Life, so I ordered a Miller High Life. I'm glad it was dark in there. That stuff was coming out of my eyes and ears and nose. It tasted awful. And they said to me, how you doing? And I said, great, I'm doing great. Because we were around those college girls and college guys from big cities like Charlotte and Greensboro and places like that, Raleigh. But it wasn't long before people said, let Gordon drive. Gordon can handle his beer. You can hardly tell Gordon's been drinking. Blew my head up so big I couldn't hardly get it in the car. But they acted as if they wanted me around and wanted me to be with them, and enjoyed my company, and made me feel a part of with the beer and the fellowship, the friendships. So I thought I was doing it right, and I thought that a man ought to do this every chance he got. I believe what Bill Wilson called it, the elixir of the gods, and Dr. Bob called it the panacea of all human ills. So I didn't drink every day because I didn't have the opportunity, or I didn't have, money. But I look forward to the next time. I always look forward to the next time. I thought about it all week long, about the next time I'd be able to drink. I was in an automobile accident at age 20, a direct result of drinking. I wasn't driving, but the driver and myself and another fellow, we were drinking a lot. And I was in the hospital for 3 or 4 months. I didn't walk for almost a year without a crutch or a cane or whatever. I lost a year of school. Didn't believe in a higher power back then. Raised in a little Baptist church in Siler City, and made a pledge to myself when I got out from under my mother and father's roof that I would do things my way. I would make my decisions about things like that. And but I know today that there is a higher power, and he's been looking after me long before I believed in him. He surely did. I was failing every subject I was taking in school. Right before that accident, I couldn't, just wasn't doing very well, and got out of that semester with no grades because of that accident. I went back the next year, and they treated me like a hero. I still have a limp, a 40% disability, they said, and if you don't watch me, I'll drag that leg around a little bit now, but not really. I was a duck out of water there for a little while. I'd always wanted to be a coach. That's all I'd ever thought about, all I'd ever planned on. And now I can't do that because I can't demonstrate the how to play. I can't run. I can't walk very well. So I just floundered for a little longer, and I drank almost daily by now. I met a lady. A lot of my friends were getting married. We got married. It wasn't long though before I was having some financial problems. I've never been able to manage money. The only thing I know about money is when you run out, you need more. That's the way I think about it. And so we moved to Winston-Salem so that I could work and go to school. And I worked on a truck dock at night. And whether you wanted to hear it or not, I would tell you that I was making more money than my father ever made. And I was raising a family. My wife was expecting our first daughter, going to college. And I would tell people about it. What I wouldn't tell them is I had to go borrow money from my father about every 6 or 8 weeks or 2 months or something. Same old story. He would say something like, "What do you think's the problem, son?" And I'd say, "It's that woman, Daddy. She wasn't raised the way we were." My wife didn't even know I was down there borrowing money. But I blamed it on her. I've been sober a little while now, and this was in the 1990s sometime. I'd probably been sober 15 years or so. And my wife, Jo, who I met in Alcoholics Anonymous, who many of you all know, we were at my mother's house in Siler City, and stories of old days came up. My first wife, the mother of my children, this, that, and the other. And my mother reached over and put her hand on my hand, and she said, "Yes, son." But she wasn't raised the way we were. Now, the reason I told you that little far-fetched story is because I planted those weeds, and they just keep on growing. You should have seen the look my wife, Jo, gave me when I thought she was going to fall out the chair laughing, at my mess. And so those weeds just keep on growing, it seems. By the time I was 24 years old, I had a great job in Winston-Salem. I was with a trucking company, home office. Got appointed to go to the home office, and looking good. Member of several civic clubs, very active, 3 children. But some little things started happening more frequently. One night I got stopped out on Coliseum Boulevard with no headlights on. And the fellow didn't want to get me in trouble, the deputy sheriff, so he followed me home. Next time I was out on I-40 near Baptist Hospital, and I pulled a Sheriff's Association card out of my wallet, and that deputy drove me home. Third time, not so lucky. I'm on I-40 out near Kernersville. I'm thinking I started getting stopped by red lights instead of blue lights. Somebody as old as me might know when red lights turn to blue lights. But anyway, I know I've got a highway patrolman behind me, and I'm going to pull over on the shoulder where you stop to change a tire or do whatever. And so when I gave my turn signal to turn over, I pull in weeds up to the windshield. I'm going the wrong way on the interstate highway, and I didn't know it. That's why people have been blinking their lights at me, I reckon. Well, I'd been blinking mine back at them. So anyway, as unbelievable as this is right now, he told me to sit by the side of the road, and he gave me a ticket for going the wrong way on the interstate, and suggested I go to court the following week or when he would be out of town. The highway patrolman said he'd be out of town. So I've had 3 episodes that should have been DWIs, and I haven't even been downtown yet. Not to worry. I didn't learn anything from any of that, except I got scared, was afraid my employer would find out some of this stuff, and I was also writing bad checks and some other things going on with me, and so I asked for a transfer. they didn't understand. Had 200 and some people who wanted to come to the home office, and I want to leave. And but they let me go down to Florence, South Carolina. And I went down there and I did like I always do. I start off like a ball of fire. I'm something. I make a great first impression. But if you hang around, I get tacky with my I don't have any staying power. A lot of enthusiasm, but it wears out. So I find all the watering holes, all the places where I can go, and now I start living the same way in Florence that I lived in Winston-Salem. I'm 26 years old, and my boss comes to see me. I haven't turned in an expense account in 6 weeks. Now, the expense account had 2 sides to it. On the one side, you write down the money you've spent on customers so they'll reimburse you, and the mileage you're driving with your own car or whatever. On the other side, you write down the names of the people you're going to see Monday through Friday. And I'm not going to see anybody. Every day I'm telling myself tomorrow's going to be different. I'm going to do better tomorrow. And of course, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. So we sat in a motel room, and that fine man helped me to dummy up 6 weeks worth of reports, turned them in, and said, don't let this happen again. He said, by the way, what's going on with you? And I said, it's that woman, it's that wife. We're having trouble. Oh, he said, a lot of us go through that. And I have another chance. Well, 2 months later, he's back down there because I haven't turned in but 2 reports since he left. And he let me go, or I quit. I resigned. Let me tell you about a day in my life. By now, I've got 4 kids. My wife has had to return to teaching school a long time ago because of the shape I've got us in financially. I get up, living in a real nice neighborhood in a big old house, probably 3 house payments behind all the time. I start the breakfast for my wife and those 4 children, and as soon as I get it kind of going there pretty good, I wake her up and out the door I go, because I don't want to hear that chin music. I don't want to talk to her. I go to my office, and I see what, before anybody gets there, and I read my mail, and I look at other people's desks to see if they've got anything to say about me, and I leave before anybody gets there. And I go out to a service station, hide my car behind it. It's a little beer joint service station, and at 7:30 in the morning, I'm in a 3-piece suit, standing in a wash bay, drinking a beer, watching my wife go by with all those kids on the way to school and nursery schools and whatever. And then I can go back home. And I got to go home. So I go back home. I call the office and tell them I'm about 50 miles out of town. I got a big day planned, going to be in Orangeburg or Charleston or somewhere like that. And they say, we want to see you. People want to talk to you, da-da-da-da. And I say, I'll see you this afternoon. And I hang up. I call 5 or 6 of the better customers, my biggest customers in that area. Tell them I'm in the area. I'm busy, but if they need to see me, I'll work something out. And by the way, I'm sending you those football tickets to the game in Carolina or Clemson or the Masters golf tournament or whatever. And they say, no, we're fine. And my thinking is, if my company was looking for me, they would call those big customers and they'd say, oh yeah, he's been down here since early this morning. The problem is you don't get reimbursed for those phone calls you're making on your home phone, and those were long distance calls back in those days. And so I'm digging that hole deeper and deeper. I'm home because I've got financial trouble, and I have to get the mail every day. I can't let my wife see the mail. Credit card statements that she doesn't even know about, or bad check charges or whatever, phone bill. And then I have to go out and find a place where I can hang out for the afternoon because I can't stand to be by myself really at that time. And at 4:30 or 5 o'clock, I go back to a payphone and I call the office and I tell them, I'm 50 miles out of town, I've had a big day, I'll see you in the morning. And then I go and I continue to drink, and I finally end up, if I'm lucky, back in my neighborhood, riding around and around and around. I won't ride down my street because I don't want them to see me, but I'm riding around the edges of the neighborhood drinking because I won't go home. I finally go home. My children are already in bed, and I went 5, 6 days sometimes without seeing my children awake. I would leave before they woke up, and I would come home after they'd gone to bed. And that's what I was doing. I got another higher power thing. I got cornered pretty bad about my drinking, and I went to a place, a little religious colony up in Boone, North Carolina. Pressure from my wife and minister and some other good people. And while I was up there, a fine couple from my hometown who had a house at Hound Deers found out I was over there. My mother's sister called them. They were very prominent people. I'd been friends with their children growing up. And the lady came over with her husband on Sunday afternoon at that religious place, and she had a little 24-hour-a-day book. She pulled it out of her pocketbook. She read it to me and asked me, well, did I want to go to AA with her tonight? And I was just taken back by that because they were fine people, very well off, and owned a bank in Siler City when we were growing up. Never met anybody that was never heard of AA till then. Well, I tried to go to the meeting. They didn't want me to in that religious colony, so I couldn't go. But I never forgot that. I didn't stop drinking, of course. My wife finally asked me to leave, and I knew she meant it. I knew that we'd separated a couple times and whatever, but I knew she meant it. So I left Florence, South Carolina on a Greyhound bus. I got a permanent driver's license revocation, no job, and I go to my mother and father's house to regroup a little bit. My folks don't want anybody to know I'm there, and I definitely didn't want anybody to know I was there. I had long since quit going to my hometown because I didn't want to see people. I didn't want people to see what had happened to me. Such a failure, such a failure. And I take off. As near as I can, my inventory tells me that I probably had 20-some jobs in that next 5 years. I lived from Delaware to Florida and a lot of places in between. I started trying to quit drinking. Now, if you don't think you have a drinking problem, try to quit. That's where I found out, I couldn't quit. I couldn't stay quit. So I floundered, and I ended up in jail in Columbus County, and I got another God shot. They threw a man in jail who had been in a halfway house, and he had gotten drunk in the halfway house, and they made him go serve his time. Well, he hadn't got a lot to do in there in jail, so I picked his brain, and I called an attorney and said, what about a halfway house? I'm an alcoholic. And he said, we have one of those right here. I said, well now. So they sent me. Here's where it gets a little sticky. I got in there on a Saturday, And they said about 7:15, all right, everybody get on the van, we're going to AA. And I said, wait a minute, I didn't sign up for AA. They said, well, get on the van and we'll drop you back by the jail on the way to the meeting. I said, don't be so hasty. Can a man go if he's not alcoholic? He said, oh yeah, it's an open meeting. You can go. Well, I thought I had it covered there pretty good, except they pulled up in the yard of the church I'd been married in. I wouldn't get off the van. I knew my reputation was ruined now. Now, bear in mind, I've been living at my mother and daddy's off and on for 5 years, 20-some jobs, no driver's license, not allowed to see my children because of my behavior and not paying child support. A total zero. And I'm worried that somebody will see me going to an AA meeting. Well, they told me the same story, either get in there or stay on the van and we'll drop you by the jail on the way back. So I finally went in, and sure enough, my reputation was ruined. I ran into a county commissioner and a very prominent businessman that I thought I'd known for years, but I didn't know this part. I thought they were there for the men's Bible study, and I'd run into them by mistake. One of them handed me a half cup of coffee, and the other one said, we've been waiting on you, Gordon. We've saved you a seat. Ha, ha, ha. They thought it was funny. I didn't think it was funny. They had been sober a while. They were in Alcoholics Anonymous. The wonderful people in AA in Whiteville, North Carolina introduced me to this program, spoon-fed me the program, were very, very generous with me with their time and helped me an awful lot. However, I was sitting on the sidelines. I would not really participate in the program. I would pretend that I was, and I went to meetings. But I wasn't interested in doing any steps, and I wasn't praying. I really wasn't asking for help. I was staying sober on the power of the pack, and that worked as long as I stayed in place in that halfway house. I got a chance to make some money. I hadn't had it in a long, long time. A good job was offered to me in Delaware, and I took off. And I just about died in Delaware from drinking. Finally, I got to that place where I was scared. I got scared of my own self, and I didn't want to die like that. And I called those folks in Whiteville, and they sent me to Wilmington to another halfway house, or told me to go there, that they'd make arrangements. And I don't know if it took me a couple of weeks to get on the bus. Sometimes I'd go down there drunk, they wouldn't let me on the bus. Sometimes I'd go down at 6:30 in the morning, and I was supposed to be down there at 6:30 at night. I'd get the days and nights mixed up. I finally got on the bus. I got into Wilmington and went to that halfway house, and it was an AA halfway house. It had been founded by members of Alcoholics Anonymous. They formed a nonprofit called Stepping Stone Manor. So it was, you know, it really was about staying sober with 12 steps. And they were interviewing me to let me in. And I'm going to tell you this one little tale, another important thing. I didn't have a relationship with anybody. I was a loner. I hadn't been to my mother and daddy's house in over a year. My dad asked me to leave one day because of my drinking, and I was mad at him too. The only thing, I had these 4 children that I had never done a thing to me except love me. And the way I was raised, a man that didn't take care of his children was not a man. No good. So I was a loser completely, but I couldn't blame anything on those children. They had never done anything to me except love me. So it was unfinished business. And it haunted me, troubled me. Didn't want to die drunk. Didn't want them to have to walk around the rest of their lives saying that my daddy was a drunk. He died drunk. So anyway, They asked me, interviewing me, did I have any children to get in that halfway house? And I said, why? And the man said, the question says, do you have any children? And I said, what have they got to do with this? He said, I don't know. He said, the question says, do you have any children? I said, well, I don't want them to know anything about this. He said, man, you're wearing me out. Let's get a cup of coffee. He took me into the break room. We sat down to drink coffee, and he put his hand on my hand. He later told me he did that so I'd make eye contact with him. Well, I did when he grabbed my hand. He said, Gordon, I may be wrong, but it sounds like you've got some children you love a lot. And if that be true, you've come to the right place. He said, your children are in steps 8 and 9 of the 12-step program of Alcoholics Anonymous. Are you willing to do the work? I'll be forever grateful for that guy named Harry. I got away from him one more time. Again, the men and women in Wilmington really, really were kind and good to me. And I got reunited with my children, my parents. I was doing well. 9 months without drinking, I think. Again, I got an opportunity for a job, some money. People were willing to hire me back that knew me back when long ago, and they gave me a chance. And I didn't go, I think 3 weeks I picked up a drink. Again, I was staying sober on the power of the pack. I wasn't really doing the work. But this drinking was different. When I started drinking, I knew I didn't want to be drinking because I knew where it was going. Because I'd been in Alcoholics Anonymous and y'all had put something on me Ajax wouldn't take off. You'd messed up my drinking. Thank you for that. But I didn't want to be drinking after I started drinking. I had no defense against the first drink, obviously. The speaker before me talked about that stinking thinking. I was driving a car without a driver's license. I would drive it to a country club that I used to be a member of to play gin rummy. But I couldn't drive it to an AA meeting because that would be dishonest. That's where my mind went before I picked up the drink. So I said the little prayer, God, please help me in some form or another. And I don't know if it was a day or two, but a couple from Wilmington pulled up in the driveway at the place I was working in Marion, South Carolina. I said to myself, I'm not going to tell them I've been drinking. The man walked in and he said, how you doing, Gordon? And I got by him. I said, I'm good, thank you. What brings you here? About that time, his wife walked in. She got right in my face. And she said, how are you really doing, Gordon? And I said, I've been drinking. They said, well, you know what you got to do, and I did. And they came and gave me that little shove, another God shot, as far as I'm concerned, to go back to Wilmington. So I resigned and I went back. I walked up to the guy named Harry who tried to be my sponsor. I had a big book that I'd bought for show. The pages were still stuck together. And I said, Harry, I'm having trouble with step 2. And would you help me? And he put his arm around me and he said, Gordon, hell, you don't understand step 1, but yes, I'll help you. And he walked and talked me through the steps, and we've heard speakers talk about that today. I had needed Alcoholics Anonymous for 5 years there, for sure. But this time I wanted it. I knew that I'd had 9 of the best months that I'd had in 10 years or more, and I blew it. 3 weeks away from the home group people in Wilmington, and I came apart. I drank. So I asked him to help me, and he did, and we talked and walked through the steps up into the amends and whatever. And I'm going to This has been a wonderful life. I met my wife, Jo, in Alcoholics Anonymous, and we started sparking. We've been married for 38 years now in this fellowship. It's been quite a journey, wonderful journey. Because of Jo being in my life, of course, I was able, my children were allowed to come and live with me. Some of it worked out good, some of it not so good. But my ex-wife and her husband and my ex-in-laws and all those folks, they allowed those children to come and live with me because they trusted me. They felt like I could be trusted because of the amends steps and doing a few things. So, as I look back at my life prior to AA, the older I got and the more responsibility I should have been taken on and able to handle, the less able I was to do it. The older, you know, I couldn't do it. And I just, you know, I drank more and more and more. And so I couldn't live life on life's terms. And so when Harry, my sponsor, eased me into the idea about the illness of alcoholism, he really relieved me a great deal because he took the shame off the table. I was so ashamed. And the fine men and women I met in AA, like you folks, proved to me without a shadow of a doubt that alcoholism is not a moral issue. It's not a personal shortcoming. People don't do this to themselves on purpose. It's an illness, and it happens to some fine, fine people. That and the doctor's opinion and Bill's story and understanding the craving and then the obsession of the mind, the alcoholic mind. I can accept my past now because I understand how it happened and why it happened. I can accept it without approval, but I can accept it. I don't have to hide it, run from it, pretend it didn't happen, or try to cover it up. Papa says I am what I am. I met people in Alcoholics Anonymous that were not ashamed of their alcoholism. They were laughing, and I love laughter. Laughter's healing, isn't it? We've cried enough, for goodness sake. I didn't know anything about the higher power business. My wonderful friend Harry, one night at a meeting, he said, Gordon, is there anybody in this room that you wish you could believe the way they do? And there was a wonderful man over there named Bill C. I said, Bill is so comfortable. He's a man's man. I enjoy being with him. He remembered my name from the first day I was here. Very kind to me. Treated me with dignity and respect. I wish I could believe the way Bill does. And my sponsor said, that's good enough. That's good enough. Plenty good. And so I took that up through the steps that I saw examples of men and women like you, who there was no doubt in my mind that you were the real thing. You'd been where you said you had been, and you didn't live like that anymore. Would I have it? Well, of course I would. That's what Bill said in his story. Of course I would. So we have far from perfect, made a lot of mistakes. Ran a halfway house for 3 years, got along good, enjoyed myself. Came to Greensboro in 1985 to work at Fellowship Hall. Invited to come here. I want to say what my sponsor told me, a guy named Rex A. that many of y'all knew. Rex said, I make my living working with other alcoholics. I live because of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I want to say that to you, that my program of recovery, if you will, is being here with you all right now tonight. It is a total blessing to work with folks at Fellowship Hall and other places I've worked. And it was the right thing for me, there's no doubt in my mind. But it's not my recovery. My recovery's here with you. So I thank you all for that. Joe and I have had these wonderful, wonderful years, and just can't even tell you about them all. No way. But I appreciate the mountaintop experiences in Alcoholics Anonymous, but I appreciate the valleys as well. This program is so wonderful and powerful that it will let you and I go through the valleys of life and hold our head up and do what we need to do and should be able to do in a way that made me feel so much better about myself. And I know I'm not scared to death today. I'm not scared to death. I believe everything's going to be okay, one day at a time. It's worked just fine till now, and it's going to keep on working. I know that, as long as I'll work it. Being with you all makes it so much easier. Since I came back and haven't left you, I've been okay. And I believe that I'll stay with you, I'll be okay. I also have learned the hard way that I don't need to turn it back into the I program. I, me. I need to keep it the we program. The first step of our program says we admit it. And so thank you for having me tonight, and thank you for letting me be a part of this.
Wow.
Thank you,
Gordon. Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you so
It was
much.
amazing.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank
Really
you.
good.
God bless you. Thank you.
All right, thank you again, Gordon. Oh man, this has been one heck of a Zoomaholic. I mean, if I wasn't a Zoomaholic before today, I guarantee I am now.
Me too, Kip. Me too. Hey, everybody. I want to allow all of us to just give a hand clap and send some love vibes to our grateful alcoholic Kip, who put this together. Him and God did all of this with the help of the speakers and your presence here. So if we can all unmute and just give Kip a hand clap and some love, I would appreciate it. Let's see.
All right, Kipster.
Thank you, Kat.
Thank you, Kip. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for obliging me on that. Kip, I love you. You're my big brother in AA, and I thank you for allowing me to be a part of this experience. I'm going to let you take over and close it out.
Guys, man, that's just touched my heart, and all the speakers, what comes from the heart always touches the heart. I just don't know what else to say other than just close it out with the Lord's Prayer. So I'm gonna ask everybody to unmute, and let's just close with the Lord's Prayer and enjoy the rest of our evening. Love each and every one of you. Let's do this thing again next year.
Sounds good to me.
Who's Father?
Our Father, who
Art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, and the glory. Forever and ever. Amen.
Thanks, Kip. Yay.
Thanks, Kip.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks, everyone.
Well done,
Thank you,
young man.
Gordon.
Here's somebody else.
Hey, Kip, you gotta wear it like a gangster.
Oh,
he looks like a Mississippi riverboat gambler.
There we go. There we go.
Mary G, did you send me your information?
How do I go about doing that?
Okay, I'm going to send you a chat and you just respond back to it, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Can we open up this chat if she needs members?
Yes, I'm opening up the chat now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, where are the recordings going to be posted?
They're on AA Zoom. AA Zoom. Matter of fact, we're still live.
Thank you, Kip, Kendra, and Michael.
Go to AA.
Congratulations.
It's right there. The whole finish is on there. Never.
That's
stop.
cool.
You can save it if you click the three dots. You can save it to your collection, and it'll be there.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's all AA Zoomaholics Facebook page.
Thanks very much for an amazing day.
And I'm gonna stop these recordings. Thank you, guys. Cut this recording off. There it is. Stop recording.